Hello, chatto, it's ChewSat, and coming up today on Outcasts to Icons, the entire league, apart from TNS, is painfully mid. There is only 5 points between 4th in the league and 11th. Anybody can get relegated. It's probably going to be us. There's also the chance of a youth intake preview. Surely it can't be any better than last year. We've still got players to sign, goals to get, wins to get, all that and more coming up today on Outcasts to Icons and Stirropes. That'll do. That'll do. He's done it. It's only taken him 14 days. Lovely. 5 seconds early. I just felt that that song was just hitting so good that it was the perfect time to drop it in. Ooh. The only thing that's not hitting for me is the exact point in this song. I still haven't quite figured out the right point. Hyperdrive just lends itself so perfectly to being an intro song, whereas this is a banger, but it doesn't work super well as like an intro with me speaking over it type of song. But we've done it all right. It's, my record in January is, I'm on the board, right? We'll take that. Let me just turn that down a little bit. In time of the perfect intros. Yeah, that was January. That was last year. It was incredibly still FM24. Dread to think how many hours I'm up to in this game now, especially as I was simming the game all night working on an agent video idea, because I had a simulation set up for the stream that we were going to do, and I had a better idea and went, fuck, that's going to take me all night. So, here's the pitch, chat. We're still going to do, this is going to be the same video, the me versus you agent thing with a stream where you guys get to pick it. Remember last time we did this? But we're going to do it on one of those updated 25 databases with all the correct promotions, relegations, all the transfer moves, all the new Wonder Kids, all the different CA and PA changes. But I got hold of one of those and decided to do like one on a brand new one because I just thought it would create more interesting scenarios that perhaps don't happen all the time when you do like a default one. So I thought like that would be a more fun idea basically to send off the agent videos for everyone 25, everyone 24. He's done it again. Ah, dear. Mr. 5 Seconds, there you go. I didn't know you were married, Daniel. Don't feel waking up to a blazing fire when you sim overnight. Luckily, this room gets very cold overnight. It also gets very warm in the morning because the sun shines through the window, and the heating in here, because it's so much stuff, just makes this room so hot so goddamn fast. Setting up 25. Yeah, I'm done with it already. God, I love the orange on this one as well. Peter, thank you very much for the 7 months. I need to catch up, actually, because there was some intro resubs as well, if I recall. Firstly, Catton, thank you very much for the 16. That's very, very kind of you. Lloydie with the 40 bloody 2.
Thanks
MD
for
Games.
being the story
Thank you for the
I kept
360
coming
as well.
back
It's very
to
nice
after
of you.
work. It has been you or WTS smiles.
A bold choice. I would choose Jack, personally. I guess it's different games, isn't it, really? So you kind of get a bit of both from us. And Dan, thank you, of course, for the 10 months. Wait. Yeah, it is 10. Sorry. I always get confused when it says resubscribe for 2 months at tier 1, has been subscribed for 10 months. Twitch really confuses me. It's really annoying. F24 in 2006. Do you know what, Misha? If it's a fun game, yeah, why not, honestly? It's been that kind of, like, I really, really like FM24. I think it's one of those things that because of all the issues that SI have had with FM25's release, and that's, you know, obviously has to be taken into account. But actually, no, it doesn't have to be taken into account because that doesn't affect the quality of FM24. To me, FM24 has been so goddamn good. To me and Samuel, double follows at the same time. My favourite, hell yeah. I made this point on a YouTube video. It was actually an FM23 YouTube video, but I stand by it now about FM24, that I believed that FM23 at the time was the best to date. And some people absolutely shat the bed about it, being like, how can you say this? FM09 was better. I'm just like, it wasn't though, was it? Like, when you look at the things that would have been in like FM09 versus things that were in FM23 and the way that game actually played, if you had a choice to play one or the other together, let's be honest, you were choosing 23. Because that's the way that linear progression and
Why
that kind of
Elton
development
John
works,
not like
right?
iceberg lettuce? Because he's a rocket man.
Vegetable jokes. We're getting one of our 5 a day. You love to see it. Anthony, thank you for the 100 bits. That's very kind of you. You didn't miss the botched intro tone because it didn't happen. Your boy didn't watch it. You love to see it. Hello, Harv. How's it going? Old faithful that you want to cheat on. In it. Literally. FM25 is like the hot younger woman, but she's a bitch. FM24 is like, she's your life partner, right? She or he, you know? Leaving at 4, pub then to the game of games. It's the Matt Harv derby tonight. You'll love to see it. Pastor King versus Pastor Funk. Which one am I? The Pork and Chesky derby. Can't even, boarding school. It was grammar school, actually, Harv. I'll have you know. Just nearly knocked my drink over in fury. prefer the players that run. That's a fair assumption, but then, you know, I don't think that makes it a better game, right? In terms of the actual playerablesness, you know? Is the arugula, man? Arugula is one of my favourite words. It just hits different, you know? Scrap from 25 and go straight to F26. They simply can't do that. I posited at one point, and someone made a very good point, that they have shareholders, right? Sega are their publisher. There's no way anyone will let them not do that. I strongly believe that FN25 is going to be FN24 that looks much, much better because of the new interface and the new graphics engine. So the match engine will look much better and more fluid. And we'll have a lot of like underlying bug fixes to things that are wrong with FN24. And do you know what? Honestly, I would take that. If that then meant that that was then enabling them to absolutely smash it and really go feature heavy on FN26, I would honestly be okay with that. But that's because I'm not your average consumer. I'm not your average bear, chat. Let me tell you. We're supposed to be, are we? Have we heard anything about, because I've not heard anything from SI myself, and I've not seen anything because I have all their notifications switched on X and shit like that. So I haven't seen anything about us supposed to be getting stuff. Just the end of January. Did they? Okay. Because, again, weren't they supposed to be having people coming in to do testing or something? I know that probably went out the window when they delayed the release, because I suspect that was supposed to be happening in, like, fucking, I don't know, October or something. The video!
What has
Thank you
5
for the 30
toes
months.
but isn't your foot? My foot.
I went for a run in the dark yesterday. I wanted to test out my new night running equipment, and my goodness, those headlamps be bright. Not that poor now. Thank you very much for the 16 as well. Lots of 16 months today.
Fancy that.
In-studio testing or something. Doing in-studio testing? Really? London end of last week. How'd you know that? Surely that would be, like, embargoed or whatever. Oh, it'll be at a Jan. Okay. Do you reckon we might get a roadmap on January 31st? They're apparently being... Really? Seems odd that he'd be allowed to say that if that was the case, right? But maybe it's public. I don't know. I guess they were inviting people from, like, FMFC and stuff, weren't they? Well, unlock a new roadmap, yeah. I did see something on Reddit about it, but it was just like some random account that had no like evidence of anything, right? It's a roadmap for a roadmap. It's basically instructions on how to download a satnav. Be outside the away end tonight. I just hop on the train down to Stratford. You're right, I can actually do that. It's well, I guess I have to go King's Cross, but that line is cursed. I swear to God, I've never once taken that King's Cross line and not have it be like delayed or cancelled or something. It's actually mad. FMFC people. Okay, that would explain it then. Maybe it's just like, because I did technically sign up for that because I am a member of FMFC because I have to be to do things like versus mode, but I didn't like, hear anything about that. I've played the Hockey Manager game. I've played, there's two because there's FHM and EHM, which was, one's the one that SI ran and one's another one. I have played both of them, but I'm not deep enough into hockey to understand a lot of the real dense stuff. I'm getting there. I think I'll start to enjoy it more once I start to be more familiar with the minutiae of hockey, right? Why don't we ask Mike? Mike's not been in for a while, you know? The battle... Imagine that battle pass in FM. Extra touch of realism. I think it's... I really just want the match engine to look good. And not just look good, but I mean from a kind of... look and feel good. Aesthetically, I want to look good, but I also want it to feel good. Like the touches of the ball, the collisions of the players, the way they behave on the pitch. I really want that to look nice because I think it's going to really lend itself to more story-driven content on FN25, which I think is something I really do want to do. No, honestly, James, I've only just switched off of my big-ass face. Because today, honestly, my goal today is for us to finish off the first stage and get to like Matchday 22. Now, it depends on what happens with the cups, but I guess the best way to go about this would be to just jump in. We basically wrapped up last stream on this day anyway, so I've done nothing off stream, which was a nice little change. Right. I haven't set up the squad, though, in fairness. Big struggle. Yeah, the lack of skinning. They say lack of skinning. Have they actually come out and said it won't be skinnable? Because I assume what that means if they have said that is that there won't be an option in there to load a skin. But that doesn't mean someone couldn't edit things, presumably, and make some kind of skin that's like a third-party way of doing it, right? Yeah, no, Jake, I think the fact is they're always going to be on a PR negative just because of the way that the cycle's gone.
My first ever uni exam was very stressful, but finally done now. Love the streams, Matto X.
I used to hate those because they were. When I was at uni, every exam was 3 hours because it was law, and oh mate, it was just tedious. Pew pew chat. Match didn't make sense at all. Have they improved it? Because I've heard a lot of better things about the most recent version. I do own the most recent one, I believe, anyway. No PSR breaches. Are we living in the real world? Is that allowed? Right, let's just get the squad back together again. I'm going to go with Robbie Swinburne again because I trust him at the moment a little bit more, incredibly to say this, than our boy Sam Aston, because Robbie's been creating chances. He's been getting into positions to make things happen, and I want to let him have a chance to do so. And I'm actually just going to go with whatever my assistant reckons of this one, other than the bench, because he's being an idiot. MD Games, holy shit, thank you for another 500 bits. What on earth? Thank you so much, man. That's incredibly kind of you. Unity isn't... Yes, true, but we got to think about it like this. We may not get skins from the skinners that we know and love. So your Sazes, your TCSs, your Tato, your Musterman. Although Musterman, is a bit more than just a skinner. Not that there's anything wrong with being a skinner. But that does mean it opens up a realm for a new batch of skinners that are already familiar with Unity from other games to potentially come in instead. So, yeah. What is this tactic? Oh, it's just a normal tactic. I don't know what you're talking about, Quinn. Basically, when we first got to Mariska, I said to chat, wouldn't it be fun if we built a tactic that solely used the 11 best players the club had, no matter what positions they play? And after a tiny bit of tweaking, this is what we came up with. And the best thing is it actually worked, because we won the Welsh Second Division with this last season, despite being a newly promoted side. It's just the dream. Big has now become... I suspect that it's one of these things where there might be like the first edition of Unity might be scaled back slightly in order to bring that stuff back, like with all the things they're removing. But that doesn't make it good. It just means that it might be better in some ways for the long-term health of the game. Vitor, thank you for the follow. Super Nintendo Chalmers is having a Skinner. Right. Who can I put on the bench that we haven't already? Didn't we decide that our backline really needs to be, if he's fit, which he isn't at the moment, Fernell Gill and Roberts probably, because the others just weren't hitting. I'll get rid of Eden. Why is my assistant so obsessed with putting Eden Emmanuel on the bench? Still in the doghouse. Yeah, he's just not been doing much. Oh, obrigado. Welcome aboard, Vito. Totally normal tactic. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. 2-hour economics is out. That's not too bad, but it is still quite bad, I imagine. My attention span could never. Just take time. Exactly. I think long term it is a pathway that I'm happy with, even if the road is a little bumpy, right? I feel like it's one of those things where, do you know, chat, I guess you could say that sometimes you've got to walk through the storm to get to the sunshine. In the words of the motivating giraffe, together is a wonderful place to be. Don't make me get the other motivating giraffe out. I prefer no Stefan Sneck. He's here too, don't worry. There's a second one down there as well, which says, oh, damn it, I should have grabbed the other one. It literally says, you are my sunshine. Basically, there was this artist on Reddit many, many years ago who made these comics called Motivating Giraffe, and they were basically just these wholesome little comics featuring a giraffe, basically. And for Christmas, because I used to really like them because they were just kind of nice, and so for Christmas, many, many years, this is like a decade ago, Pog got me some prints in those frames down there that you see. There's also a book I have somewhere of all of her art. That's basically what it is. Like you never used to see these because these were hung on like little hooks on the wall that were actually on the camera side of the wall, so that they were never in shot before. What do you think about? I agree, Harv. I'm worried about this, like the fact that West Ham new manager bounce. I still think they have got some injuries again, because isn't Somerville out as well now? But I just have a horrible feeling we're going to rock up and play like shit. Did I say Harv? Oh my god. I can't believe I've just done that. And then Dan was never seen in stream again. I've got Harv on the brain. It's because I haven't had pasta in a couple of days, you know? It gets in me. Motivation. Exactly. I don't know where the book's gone. I think it... Why would it be in one of these drawers? But there might just be an off chance that it is for some reason. It's probably not. It's probably downstairs, honestly, on the bookshelf. You know, that'd be a place to put it, wouldn't it, really? Mavropanos. Oh, okay. It's fine. As long as it's only Mavropanos, we're all right. No, I just have a feeling going into certain games, like I had against Ipswich, like I had against Southampton, that we weren't going to win. I reckon 1-1 draw again. Basically. And Danny Ings, I mean, he's got the last time last time we played West Ham, Danny Ings was the one that scored the equaliser. No, I think Potter's a great manager. I just don't think Chelsea was the right fit for him. Okay, I was about to try and get the league table up here. We are so mid, but it feels like it could go either way. That's the beauty of this. This could easily be a season. Oh, God, he could have slipped him through then. Oh, he did. Oh, Swinburne. Good positioning, though. We like that. Only to the... Yeah, I think sometimes you can get a little bit bogged down in the, they've got loads of injuries, and then it's like loads of youth players. I heard this morning on... I assume it might have been Fulhamish yesterday, actually. I think they briefly mentioned it on the Women's FA Cup episode, that they were talking about Somerville potentially being out. Wolves are sacking Gary O'Neill. No way! God. Whatever next. Do you know what? I reckon they might appoint a Brazilian dude. Just a thought. I know I'm Matchday and all that, but what are you doing, Collins? No. Mid is fine. Like, I expected that it was going to be a tough one for us to survive, given the way we started this season. But now, when we started getting a few victories, I suddenly started to believe a bit more. And now I'm in the mindset of like, can we maybe get lucky and come on, Swinburne, and maybe sneak into the top battle? Oh, Swinburne! No fucking way! That is unbelievable. What a goal from Robbie Swinburne. He is literally Lionel Messi. Oh, look at this. Rides one tackle, drives through, drives towards the touchline, pushes the defender out the way, and then slots it home from an impossible angle. Good God. Go, little piggy, go. That is unbelievable work from Swinburne. Yeah. So, actually, speaking of, I already clipped that. I basically started writing the script out for the first section of the recap for the Mariska Merck section, because obviously my plan was to do Mariska Merck as part of the main recap for Cardiff as well. And then when I started writing it and recording bits of it, I realised how, because of the new way I want to do them, I realised what a mammoth task it's going to be. God, he's on again here. Look at him go. Go on, assist for Robbie. Oh, McGlone's inside. Can he shoot? Look at the patience here. This is unbelievable. Swinburne. We're popping it around like nobody's business. It's 2. Jay Tinsdale with the second goal for Cardiff Drax. This is football right now. Hello, Akums. How's it going, man? I wonder how your player's getting on. If that is you. I'm assuming it is, Alex. Thank you for the follow as well. What I hear. But yeah, basically, I think what's going to happen is the Mariska Merch one is going to have its own video, even if it is only like 15 minutes long, because the way I'm editing it now is like Premier League years level editing, because I want it to be something that's really, really good on its own and isn't something you'd have to watch the streams to catch up with. You know what I mean? It's like its own thing. And when I spent like 7 hours yesterday just editing, writing, and scripting that out, and I've still not even done with it. So I think I want to make sure that I want to just make them as good as possible, basically. How far are we in? So we are in season 3 of The Save. First season, we went to Luxembourg and nearly did the impossible and kept a team that had no business staying up. Then we went to Wales because we decided we needed to be further down the league, since it's already 3-0. Robbie fucking Swinburne. 7th goal of the season. I don't know what to say. And the other thing about it is they probably wouldn't be like directly in line with the streams anymore, in the sense that like it wouldn't be a case of me putting out a video and then that's the summer for that window. I'd have to catch up a little bit first and then maybe I could start doing that again. They would just be as and when, but I think that would allow them to be better, and I really just wanted to focus on getting better videos out that I've really put a lot of work into. So essentially the Mariska one, it has highlights of every single match in it, with voiceover over the top of it, graphics, all that sort of jazz, music that's all like synced properly. Oh my god, it's 4. Sorry, are we all right? Mackay Welsh with an... Who needs Regan Booty when we've got Mackay Welsh? We're 4-0 up away at Barla Town. Aren't these guys one of the good ones? They were 4... Oh, they're actually higher than that. I think these guys were second in the league coming into this match, and we're 4-0 up in the first half. There it is. There's the rake we've stepped on. Oh, Christ, that really is a rake we've stepped on, isn't it? Because we've got other injuries, so Mason Fleming's going to have to play there. So this is where we end up losing 5-4 now. Lovely. Terrible the rest of the... Oh, surely not. Go on, Mackay. Let's have another free kick. 2 in the first half. Why not, lad? Oh, he's cheeky. Cheeky. Alex, sorry. Hey, Coombs, thank you very much for the tier 1 as well. That's super duper nice of you, friend. Thank you. I'll check out your Patreon player after this. I don't know if he's played any games yet, though, you know, with the club he's at, maybe. Mason Fleming. Part of the reason I signed him was because of that. It literally did, didn't it? It just went, hey, you've got no DMs on the bench. Be a shame if we injured one. Now, normally I would do it. It's just we've got a couple of injuries. We are very efficient right now. Gary Gambuti, no, we didn't. He still plays for Barry Town, which is ironic because now we're above them in the league. Like, we're massively overperforming. But the goals we're scoring are very good. Like, they're really nice shot. Oh my god, it's 5. Josh McGlone makes it 5-0 to Cardiff Drax. Devon Brocky gets an assist as well. This is this tactic working. Like, I know that normally you wouldn't score all of these chances, but we've still created them, right? But this is the type of chances that this tactic is designed to create. It's just we're actually taking every single one of them today, whereas normally we'd miss 4 of them probably. This is insane. 5-0. Cruising. Try and get Booty in January. The problem is he's playing loads. And as a result, he's probably not going to want to leave, although Barry Town are slumping a little bit. Because Booty's probably one of the best players in the league right now. Oh, I tell you what, Mackay, they're giving away a lot of fouls. Because we're getting, 70 minutes. We're 5-0 up. Why am I not making subs here? Let's bring Ewing on there. Ah, shit. Yeah, we'll figure it on Hazard. Philpott can come on for McGlone. I'll give Aston a little run out. I know he's done a hattie, but it's got to look after these players, right? Oh, shit. I forgot we made one for the sub there. Lovely. This is tremendous. Suddenly, we would actually still only be, by the way, 5 points outside the relegation zone, and we'd have played an extra game. That's how tight this league is. That we've got 16 points from 12 games, and we're still having to worry about relegation. On the plus side, though, our goal difference has gone from being one of the worst in the league to one of the best in the league over this period. Kaiser is definitely helping out. He's a very good goalkeeper. I'm so glad we signed him. 5-0 away from home at Barla Town. Swinburne with a brace. Like, we did nothing once the substitution. Pretty much since the injury to Shannon Brown, really, wasn't it? Oh, that was 43rd minute. We did score one more after that. Nice to see McGlone get a goal. And this wasn't even a full-strength side. Yes, it is a split league, and it splits at 22 match days. Where's my phone going off? What the hell is that? Oh, there's an app called Too Good To Go.
How did the move go, Mr.
And it just randomly sent me a notification.
I can tell your desk has moved.
Thank you for the 49.
Because the camera wobbles whenever you knock the desk tongue. Hope everyone is having a good January. And if not, that the community is here to help. Less than 3.
Yeah, so the desk is a standing desk, Million. As a result, it's a little bit on the wobbly side. I am going to get a proper sturdy camera arm that will hopefully alleviate a little bit of that. But I haven't got around to doing that. It's on my to-do list, which I am slowly working through. I've been on it every single day in January so far. I've been on it. And I'm really proud of myself for actually staying on top of things and feeling motivated and completing every task and working through every day and not getting demotivated, no matter what goes wrong or right, you know? Like, I did 8 hours of working on editing this Mariska thing yesterday, then decided, fuck it, it's 5 o'clock, I'm going for a run. So I went out, whacked on my fluorescent yellow running shorts, which is brand new, put on my special yellow running vest thing that illuminates me from the dark, then I put on my flashy head torch, and then banged out a 5k, which was nice. Right, Misha, great minds think alike. Sharpie, thank you very much for the 245 bits, by the way. It's incredibly kind of you. Misha, that is exactly, well, actually what I said is that you look like head of sixth form. I said he looked like a head of sixth form, but he does, doesn't he? He fully looks like a head teacher or something. Look like one of those. Oh, yeah. Full kit wanker. To be fair, I'm glad I had that stuff because the pathway I was running down, I didn't realize there was no lighting at all. And it's weird because the headlamp is so close to your face, but it's projecting out. It makes you feel like you're wearing goggles. It's really strange. Looks like the one that ends up in the local paper. I'm sure he has ended up in the local paper for being a goddamn legend and leading the local sixth form team to a county championship. We love Mr. Gibson around here. And yes, I will be calling him Mr. Gibson from now on. In fact, you've earned it, son. I will also add him to my staff shortlist, just in case there's an opportunity to bring Mr. Gibson in as a coach later in the save, potentially. Because, you know, I want him to have a good career. But yeah, Millie, the move's gone well. Finally sort of settled in now. I must admit, I don't know if anyone else has noticed this when they moved house. For the first 3 or 4 weeks of living here, it felt like I was in an Airbnb. I don't know how to explain it. Particularly with having to furnish the place too. It was all new stuff. It felt like I was living in or staying in an Airbnb, essentially. Like, it felt really temporary. Adoy is far too above us, unfortunately. We did try. Cross country. Speaking of cross country, actually, when I went on my run on Saturday, my long run, which I say long run, it was like 5 miles, which is very long for me. I actually ran past this field down by the station where they were literally doing like a cross country race which I assume was part of one of the schools or something. It was all like loads of people down there, music blaring out, marshals and everything. I was jogging alongside. There's just these women flying past. Others were by others. I don't think so, because he's on our staff shortlist, I believe, so, which means that we'd get notified if something was to happen to him. I don't know, I've written Adoy Denise, but see if he still comes up. Yeah, he does. Yeah, we'll be notified if anything happens. Yeah, it was strange. A creep show photo of you last night and your fetching run out of... I've been done there, haven't I? Oh, I've been done there. This was essentially me yesterday evening, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, he just looks like normal coach now. I bring you love. That makes it even worse, really, doesn't it? Oh, Tommy Bud, come on. I'll just keep putting these off. He's evolved. Oh, wait, we actually got a break. It's only 10 days, so I might just let the players simmer a little bit in this 10-day break rather than trying to shove a friendly in there, because that looks like it's a midweek game we've got against TNS. And we've now won back-to-back matches anyway, so I'm not super bothered about whacking a friendly in there in the middle of it. Actually, on a slightly more somber topic, unfortunately, but I've been meaning to bring this up. I found out yesterday, unfortunately, that my friend, her brother, had unfortunately tried to take his own life, and that weirdly affected me more than I thought it would do, just because, you know, I've had my own mental health struggles. But he has survived, but with what was described as life-altering injuries. I don't know the extent of it. He lives in America. In fact, weirdly, both of her brothers married American girls and both moved to the States, which is interesting. Just must have a type. And but the problem is, of course, like, he has a wife and kids, and she now is struggling. Obviously, can't support the family by herself with her income alone. So it's put them in an extremely horrible position, basically. Yeah, it's just one of those things that you don't expect, really. Brings you love and a reminder about, well, yeah. Yeah, they do have a GoFundMe, and I'm happy to share it, but I also don't want to, because these are strangers that you don't know. But my friend did set up a GoFundMe for them. I think she might not be the one that set it up, but she showed it to me and a few of our other friends, basically, because it's the only way. So if you want, I can dig that out, but I'm more than happy to, like, you know, just leave it and just be, yeah, because it's just a horrible situation, basically. It's just a really horrible situation. Exactly, Misha. And this is the thing. It's one of those ones where it just comes out of the blue as well, from what I know. But I don't know the specifics. I haven't seen him for quite some time. But it's just, you know, it was a horrible situation. Just not one of the things you expect, really. Excuse me. Monza are still second in the league, by the way, which is crazy. Please share. Okay, let me see if I can... Christ, I don't know where it is. Hang on. Sorry, I've got to load WhatsApp on my PC. Un momento, chat. Because I think she put it in a WhatsApp. Oh, great. Now it's updating. May take several minutes. It's fine. Couldn't update automatically. Oh, fucking fantastic. Oh, hang on. This is the wrong one, I think. As if it won't load. I think this is the wrong version of WhatsApp. That's the one. I've got one installed through the Microsoft Store and one actually downloaded properly. Is this it? Yes, it is. Okay. Copy link. Okay, cool. One sec, chat. This is the GoFundMe. Oh, shit. Let me do it twice. But yeah, if anyone has a quid or two, consider that, basically. It's a fucking shit situation. But I promised I would try to talk about it just because, well, yeah, these are things. I didn't realize how much it had affected me until I was sat in bed last night, just feeling weirdly anxious. And I think it's just because I've been in dark places myself. Never that dark, obviously. But you worry how close you are to that sometimes. And yeah, I don't want to lose any of you. And I don't want to lose anyone close to me either. Or have people close to me lose someone. Thankfully, she hasn't. But, you know, it's one of those things that, you know. So apologies if I've brought the mood down a little bit there, chat, but I feel like sometimes it's important to discuss things like that. So yeah, thank you for taking a minute of your time to listen to me talk about this particular thing, and I will try to resume regular programming now and bring the vibes back up again. Sure, okay with losing me. Rob, honestly, for being real for a second, I would hate that. I can think of nothing I'd hate more, honestly, other than literally everyone else, right? That's other than everyone else. You know what I mean? I would hate that. For those of you that remember, a few years ago, we thought we'd lost someone from chat, and that was horrible. In the end, we didn't. That was a whole weird situation. Very different indeed. But yeah, indeed. So thank you, chat. I'll look after... I see you. I see you, Rob. I see you sneaking in there. Chronic depression says about 18. Not worth it. Yeah.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire
Look, honestly, chat, this is me being entirely genuine. If you ever do feel like that, reach out to someone. Reach out to fucking me. I've had people reach out to me in the past. So I will listen. I promise you. Lazy Laszlo! Sorry, change of topic there. Thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you, friend. Sorry about that, Master Trams, but like sometimes you've got to talk about hard topics occasionally. In situations with things like that, I do not apologise for it. But I will try to return us back to some solid vibes now. Permission to touch, Matt? Permission granted. Hello, Aiden. A fun game from our football group chat. Yes. You'd love to see it. Also, I must admit, my first thought when that Bromley goal went in was, oh no, Hadrian's going to hate that. Trained therapist. I'm not. My sister's training to be a therapist. So there you go. Fiona! I'll get her in there. First football wank. Jay Ridley, thank you for the follow. To be honest, well, yeah, no, I'm not surprised. Sure, full of pasta. Tell you what, Harv, I was eyeing up those 5 kilo bags of fusilli when I was in Tesco's on Saturday. I thought of you. Like, I genuinely pointed to them and went to Pog. Harvard like that. Sorry for that one. Yeah, all right. I'm a hypocrite, Dan. So I've called Dan Harv, and now I've called Daz a Dan. Who's gonna get called Daz next? Could it be Harv to complete the full triangle? No, I mean Pog actually is gonna make me an appointment about that soon. That's the one thing on my list that I've not accomplished yet this year. Yeah, that's the thing with the Tamworth situation. The moment I stopped streaming, I just switched the game on and. They had that chance as well in the 96th minute. I thought they might have had it. This is addressing computers. I know. 123 Fake Street. 2 kilo bag of pappardelle. Oh, what shape is pappardelle? The league is going surprisingly well. Actually, we just beat the team second place 5-0 away from home. Incredible. That shows the strength of your will, Exodio. Truthfully, Pog's friend suffers from something quite similar. But more recently, it's come on. The fat spaghetti. Oh, really? 2 sides of the West London coin. What does that make me? The edge? I'll take it. I'm thin. I do like tagliatelle, to be fair. Patreon. Yes, I can. Absolutely. Sorry, Alex. Yeah. I don't know if you're... That is the biggest link in history as well, yeah. Shout out to that. Oh, look. You know it's bad when you got to accept the cookies. Oh, I see. You're right. It is just thick. God, that's actually kind of fire. All right. I'm in. Yeah, so no games played for Peterborough yet. Hang on, let me just get career stats back. I had to remove this because of, fuck. The one time I can't find career stats. There we go. Oh, it's there. I'm a moron. It just got moved around a little bit. So yeah, no games yet played for Peterborough, but he has played a few non-competitive matches at the very least, which is some friendlies. Given that he is still only 17, I think it's going to be a while yet, but maybe when he turns 18, there should be a chance, potentially. Because normality, I agree. No, it's great. Stubborn to go, oh, yeah. Holofab is the king of stubbornness when it comes to health, and Holofab, it's so lovely to have you back in chat regularly, mate. Honestly, so good. Don't have enough budget to scout your own league. So at that point, really, it's entirely... Doff, suggest transfer targets. That is literally your bread and butter at that point. Bowtie pasta. What's the bowtie one called? We had this discussion. I actually had this discussion when I had some mates over a couple of weeks ago. Because Pog wants to get some as well. I know there's another Barry Scott. But there is our American... Oh, hello. Wanted by loans? That means he might actually get some football potentially. Fafala, yes. Because isn't it actually not a bowtie? It's something else that it's supposed to be. I forget what Fafala translates to. Stewing in the... You'll get there. You'll get there. Wondrous Skylight. Thank you for the butterflies. That's it, yeah. Thank you for the 100 bits.
Hello, Matto and Chatto. How the bloody hell are you? Was doing an online job assessment for an apprentice at Williams, the F1 team.
No way.
Funny that my surname is Williams. Matt Bloomfield is most likely going to Luton, which is kinda shite, but hey ho, new owners and all that. Considering we paid 500,000 euros for a player last week and is planning to pay almost 1 million euros for another. Flipping mental. Hoping for Dave Buckingham or most likely Brentford's assistant manager.
Well, there you go. It was a good win against, oh, so close. There's a region called Harry Porter from Waterford. Harry Potter from Waterford. We'll take that. It was a terrible accent. Apologies, chat. Apologies to any Irish people. I'll refund you points for that. Right, top scoring patrons. Now we can figure that out at least. Dave Buckingham. I assume it was Des Buckingham, right? Oh, actually, I already have it set up. So, top scoring one at the moment, in terms of league goals, is Red Argyle of Milwaukee Wave. And I assume that's because the Milwaukee Wave feels like a Nazzle team. In fact, it might even be lower than that. What league do Milwaukee Wave even play in? United States Adult Soccer Association. No children allowed, which is ironic because they're in Red Argyle 17. But there you go. Minesian actually now has 9 goals. Presumably that was because of that spell on loan in the lower leagues of Spain. Small Goods has got some, but they're probably for the, their MPL team. So not a lot of you have got goals yet. Although Corley has got a goal on their debut for Bose. And Radiance Ham intrigues me a lot. The fact that he's getting senior minutes and goals for Coventry City is extremely interesting to me. I think there could be some real quality coming out of Radiance Ham. Amateur non-contract. Yeah, really, at that level, you're just going to have to rely entirely. Like, bear in mind, I would say 95% of our scouting over the summer was done using transfer targets, and we didn't even have to do that. But it's so powerful, truly. Kind of a relatable one. Let's see. Do you know what? That was my biggest issue, was that kind of paralysis and shit. And I finish each day exhausted having to push through it all, but I really am. So far, I've not had a single day where I didn't believe that I did my best this year. And I think that's really all you can ask of yourself, right? Come on, Barry. They're getting absolutely battered. This is perfect for us. And yet we're still only 4 points above the drop zone, despite that. We're actually still closer to the relegation zone, incredibly. New England Patriots! Thank you for the 25 months. Haringey. Someone was on loan, I think, at Haringey. Pasta sauce met with horse testicle. Bollocks necks. Why should it indeed? But then when tomorrow comes along, it's just like, oh, mate. It just piles up. I find having to-do lists on to-do lists really helps me. The satisfaction of ticking things off to-do lists really helps. Even if it's small tasks, I find that it gets the momentum going quite a lot. But I must admit, if I do forget to put something on the to-do list, it is just dead to me. Yesterday, for example, I forgot to put hoovering on the to-do list. Pod comes home and goes, could have done with the hoovering. I'm like, no, I forgot. Past news is exactly. Why do today what you might not need to do tomorrow? I'm trying to change my attitude towards these things for this year to really get better things out of myself, essentially. Ooh. I don't like that. I do like the idea of starting Kane Richardson, but I'd probably rather start him there, bring him Bock back there, and my boy Brocky into his role, because Devon Brocky is my favourite human being at the moment, outside of Pog anyway. Devon Poggy. Right, so Amissa and Roberts is not what I want. Now that we've got a first choice available to us again, it would be silly. Amissa or Roberts? Because one of them is going to play alongside Fernand Gill. Right-footed. Okay, that wins it. It's going to be Roberts that's coming out for the time being, just so we get the right-footedness. Yeah, I'm going to have to hoover. I'll do it after stream, chat. Anyway, just write down what we're multiplying. Yeah, actually, hold on. I have that exact thing. So I have this app called Dailyo that allows me to keep track of my mood throughout the day, but also activities done in each section. So I have it go off 3 times. That way I can keep track of what makes me feel good, what makes me feel bad, and you can kind of sort your day out. But also it has these like goals. One of which I have is called Be Grateful, which comes up at the evening. But I've changed it to basically think of something good that happened today. And every day I do that. And it does help. Pog is actually in the game. I've put Pog in the game. I gave Pog a free Patreon regen in this save. I'll show you in a minute. Buzzing. Tell you what, right? If you're ever in the need for a new Hoover, the Amazon Basics one that I bought is an absolute banger. It was like £43 for like a really good Hoover from Amazon Basics. I was surprised at how good it was. But insanely good. Would highly recommend if you just need a Hoover quickly. Brilliant Hoover. Pay good money. Hey, technically Pog does have a sub. You never see Pog renewing her sub on stream though, do you? Lazy bitch. Harvey's... Do you know what? I might even start McGlone again. Scored the last game. Has actually put up some good numbers, to be fair. Lord Suhail, thank you for the 3 months. How's it going, friend? Lovely to see you.
To many more.
Scum. If I date me, yeah, you do, cry about heat, but you got to get on that first. Luxury tax potentially... What, like, isn't that like what they have in basketball? Forgive me as I'm not familiar with the NBA rules entirely, but I believe that's something like they have in basketball, right? We got Harry Newton. Actually, who do I want on the bench? There's lots of options. It's nice having options for once. We've got Ewing on the bench. We don't really need Hazard. Some of these guys... Actually, do I even need to replace anyone on the bench? Mackay Welsh... No, I'll just leave the bench as it is. Can't say about Pog. Pog is the best. She really is. Speaking of which, Pog has a phone interview today, and on Thursday has 2 more interviews with 2 other different companies. Which is dope. She's smashing it. Recruitment company, car dealership, letting agency. Yeah, Pog Murphy, here she is, at Aston Villa, playing... did get a game in the EFL Trophy, albeit off the bench, but there you go. Oh, I just got a text from my mum saying that she donated to my friend Charlotte's brother's GoFundMe thing. That's really... Mum, if you see this, which you obviously did, because otherwise... you obviously are watching stream, otherwise how else would you know? Firstly, love you, how's it going? Secondly, thank you for that. That's very, very kind of you. 69 kg. It's like Pog... Bear in mind, I didn't put that in as her weight. I would never put her. Mum is sentient. To be fair, mums are sentient. Well, obviously. For some reason, the word sentient struck more meaning than it should have done. I think it's because I read that as omniscient. That face when your mum is sentient. I love it. So I essentially assumed the word that Hadrian was actually thinking. Chat, maybe I'm sentient. That face when you're sentient. Thinking NBA. Yeah, no, I know it is. I just didn't know exactly how it works. Oh, bought accepted an 83k bid. Oh my god. That's fine. Could I suggest, hard news, a little sojourn potentially to my favourite league, Serie C? I say favourite because I haven't managed there yet. Mum's usually said it, yeah. Leather couch, camera, and a different mast. Should get one of them. She's Pog. Chat, I'm not sure chat is sentient. As a collective, maybe. She knows about the pacifier. She does. She does. Well, I'm guessing so. That's right, Harv. My mother is aware of you. My mother will be hearing about this. This is a free hit game. There's no way we're taking anything from TNS. These guys are clearly on a revenge mission after the horrendous season they had last year, coming 4th in the league. They're going to absolutely blitz it this season, and that's fine. I still think, though, there is an outside chance of us getting into the championship group. If we play our cards right, 6th place is what it would take, but with how close the league is, we just need a couple of good results. Getting that goal difference to stay high, you never know. Oh, bloody hell, that was close. Serie C is fantastic league, I think. Now, that remains to be seen. But I was looking at it again earlier, just have a look at some of the jobs that might come up soon, because there is a team, that team Imperia we looked at, that are really struggling. So I was just, seeing what might come along. Oh, go on. Oh, Brocky. Go on, Devon. Drop it across. Oh, look at that. Really like this guy. Taylor. Oh, the patience. It's Ben Collins. The Stingers hit the post, and it's a penalty. We have a penalty against TNS. Stepdaddy. We have a chance to take the lead against TNS. It's Jay Tinsdale from the spot. Bang, 1-0. That was a really nice bit of play. And maybe, just maybe, that cohesion is really starting to come now. Like a consistent starting 11 is making a difference. How useful for our affiliates? It depends what type of affiliate. So if it's a senior affiliate, then it has a purpose in the sense that you can get free loan players. If you can get one, they are really, really valuable. For example, when we were at MTK, we had Liverpool as a senior affiliate, which not only meant that we got access to their scouting range, which was... Oh, hello. Hang on a minute. Wait a second. But you also meant that we could get loan players on freeze, like free loans from Liverpool. Are we going to get a second goal here? Have we just suddenly become good? Look at the football we're playing. Oh, that was it. It would send us up to 5th as well. and starts to gap those other teams a little bit, albeit with a game extra played. They're also useful for, in theory, increasing the variety of players you get in your youth intakes. Now, I can't remember the exact specifics of how that actually works in terms of what effect it has, because Max did a whole thing about this. Mr. Do you know, Misha, literally, that's what I feel like will happen to us. Either we'll end up winning the league in Serie C with a random team, or we'll come like 11th, which is one of the few positions that don't get in the playoffs. Swinburne, it's 2. We are 2-0 up against New Saints, and... Oh, I'm telling you now, I feel like Sam Aston might be cooked as far as starting in this team. Swinburne is just doing things. What a goal. Like, it's flicked over to him by Ben Collins. Full on the volley, bang. He's even taken his corner office now. Insane work. 2-0 up against TNS. Maybe we're in the title race now? Wait a minute. Is that not a foul? How is that not a foul? We're going to give away a penalty now, aren't we? What a save from Kaiser. I don't know, just literally... honestly, I don't think we had a single... Bear in mind, it was right at the start of the save, Bakroon, so we never really had any players that were good enough for Liverpool to want to buy. They did have that first dibs thing, like a lot of the clubs have, but I've never once had a club trigger that first dibs thing on one of my players before. I feel like it doesn't work as well as it should do. I feel like it actually should happen more. Oh. Yeah, Swinburne is just next level. No, I haven't forgiven him for the red card. And in addition, when Swinburne came in to actually start playing regularly as a result of that red card, he's absolutely smashed it. So Sam Aston feel like he can't be trusted. Swinburne has basically had way more XG in way fewer games. And he's got 8 goals this season already now. I think he's just basically taken over that role. Here we come. Look at this from TNS. Tinsdale was incredibly... No, okay. We are so good in transition. I really love watching us on the counter-attack. And I guess against teams like TNS, counter-attacking football is actually incredibly useful. Oh, that's a lovely pass. This is the quality that they have that, yeah, we simply don't. Ah, dear. Owen Beck's wing-back, not wing-back, indeed. The wing-back come wing-back. Tackled the ball. Really? Oh, I guess that's why he went to ground. It looked to me like he got the ball and got touched by the other guy, but I'm guessing not. I mean, this is 3 points. If we take the win here, then it's literally just a free hit. That's overdoing it a little bit there. Yeah, Swinburne is a lone player, but remember, we know that this is our last season at Cardiff Tracks anyway, so Swinburne being a lone player actually doesn't matter too much. I'd be more worried if we were like, oh, Christ, now they've woken up a little bit. Oh, he's missed it. Jesus. TNS, I think, are probably still going to win this game. They've just had a really slow start, but that's okay. We've sort of shown that we can... not match them, but like... Wait, they're going more cautious? That could still work out for them, potentially. Haven't actually paid. Oh, we could be. Someone did mention something about TNS selling a player to Saudi and then not paying. Look at that, McGlone's in there again. TNS have been really sloppy in possession in this game. That's a great pass. It's Mbok. Surely he can't make it 3. Oh my god, he has. It's 3-1. Babu Mbok. Tinsdale has looked really good off the left-hand side as well. I'm really glad that I signed him at the last second because Che Ewing hasn't really had a sniff much. But again, really good from McGlone. We're 3-1 up. We've scored 8 goals in our last 2 games. Look at that for a ball through. We love these outside-of-the-box finishes from like that. That won't work so well for us when we're in the higher leagues because goalkeepers will be better. But at this level, even in Serie C, honestly, it can make a huge difference. Hands every time he scores. I probably should, actually. A little Mbok button. We still haven't really got the next meme beyond the old Josh Allen yet, which will 100% find its way into a video. If we get to Europe, probably not. I'd leave them in that. I think I'd still want to... although that's the only thing that would give me pause for thought is if we were to get into Europe. I would probably still want to tackle a Serie C because I don't think getting into Europe would give us any reputation. So it wouldn't actually be progressing us. I believe every team in Serie C is professional. I might be wrong, but I think they're all professional. I think it's Serie D when it starts to change, or it might be a mix. But with Joshie King, he looks so good against Watford in the Cup. He only got like 20 minutes, half an hour in that game, but he looked so powerful. Not even powerful. He looked like the second coming of Ricardo Carvalho, but even better. Not Ricardo Carvalho, Fabio Carvalho. He looks so goddamn good. He's got no fear. He just picks the ball up and runs at people, but actually with purpose rather than just like aimlessly, which is what I thought Marshall Goddo has done, and now Ben Collins has given TNS a penalty. The rep will be so much higher, yeah. But remember, we're up to 10% reputation now. Come on. Right, 3-2. TNS are back in it. We're giving them a go. The fact that we're even giving these guys a match is surprising to me. Brad Young, that name definitely rings a bell. Yeah, Collins has not had the best time of it as of late. Oh, okay, going long. Why? Hopefully this is going to work out for us. Yeah, the club rep will definitely help. I'm hoping that now that we've got 10% reputation, that will be enough for us to get a Serie C job. I think that doubling of the rep. I do want to try and work out... oh, hang on. Look at that past the edge of the box. It's Brocky. Oh, my God. That was such nice football as well. That was unbelievably good stuff. The fact that Brocky even went for the pullback there. This, tell you what, now that this tactic has clicked in with these players, I feel like the better players we get, obviously we're going to play better, but the football, the quality of the football being played by us is actually improving, like, season upon season. It feels like this tactic could have the minerals for the higher leagues, where we can actually get better quality footballers and really play some gorgeous football with it. Because I love some of the goals that we create playing this system. There's just runners from all over the place. Great tackle. Oh, no. Ben Hammond, 3-all. Hello, Steve. How's it going, man? Coach course in Serie C. I believe so. But at the very least, it gives us a chance, I think, to get some more reputation. The roles will 100% adapt. Although, I'm not sure which ones. Because I think the ones that will really adapt will be the centre-back roles. Those will definitely have to change to become ball-playing centre-backs at some point. Not in this save, not in this section of the save. We were 3-1 up, but they are the better side. We've maybe been a bit fortunate, if anything, but we get Philpott on. Brocky's not actually had the best day. I might even get Sam Aston on deeper. See if he can do something. Get Mackay Welsh on. And Miss has been really shit again. Maybe get Tinsdale off, actually. I think the Miss has just got to not play anymore. It's something about him is just... He plays so poorly. Whereas Fernell Gill just always puts up good... Like, we've conceded 3 goals here, and yet Fernell Gill's still on 6.8. We will find a good partnership, and I believe that might actually be a Robertson Fernell Gill. Oh, imagine if we went back in front again. Collins? Sam Aston? Off the bar! Oh, mate. We've given them a really good game here. African right back list. Well, we could have easily ended up with something like that. It just so happened that we actually had a right one. The new Josh King, yes. It's the Fulham youngster who I believe has just turned 18. That's the next Josh King in the pipeline of Josh Kings. Please no. Oh, what a tackle. Oh, no. I feel like this is probably the one where they score. Oh, well played. Oh, great. No one box hurt himself. Go on, Swinburne. Oh, imagine they link up and Sam Aston actually does score one here. Tell you what, Sam Aston! And that's the difference. Those little runs from Aston there, that's good, but like... I hate the fact that I'm box injured, but I've got no substitutes. I've once again made the 5th sub and done it too early. Should only ever make 4 in those scenarios. Hey, if we got a point against TNS, I'd consider that a really good result for us. Oh, imagine we win it in stoppage time here. Come on. Taylor on the head of someone like Roberts. Make it happen, lads. Taking it slow. He wants to make sure we actually score the goal in stoppage time, so he's going to wait until we're into the 90th minute before he takes it. Come on, ball in. Oh, no! Yes! Kean Philpott! Cardiff Drax 4, New Saints 3. An absolute goal-mouth scramble of a goal, and we've surely now just beaten TNS. Come on! Unbelievable. It's a great header initially, actually, from Philpott. Brilliant save. Batters around. I don't know what Taylor Clark is doing there, but Philpott has forced it home. Get in, lad. Clip that. Oh, I'd be so annoyed if my defender did that. Oh, no. Please, no. Come on, don't you dare. Right, keeper, this is yours. Oh, no, he's going to bang this. What a bloody hell, what a strike. That should surely be enough now. Philpott keeps that ball. Go on, lad, run it up the pitch. Or out of play. Holy shit, 2 more minutes. Let's go. That is some result. Cardiff Drax 4, New Saints 3. We've scored 9 goals in our last 2 league games. Grabbing your principal. I don't know, Aiden. It would certainly be something to consider. You know what? You don't see a lot of goal-mouth scrambles like that in FM. Just because of the way that the game's programmed. Most of the time, they just clear it like that. Incredible. Erasmus. Ooh. 2018 playoffs. That's insane. I am looking forward to it, though. Well, yeah, this is the 3rd season. Suddenly, that top 6 We're only 4 points off the lead. Are we actually kind of good? Like, we've won our last 3 games. Do you know what? Actually, in our last 3 games, albeit in a cup game in there, do you know, actually, in our last 5 games in all competitions, we've scored 4 or more in 4 of them. We've scored 19 goals in our last 5 games. We're cooking. I don't know why it's saying Swinburne's got... I swear I said he had 8 goals. But it's the fact that he's overperforming his XG. So is Brocky. So is Nugent, actually. McGlone is looking good. Kean Philpott has definitely stepped up. Tinsdale's right on the ball, but he is getting assists as well. Damn. Passing. Well, the problem is, he probably does. Actually, does he? No, he doesn't. Sam Aston would be okay there, but he's not as good as Devon Brocky. That's the thing. He's just nowhere near as good as Devon Brocky in that role. As you saw from when he got through on goal in this game. Whereas I feel like Devon Brocky buries that, or takes an extra touch and then buries it. Oh, yeah. How bad is the injury to Babu and Bok? Oh, shit. Christ, man managed to finish the game. That's unfortunate, but it does mean that Kane Richardson is going to get a chance to play for a bit. So, not the end of the world. We were definitely fortunate in that game. But, hey, sometimes you need a little bit of fortune, right? Where are we at on the XG table? Still kind of basically exactly where we should be. We're overperforming the XG side of things, but points-wise, we're right where we should be. Or something. It's weird to think of him like that, considering how good he was last season for us. But it feels like in the top flight, against top flight goalkeepers, he just doesn't have that. I wonder if it's his composure. That, I think, for me, is the difference. Sam Aston has really good finishing and all right long shots, but he only has 6 composure. Whereas Swinburne has only 9 finishing, but he's got that 10 composure, and I think that's really what's doing the difference for him. He does have very low concentrations. What's his decisions compared to Aston? Just whack on player comparison here. He's got better decisions as well. I don't know. Like, you'd think Philpott would actually be perfect because he's kind of a nice balance of the two, but actually, I think Philpott is very good. Maybe it was just a case of match sharpness. So Pennybont away now as well, the reigning champions of this league, but they are having a bit of a shit time of it. Like, if we can get a dub there, we then get Rill of the second tier in the cup, followed by Haverfordwest at home. There's a chance to go on a potential little bit of a run here. Peterhead versus Cardiff Met. Is this that, that's a Scottish side, isn't it? So that means that Cardiff Met University are playing in that, the Iron Brew what's-a-majiggy. Challenge Cup, that's it. How do you get into the Challenge Cup, or is it just random? Let me just go back a little bit. Hearts B. Brecon City from the lower leagues. Some reserve teams. So where do the Welsh teams come in? So Pennybont are in there. Linfield are in there. There's Cardiff Met Uni. There's Larne. So there's definitely more than one Welsh side in it. We've got Pennybont and we've got Cardiff Met. And then they have Larne and Linfield. Were Pennymont and Larne the top 2 last season? Not Larne. They were. Okay, so yeah, it was the 2 teams that came in the top 2 last season, basically. That's kind of cool. Be cool to qualify for something like that. Also, I like the fact that FM manages to model that absolutely fine and yet struggles with things like the French Cup to actually make that work properly. Not that it matters, because Hadrian, of course, has fixed it. Pledges loyalty to Iron Brew. To be fair, I am a fan. Every time I go to B&M, I grab myself a can of, like the, what's it called? 1906 or something. The original recipe Iron Brew. And it just tastes, I know it costs more, but it just tastes so much fucking better. It reminds me of going to Scotland as a kid. Do you know what I would buy by the tenfold? If they brought back original recipe Tizer, then they could have all the money in my bank account, which is not very much, I admit. But still, it would be enough to buy some Tizer. Because original recipe Tizer was next level good. Hang on. Josh Onamadone. I'm sure I've said that incorrectly, but hopefully I haven't. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. A Commonwealth Cup up there. It's on the list, basically. I'm just working through stuff at the moment. So we've got the agent video on the updated database, which hopefully will come, or hopefully we'll get the streaming this week. It might be Thursday night, potentially, because there's Premier League football on the other days, and I've now got to do more stuff than I thought I did because I got a new idea out of it and then had to resyn things. A tutorial about that, the Mariska Mersh video to begin the recaps for this, FM Wave. I have a huge amount of stuff I want to get out before the end of FM24, basically. But that'll be one of those things, because it shouldn't take much to do that for a video. But I still want to make it like good, you know? Coaching attributes haven't developed at all, I don't think, because they're based entirely on your badges, I believe. As far as I'm aware, your coaching attributes, yeah. I don't think these change until we start getting coaching badges, basically. The only thing we can... Josh on a mad one. That makes more sense, Josh. To be fair, I thought it sounded slightly like a Nigerian surname, potentially. Do you see what I mean? Like, Ona Madonna. It sounds like the sort of... A guy, you could totally see him being up front for Nigeria with that surname. I don't know if it's even a real surname, but it just sounds like a Nigerian surname or something. It's cool, though. You should go with it. Not Sirichi level still, no. So, media handling is 24... Wait, why does that look high? Why does that look high? I swear we were on 10 before, right? What have we done that's given us 15? Does it just naturally tick up in certain areas for certain things? I'm not knocking it, because that's really going to land us a nice Serie G job. I'm just confused as to why that's gone up. Oh, for sure, yeah. Working with youngsters. I don't believe so, no. Roy's great. Apparently so. I mean, I'll take it. Fallen Dan, thank you very much for the 7 months. That's super nice of you, friend.
6 months and I still can't play FM. Whoop whoop.
Ah, shit. Why not, Dan? Is it just a case of computer issues? I mean, good for us. I think at that stage now, 15% rep, even though we've not got the coaching badges, should be enough for us to get a Serie G job. Hello, Sean. Speaking of, just bad at it. It's fine. I have proven, Dan, over the years that you don't need to be good at this game to enjoy it. Let me be living proof of that. Any new updates for Serie G? Oh, there you go. Serie G is cooking up. I'm still happy with how we're doing right now, so I'm not going to like jump at any of these right now. I think our best bet is probably to just see the season out and go in the summer, unless something crazy happens to us. Got some TikTok photos for the mad formation. I actually haven't put the formation on TikTok yet. I haven't had a chance to make any more TikToks, so we've run dry on those currently. But unfortunately, the one I put out day before, didn't do so well. But hey, maybe just people aren't interested in Chilean football. Maybe I shouldn't have put it up front. I should have lied. I might have to make some content about this tactic. If this tactic continues to work, it'd be very interesting. Because it's one of those ones that on paper looks really silly, but it does have a lot of logic to it in many ways. I don't know why I scrolled this list as if I was going to see us on there. Banger, that's perfect, actually, because they've had a midweek game and we haven't. So Pennymont are not only going to have dropped points there, but they're also going to be tired now. Yeah, they played a game on Wednesday and we've had a full week off. This is a chance for us to get another dub. FM Scotland. Well, they can ask me first. It's not one of those ones you just accidentally stumble upon, is it? Like, ban on TikTok. I couldn't care less. What ban? I've not heard anything about that. Oh, is it a US thing? Oh, then it doesn't matter then, does it? It's not going to affect me anyway. Right. He appears to have dropped. Do you know what? Gets forward. I don't even hate that for him. That might actually be quite... I don't like that he's got that role, considering I never asked for it, but I don't actually hate that for him. Oh. I was kind of hoping we might sneak a manager of the month there. Spend of absence for it. Fair. It's one of those things that will probably never come to pass anyway, and that sounds a little bit too political for my liking.
Do you know if there's a train?
That trait, I think, the trait is good, but it has to be on the right player. I'm a little bit annoyed though that they put it on a guy that I didn't specifically ask them to, but you know how it is with those things. Gareth Cook, he's really not. So basically, I think Gareth Cook might have been one of the... I've written Cook Gareth again, but that's fine. I think it's yeah, see what I mean? I think if we get a chance to look back on this, I'd be willing to bet he's one of those guys that came through with like quite high CA, but not that high PA comparatively speaking. So it was only like maybe 10 higher. He's still developing, but I don't think he's ever going to be anything useful, basically. What trait? Gets forward wherever possible. Scoozy the boy! Thank you for the follow. Short form... Short form content, yeah, it is about quantity, but the end of the day, you could put out a lot of stuff, and if it's all shit, it doesn't matter, right? So that's why I'm still trying to focus on not just random uploading Twitch clips, right? I am making bespoke content for TikTok. And it's worked. The Deli Alley one has like 120,000 views now. And from an income standpoint, it's different because on TikTok, the videos have to be over a minute long in order to even be monetized. So you can't, they're not even that short form at that point. Still be shit. Literally. It's not the same as other channels. Oh, for sure, yeah. Like a view on TikTok is just like someone scrolled past it. But at least it is an indicator that it is showing up in the algorithm more. Like it still has like 8,000 likes. It's not like it's a... Yeah. TikTok is essentially just a platform that I can use to drive people to other platforms that are... But I can at least actually earn money on TikTok now because I do have monetization, finally. I don't know how that's actually going to work and how much you can really get from it. But, you know, it's an extra feather in the bow. And I do just really like making short form content like that sometimes. It's just kind of fun. Versus the viewer count. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Although I find sometimes I'll have ones with really high like rates, like ratios that just have no like algorithmic push for whatever reason. Right, this time we're going to go with a Roberts and Fernal Gill backline. I know that they're both right-footed, but I just don't trust a misser. You just ain't in it. DaVinci Resolve be completely free? Because you can pay for it. There is an enterprise license and you are allowed to pay for it, I believe. So they work on like a freemium model. I've never actually used it, but if you are getting into content creation, I would highly recommend it. I always recommend it to everybody else, but I'm too deep into the Adobe pipeline now to switch to a new piece of software, particularly when I'm paying 60 quid a month for Adobe. That's good news, Sharpie. That shows that it's working, then. To be fair, I have over the last weekend 1,000 followers on TikTok, which it's great for growth, but just because someone's following you doesn't mean they're going to be shown your content when they're on TikTok, which is one of the things about it. So you still have to basically just be making every video as good as you can. Yeah, 2 minimum under 19 players, which obviously doesn't matter for us because most of our squad is under 19 as it happens. Team cohesion is definitely surely improving just because of the results, right? We'll check though. Yeah, so we're just ticking over into the green now. And a lot of these ones I'll be able to deal with without too much of an issue, I would have thought. Converting to following TikTok is hard. Yes, exactly. Oh, do you want to the bench? You're right. Yeah, I'll get Kane Richardson in again. Oh, wait, no, we can't because he's... Yeah, the issue is we'll do Harry instead of... I don't need 2 centre-backs, do I? For the timing, anyway. Ollie Elphick, thank you for the 5 months. How the devil are you, friend?
Hey, Matt. If you had to restart your YouTube channel tomorrow, what changes would you make?
Hang on, one thing at a time, because that's an interesting question, actually. Well, I've been sat in my pants just waiting. Hey, they're coming. They're coming, Jack. I'm back on it now, fully. I just had the flu for 3 weeks over Christmas. License is too old. Yeah, I mean, I got a deal on Adobe for a year where I was paying £30 a year for it, but now it's up to 60. Sorry, not £30 a year, £30 a month. It's expensive, but I do like a lot of the features they're putting into it. So, and I used it for a long time before then anyway. So, restart YouTube channel tomorrow. What changes would you make? Do you know what? I don't think I would change anything about my current journey along it because I feel like I've learned a lot through making mistakes in it, right? Tax deductible. Yeah. It's a business expense. It's the only time I use it. So it's fully tax deductible. But what I would say is if I was to give advice to a new content creator, I would say you need to have 2 different verticals going at once, short form and long form. So whether that long form is Twitch, whether that long form is YouTube, I don't know. Maybe both, right? But you need to have something to go alongside that, be it TikTok, Instagram Reels, or YouTube Shorts. Or honestly, why not all 3? Because you can just upload them to all 3 platforms, right? But you need to be using those to drive traffic towards the longer form content. I know you can monetize the short form stuff slightly better now than you used to be able to, but it really should still be a giant funnel to put yourself out there to drive content towards the other stuff, because you're not going to grow organically by just streaming on Twitch. YouTube you can grow organically by making content, but it has to be the right content. That's the thing. Pointed to figure out. I don't know. It's more of a thing I just kind of do because it's what I've always done type of thing. Discoverability is easier on TikTok. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if anyone in chat has actually found my content through TikTok. It seems probably unlikely. I know we used to have a few when I was more active on TikTok, and maybe that will change now that I'm more active again. But I know for a fact that Jack, who isn't in chat right now, but he is occasionally in chat, he actually found my content through TikTok. Because I remember he was the first person that was like, hey, I found you on TikTok. So I remember that specifically. J Tinsdale again. Players with more starts actually matter. It depends on the level. Stars is just a... Stars is always, as always, is a rule of thumb, right? So it should be the thing that gets you in the door. So say you're walking down a street, right? And you're looking for a new car, and you're walking past all these car dealerships. The stars is kind of like that fancy-ass car that you see, and you go, ooh, I wonder. But then you want to go in and actually look at the specifications of that car, and that's when you decide which one you actually want to buy. But that's the way I look at it, basically. It's like window shopping. I replaced you with all the Jacks. Yeah, Barrytown are having a poor time. Luckily, someone at least is winning in their stadium. It's just us instead. Your mates at the pub. Oh my god, it's... Oh, that should have been 2. Stats is like watching the... Yeah, and I kind of like that element of things, really. When did you realise we're winning the league this season? Do you know what? It's one of those whisper it quietly type of moments, but whisper it quietly, Cardiff Dracs are having an underrated top quality season, just considering the way that they started the year. They are legitimately... Oh my god, Fernal Gill's pulling out the Dennis Adoys. Little back pass there, quite literally. This would put us into a European place. We have the second best goal difference in the league. We've already beaten TNS. And now we're winning away at the reigning champions, Pennybont, who are admittedly in the relegation zone at the moment. But that's not the point. Oh, that's poor from Richardson. We've got injuries as well. Something about this team has just really, really clicked. Ever since that team... And remember, the team cohesion will continue to improve. This team isn't even in its final form as far as team cohesion goes. We've got way more to give. And I'm excited to see what that's going to look like, provided we get to that stage and they actually do develop further, or whether we just end up, you know... We're certainly not getting relegated, that's for sure. The relegation worries have very much gone out the window lately now that we've started winning virtually every game. Oh, what a touch from Mackay. That's brilliant. Slide it through. Oh, no. He has to slot him in there. We had such a lovely counter-attack move going there, and he's fucked it. And I have a horrible feeling we're going to concede off of it now. It's Manley. It's a bit of a tight angle, but he's probably still going to score, and he does. Jack Manley, great strike. That's unfortunate. First team. No, this is the second team, basically. So we did half a season in Luxembourg with Mariska merch. I already do put them on YouTube Shorts, Christian. But they go on the second channel's YouTube Shorts, because I'm not sure exactly how running Shorts on the main channel would go. I don't know. I just don't want to flood people's feeds. I don't really know how they show up. So I might switch over to that. But yeah, they're on straight red card at the moment as like a little tester to see how it goes. But yeah, so we did a season in Luxembourg. We took over a team who halfway through the year had not won a game. And then we actually made them good for the second half of the season. They still got relegated because they were so far behind. It was actually insane. But I was still proud of our results there. And then we come to Wales, took over a team that were newly promoted to the second tier and have actually won the second tier, promoted them to the top flight. And now we're actually in a European battle in the top flight, which is incredible. Yeah, that's the other thing. With our team being so young, they're going to be developing a lot this season too, because they're all going to be exposed to huge amounts of game time. So we're going to see a lot of CA increases, I would have thought, over the course of this year. Good shooting. Yeah, so Segunda Volante, if it's a specialist role like a Segunda Volante, you are going to have to use your own judgment. So for example, with Segunda Volantes, what I used to do, because I used to play Segunda Volante on my last save tactic, what I would do for those is I would essentially look for attacking midfielders or CMs that had really good tackling, and kind of retrain it from there. Tinsdale's through. Go on, Jay. Oh, it's just wide. Because he's a relegate. Yeah, it's sort of like getting hoisted by my petard as per. Uncheck the notify subs button. Really? That's interesting. Streaming on TikTok. The problem is this computer wouldn't allow me to do that, because if I was to stream on TikTok, I would need to use a separate canvas and something called Atium. So I'd have to have an entirely new stream setup that runs parallel to it, and it would have to render 2 streams at the same time, which this computer is simply not capable of doing. In addition, I simply don't believe that streaming on TikTok with this kind of content would really be that useful. I think that what this lends itself to is the short form stuff. We're going to lose them, aren't we? Cool. Favorite movie ever, Chef. Unironically. Like, isn't something I say as a joke. New computer coming. When I build/buy it. It's with the way that F124 over the course of 2024 went for me, it was a tough one in terms of putting money away, basically. But I will get something sorted, hopefully. Once we know the specs, I think it would really help, right? Basically, what you want is like a Metzala type of player for a Segunda Volante, but that has good tackling, pretty much. But I'm hoping over the next couple of months I can really knuckle down on the content and get that back in there, pretty much. Bad for mobile. Yeah. I mean, it works for clips, but I don't believe it works for, yeah. Doesn't get sent everywhere. That's a good point, Jack. I might try that with the next couple on Straight Red Card just to see if there is any difference, and then I can thank you for it. Let's try that. That's a good point. McGlone's been trash, unfortunately. We'll get Kean on again. Swinburne's not had the best day, but also not had the worst day either. We'll get Wright on. Ben Collins has been terrible. We'll get Clay in at left back. This has been a really poor performance from us, actually, which is annoying, as it's unlike us. But there you go. Hope nobody uses honey. Oh, God, innit? What an absolute joke that is. A VPN sponsor. I told you guys years ago how it was Nord approached me about a sponsorship. Sent me, I responded and said, yeah, cool, that sounds really good. Went to them, and then there was like this login thing, and you had to be approved for it. And then when I set up the thing for it, it had to be approved by them. They then sent me an email saying, oh yeah, we're no longer interested. I was like, you approached me! Like, what do you want me to do? The shorts are, oh, interesting. Okay, I'll definitely try that then, Jack, because that'll be an interesting little ditty. This is not good. We're actually, ironically, we're kind of getting our just desserts a little bit here, because we've had a few games this season where we've not been the better side and we've won. And unfortunately, I think Pennybont have just got the reputation on us. Like, they may well be down towards the bottom of the league, but they are the reigning champions. Huel sponsor, never. No, there's a few sponsors I wouldn't do. Like BetterHelp, for example, or Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends because I don't like the game, and I feel like it's just a bit, yeah, so not for me. Viewer engagement thing, like Clayton Z. Ban angle. So when you say viewer engagement, what do you mean? As Swinburne's through? Can Swinburne win it? Oh, mate. HelloFresh, maybe? I don't know. What's wrong with that? It's just therapy. They had all kinds of like HIPAA violations, if I recall correctly. I can't remember the specifics. They were basically doing some dodgy shit with the data, and I don't want to promote that, if I remember correctly. Grinding 30 seasons. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just some of the way that they advertise. They do offer a lot of money, which is why people take their sponsorships, right? 23. I don't think they ever really advertised on YouTube, did it? Well, that's why I've tried to avoid taking sponsorships for the most part. Like the few that I've done have been with like football apps, things that are directly related to my content that I know that you would actually be interested in. That's the way that I want to take it. And if like larger companies that were more like trust, wow, that's really annoying. Yeah, no, that's a good idea, Jack. I'll definitely try it. Saver says. So it's funny you say that, Dan. I am actually working on a series. The TikTok thing I'm doing is actually a test to see if I could pull off a YouTube series I want to try that has that exact type of thing. So essentially, I want to do a YouTube version of the weird things found in my FM saves with all the user submissions. So they're like the stuff I've been doing on TikTok, but longer investigations into each thing so I can show a bit more. And obviously, like, not individual ones per video. So it wouldn't just be the one about the Andorran team. There'd be like 5 or 6 in a video. So it's like 15 minutes long. People can then submit. That's basically what I wanted to do. And I think, personally, it would be quite good. I just want to accumulate enough stuff for the first one, try it out, and then see how it does, basically. So people can send me weird stuff they found in their saves that isn't things that they've done. It's things that has happened to other teams in their saves. That's where I feel like it's really interesting. That I feel like there's a little gap in the market for that type of content. I've just praised them for winning. You've been FM'd, maybe. But that's the thing. I don't think it would be... Yeah. I get what you're saying, though. But yeah, that's what I want to do. Potentially, anyway. Because then it's a series, but each one it's unique enough that it doesn't matter that it's a series. So it won't have the same like negatives that you get with YouTube series these days. Because the first one would simply be called something like this Andorran team didn't score a single goal all season. And then it's like talking about that, but also several other stories from that same thing. But yeah, if you guys reckon it's a good idea, I will pursue it properly. Because I'm sick of having ideas, not pursuing them and seeing other people do them a year later and then having them be really successful. And me being like, shit, why didn't I just do it when I had the chance? Like, when I took my little break from YouTube, I actually had an idea. I've got the graphics for it. I've even got some videos I made for it and never put up. For essentially, you know what? Those of you that watch FNG, here's This Week in Football. Sorry. I can't remember what the series is actually called, but I literally had an idea for a channel called This Week in Football. I even had everything registered for it, and I just never actually put Football This Week. Yeah, mine was called This Week in Football, but it's the same exact thing, basically. And that was in like 2018, and I should have just done it. But that's how it is, right? My flakiness is what's cost me on those things. You've Been Framed was an absolute banging show. I mean, it's kind of been replaced by like your sort of YouTube fail compilations, right? Oh, you know, it's brilliant, and I feel like it works better with the way that Niran does it anyway. But he's so good, and it's such a great show. Planet's friendliest FM. Here, when you talk about tax deductible, business expensive. No, so basically, some of us do, some of us don't, Master Trams. You'd have to ask people individually as to whether they do. So basically, because of the way that UK taxes work, you can register as a company if you want to, and there are definitely benefits and drawbacks to doing that, depending on how much income you have. But I'm not registered as a company. I'm registered as a sole trader. So essentially, I just file what's called a self-assessment, which is basically a tax form, which I basically fill in, where I essentially tell the government tell HMRC how much money I made this year and how many expenses I incurred. I don't actually have to tell them what those expenses are. You can do, but you don't have to. But obviously, I do keep track of all my expenses to work these numbers out in case I ever get audited. But most of the time, they're not really bothered about people like me. And obviously, I'm probably paying more tax than I should be anyway. I'm sure there's ways I could pay less, but I'm just simply not asked about it right now. And when it's things like tax deductible and business expensive, it's things like, say, my Adobe Premiere subscription, right? I only ever use that for business stuff because I'm never making videos for anything else. So what it means basically is that I pay £60 a month, which is what, £720 a year for that? It means that at the end of the year, I can put that on my expenses and say, I spent £720 on this. And what it means is I get to offset that against my income and pay slightly less income tax in the same way that a business would do, basically. That's like a really like dumbed down version of it. Otherwise, you'd be paying taxes on profits that didn't exist. Because you only pay tax on your profits, essentially. Which is why some people do that thing with like salary sacrifice, where they essentially only get paid the minimum wage and they do some other dodgy stuff. But yeah. Sole trader. Yeah, most I think of us are sole traders. I think some of the bigger guys probably aren't anymore. But that's essentially how it works. So when we talk about things like being tax deductible, we're just basically saying you can write it off against your taxes. So it's an expense. I'm going to have to do that again, aren't I? So many of these guys are going to kick off soon. Pretty much the same with me, Misha. Oh, I did like a Portsmouth. My apologies, chat. Yeah, we're all multimillionaires, obviously. League One under Frank Lampard. Sole trader in it, yeah. Also have a normal job. So the way it works, if you have a normal job too, I guess I know what you mean, like a conventional job that you're paying taxes through like your employer. So the way it works basically is if you were to earn any money through like a side hustle style thing, if it goes over £1,000, which is your what's it called? Your trading allowance, basically, you then have to report that as income, and then you won't pay any income tax on it until it's over £12,000. Oh no, sorry, you would do. If you work in a normal job, you would pay a little bit of income tax on it, and you'd have to pay NI2 and NI4 on it as well. But it's really simple to do. It's just a bit complex, basically. But yeah, so you'd be taxed on pretty much all of it if you already have another job, whereas obviously this is my sole source of income, so So it's slightly different. Honestly, it's actually slightly easier for me because of the fact that this is my sole income. It's much easier from a tax standpoint. Because I know exactly what's what. But I just keep track of it's a little bit harder to keep track of income sometimes because obviously it's things like Twitch donations. I have to just make sure I keep every email through like my PayPal stuff to keep track of that kind of thing. Bit of a contradiction. Yes, most things I say are a contradiction. In the sense that what I mean is it's complex in places. It looks complex, but in actuality, once you get stuck into it, it's slightly more simple than it looks. It's probably the better way of describing what I meant. Plus, there's this brilliant YouTube channel that I watch that every single year, the guy basically does like a walkthrough of the self-assessment tax form and shows you exactly how to do it. And if there was any changes from last year, he talks you through what they are. It's unbelievably useful. Let's use it. I haven't done any of that sort of stuff, Stewie. I do need to start looking at things like that, because isn't there a way that you can like offset some of your rent as well if you're working from home, which obviously I am. Yeah, so I don't have an accountant at the moment because I'm not quite at the point. I mean, I wish I was at the point where it would make sense to me. I think if I do really well, then I'll look into it. Plus, a mate of mine is training to be an accountant, so I'll just wait till he's trained and then hire him as my accountant. Friendly accountant. Yeah, exactly. offset if you have a dedicated space for working in your house, which obviously I do, which is this room. But I suppose it's not, because I do other stuff in this room, but it is, yeah. Only used for work purposes, that's the problem. So that's a bit silly as well, because I work in here, but I also can use this computer for gaming too. But yeah. But then it becomes things like percentages of this and percentages of that, and I'm just like, oh. I'd rather just pay a little bit more tax and not have to worry about getting audited and then in all sorts of trouble for that, you know? Oh, but drinking a lot more water lately. It's good. Oh, a press conference. That's because I really find it weird that there is no press conferences for the top flight in Wales. We had them in the second tier, and it was allowing me to get my media handling up. But now we don't get them for anything except the cup. When I buy FM, it's a business. Do you know what? It probably is, but I must admit, I haven't bought FM in a very long time. Research for the channel? No, it doesn't work like that. Just me playing Slay the Spire, trying to write off as a tax expense. That would maybe be taking the pish a little bit there. CDP Real. Great name of the club. Someone would have absolutely tried. I did, however, write off that goose hat I bought, because that was entirely legit. That's probably my silliest expense, was writing off a goose hat as a tax deductible. Play with them about buying it, because I am very lucky to be given a copy of the game by SI every year for the most part, and have been for the last 6 years at least. And before then, the last time I bought FM, I think was probably FM 16, maybe, that I specifically went on Steam and bought. I do buy it every year, but not for me. I buy it for like giveaways and stuff, basically. So I have bought it. I've actually probably bought it more than I should, because I've bought multiple copies of it a year for other people, for giveaways and stuff. But I haven't bought it for myself in quite some time. 10 Hargett Burnley. I don't know if that's crazy enough. I have got the clip in case I do want to use it, but I'm not sure exactly yet. I believe it is, Asher, yes. That's what chat informed me anyway. Coffee should get as a business expense. That'd be too much of it. Mowbray at Bournemouth, that's in there too. I think I want to wait maybe until we get like a big group of like 5 crazy managerial appointments at the same time. Not at the same time, but like they're all coexisting, and then maybe it's worth a TikTok. Well, stream a few times to display it would likely count. Yeah, so the reason the goose hat counted, because I bought it for stream, only ever wore it on stream, and therefore it was the epitome of business expense. It's just a really silly one. Like, I've never worn it off stream, obviously. Or have I? Goes out a business bank account. I don't actually have a business bank account. I don't really need one at this point, because again, it's just like I don't have a business per se, in the sense that like I don't have a registered company. I'm just a sole trader. So as long as you keep track of the money, it's fine. The bigger problem I used to have actually was when I was being paid in currencies that were not GPB. That was an absolute nightmare, because I would basically have to take the amount that I was given in, say, dollars. I would then... Oh, that's interesting. Do I really want to rest of Von Brockie and bring Assen in there, though? I'd then have to use HMRC, have their own set of currency conversion tables that they publish once a month. I then used their own numbers to convert it into pounds. That way there'd be no complaining from them, basically. It'd be like, your numbers. And I used it from the exact conversion rate at the time it was paid, and not the time I did the calculation as well. That was, I figured, the best way of doing that wouldn't incur their ire at some point, right? No, not hired anybody. I mean, technically, I do pay people to do work for me, mostly Flute, who does my thumbnails. But that's just like he's essentially an independent contractor in the same way that I am. They've been and found the leak. Yeah, love to see it. Yeah, your situation will be very different, because you'll have like an LTD or something, won't you? Hello, Shuba. What is that tactic? It's the best, is what it is. Genuinely, it works really, really well. Yeah, Devon isn't tired, is he? So it makes no sense to not start him. 6 goals and 5 assists. He's basically getting a goal contribution a game right now. Tinsdale as well. Is Tinsdale tired? Tinsdale's not tired either. This makes no... Oh, I guess it's because it's the Welsh Cup, and we've got a game against Haverfordwest in a few days. Do you know what? Actually, I am going to play this lineup because it's the Welsh Cup. It's strong enough that it should get us through, when you consider they've got a lot of greyed out players in their team, but it would allow these guys to rest for the cup game. Sorry, for the league game. Oh, so basically, we had, back when we were managing in Hungary, we had, the club's mascot is a goose called Gideon, who is terrifying. And I basically wore a goose hat for the intro of a stream. But in addition, I also have this. Which I realise you probably haven't seen it for a while. It's Gideon the goose. He's just been chilling down on the floor. This is MTK's mascot, Gideon the goose. You'll see it from the fact that he's wearing the MTK shirt. Big up Gideon. In fact, he needs to be sat somewhere a bit where he can watch. I'll put you down there, Gids. There you go, lad. You can sit in front of them. Oh, I literally just found another motivating giraffe chat. I forgot I had a third one down here. This one. Nothing is permanent in this wicked world, not even our troubles. Just bear that in mind, chat, if you're feeling shit later today, right? Love to fucking see it. I am pro-human, occasionally. Not completely open for a counter-attack on the left wing with the winger on attack and the inverted wing sets in the midfield. We basically are. But we balance it out with the fact that we can overload so heavily down the right-hand side that for every goal we concede through doing that, we probably score like a goal and a half going down the right-hand side. So it kind of balances out. It's like a kind of give-and-take situation. But you're absolutely right. You'd think it would, but for whatever reason, bear in mind, our inverted wingback is on defend, so he actually operates in this position here. Now, it means if they push an overlap down there, it can get a bit dodgy, but it seems to just work. Basically. It's an I will score more than you tactic. Exactly. And there's nothing I love in FM more than an I will score more than you tactic. Defensive solidity is for pussies. Like, I'm all about the we're going to win every game with a hockey score. Transfer suggestions are still OP. They are so good, Master Trams. I take it you've been doing that after we talked about it earlier. Yeah, honestly, at this kind of level, DOF suggestions are goated. Most of our team this season was built with DOF suggestions. The camera. Oh, I do still have it. I don't know if it works. No, it's on the other monitor, but it just doesn't really seem to work half the time. I think the USB port that it's plugged into is a bit dodge. I did get it working a few streams ago, because I actually found the clip of me doing that when I was looking through stuff on Mariska later. Get better with a better DOF. Honestly, I'd be surprised if they do. The only thing that could maybe help you is if your DOF has better knowledge. Coffees you drink a day. Most of the time, one. I'll have one in the morning, so I've already had my coffee today from my coffee machine before stream. In my giraffe mug, obviously. But most of the time, it's one. I had 2 coffees yesterday, because I was on it for like 7 hours straight doing the Mariska thing. And I just felt like I needed that extra bump of energy. I'll often have a coffee about half an hour before I do a recording, so it boosts my energy even more. Because, you know, one thing I need is more energy. Go on, McGlove. I can feel a really good pass here. B-Tech Ange. Oh, I don't know about that. I think he's the B-Tech me. We have I think it's a law one with the milk frother on the side. Otherwise, you'd have to pour your own or warm your own milk. I think it's called a law. I can't remember exactly what it is. About £100. Oh, what a strike. Well, that's an easy one. We're leading the cup. Josh McGlone gets the goal. Come on, lads. I can't remember exactly, but it's made by law. The reason I like it is because it can take coffee pods from loads of different coffee machines, including the espresso ones, and also the Starbucks ones you can buy. Loads of the ones you get in Tesco's too. There's loads of different coffee pods that work with it. So, yeah, it's really cool. The milk frother is a bit annoying, though, because you do have to clean it out like quite heavily after you use it each time, because it's like a separate thing. It's not a motivating giraffe mug. No, it's just one that I think Pog bought me like 7 or 8 years ago. Oh my God, it's in again. Harry Wright, what a strike. I agree, Stu. One thing I would say, though, is given that my DOF can barely find a player when I give him no requirements, I imagine that it would pretty much end up with you getting no suggestions if you did any more specific requirements. No, I don't find caffeine has much of an effect on me. Okay, it will make me a little bit more energetic, perhaps, but sometimes it actually makes me sleepy, weirdly. God, look at this run. What do you reckon? Another 4 goals today? Why not, eh? Ewing, dropping across. So many bodies in there. Here comes Harry Wright again, and it's 3-0. Wait, Robbie Swinburne stole... That is a proper David Nugent there. Swinburne just absolutely nabbed that one off of Wright. Lavat's the one. Okay. Yeah, I like with those kind of things. When we moved in, Pog was like, can we get a coffee machine again? Because we used to have one ages ago, but it broke. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, we're going to get one. Look how close to the goal is when Swinburne just... I think that hits his arm. Scoring 2 goals. Oh, no, basically, we've been... Since the start of stream today, Jack, basically, we've just been scoring at an alarming rate. In our last, other than the last game where we only got 1, but in our last 6 games, I think we've scored 4 or more in like 5 of the games. Swinburne saw again. Oh, over the bar. Agreed, Leo. Honestly, Moneyball FM, thank you for the follow. I need a little bit of coffee. Now that I'm back on the caffeine again, it's nice to have like different coffee options because we've got like Monine, like caramel syrup that we can put in them as well, which is just nice. It's because it's a little extra kick. It's nowhere near as good as the coffee I can get in town, but I'm not walking all the way into town to get myself a coffee. I could drive in, but that's just lazy, isn't it? So it's not walking, I gather, but still, it's a bit too much of a bit too long of a walk. It did look like he came off his arse. It genuinely did. We're 3-0 up now. Time to just save some legs, I think. I might put Philpott through the middle for a bit. We could get a misser off, although he's not played badly today. We'll get the Nuge on. Oh, this could have been a good day to actually bring on someone like Emmanuel, but it is what it is. Cheeky, very cheeky, yeah. You'll find that your DOF will get random like fixations on certain nations. So, for example, in Luxembourg, our DOF Norbert officials, despite being from Luxembourg and never having managed or played or been to Germany from what we could tell or having any connections to it, recommended us so many players from the Bundesliga. So we got a lot of players on loan from like Schalke and Ingolstadt, basically. It's great. Okay. Could do with a 4th. I want 5-0 again. Since we've proven that we can actually create some lovely goals. Look at this. Swinburne dropping all the way back into like the... like almost like a number 6 at times. Oh, Aston's got the speed, you know. I reckon this is going to be a poor pass from the defender. He's going to fire it out. Here we go. Ewing, can he find the pass? He finds Swinburne, and it's 4-0. And Robbie Swinburne has scored again. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. That's the thing. Pog, luckily she leaves the keys for me now. Luxembourg's close. I guess so. It's just funny that he specifically like the Rhine region as well. Building a nation for Sirens. Well, but exclamation mark OTI. I probably should change it so they both say the same thing, but the OTI command is the one that tells you about this save. Even European, hey, good for him, right? Means you're getting a nice variety. This is beautiful. I know this is only a cup game again, but this is a 2nd-tier side now. This is not like it's a 3rd-tier side we're playing against. We're playing, and this is a second string squad in places from us. Oh, what a pass. He's in. Philpott's got the speed. Oh, nearly. I thought he was in there. I think a 5th goal is very much on the cards here. Look at this. What a ball. Oh, that was so close to being perfect. Simply lovely. Literally, yeah. The goals are flowing in this team now. I really do feel like top 6 is very much on the cards for us today. In terms of... Oh, hello. Did we get one back? Oh, okay. Initially, I thought he had a good save there. I guess we've made subs. Trying to get out of the house every day. I don't specifically try to, but now that I'm back into running again, I sort of am doing that by sort of virtue of that anyway. But it is nice to get some fresh air. Like today, I can't see myself getting out of the house because I ran last night and I don't want to run too close together at the moment because I'm still getting back into it. And I've noticed I'm getting some sort of like lower calf, high Achilles pain a little bit when I finish runs, and I want to be careful with spacing that out because the last thing I want is like an overuse injury when I get back into things because I want to be really ramping up my mileage as fast as possible. So I can start a nice 10k plan, pick a nice 10k race because I want to do a half marathon again this year and maybe a full marathon towards the end of the year. Maybe that's the plan. Red Mayflies. What's that? Hopefully, so do I, but I have to work. So like, by the time I have this annoying habit of like I'll start work and then I'll suddenly look up and it's 5 o'clock and I'm like shit, I just didn't take a break all day. Right. So I've got a stretch that I do, but I'm actually considering starting doing yoga or Pilates or something on the days when I'm not running to try to build flexibility and strength potentially. Hello, Pog. Multi-gym for the bin bag corner. Oh, that's full now. We've got 2 full fucking clothes racks in there. There is actually a gym quite close to us now, which is kind of cool. But I don't think I'm quite in gym shape yet. I realise that you get gym shape by going to the gym. I just want to lose a bit of weight first and get my cardio up before I start adding gym to the rotation. Ooh, press conference. Nice. There we go. 2.5k. That's actually not bad money, you know. God, I wish they'd let me move some of my transfer budget into wage budget. But I know why it is. It's because of this David Smith thing, isn't it? You've got to look our best for Jim, exactly. Becoming a fine Citroen. Oh, mate, I'm more like a Citroen Ami. Top speed, 28 miles an hour. Right. What's the best team we could get here? If I could actually look at the draw, that'd be a great way of doing it. So, there is a couple of teams from the second tier. Any third tier sides? Oh, there is. We could play Ton Pentra. Let's have them. Or we could play against Holyhead. Do you know what? That's second tier side. That's more money for us, potentially. We could do with a nice little cup run, honestly. Because what is that? 4th round? 5k? Like, that's good cash for us. Oh, they're ones with the silly badge, too. Yeah, my cardio has been surprisingly good since I came back to running. I was amazed at how good it actually was. But I think part of that's mental, is realizing that tired actually doesn't mean tired. Look at Sick later in life and how they deal with it together. Glowing endorsement. Nice. Who's it by, Jack? Seriously. So it's called Mayflies. That sounds like something I want to put on my list. IDR on the badge. Oh, really? Who did they get? Oh, yeah. Oh, it does say Tom Pentra underneath. So there is some connection there. Sort of. It's just a really weird badge, yeah. Who did they play? Who got lucky? Oh, Barry Town are getting a bye, basically. Andrew O'Hagan. Nice. Okay. Let me just look. Do you know what? I'm terrible at this, so I'm going to do it now. Just going to go on Amazon and add it to my watch list now. Mayflies. Hopefully it will just come up. There we go. Andrew O'Hagan. Nice. That's the audiobook version for some reason. Kindle edition. £7 at the moment, but that's okay. I will add it to my watch list and I will get it when it's not £7. First, I've got to log in. Excuse me, chat. Man buys things on Amazon live on stream. Log in. Track it. When it drops by a penny, let me know. Good shit. Lovely old job. Nice. You do get some weird, like, tired if not tired. What I mean is that one thing I've learned from years of doing running in the past is that you can actually go a lot... Oh, hello. You can actually go a lot further than you think you are, and what you consider tired might not actually be tired. It's a 6'4" winger with 18 jumping reach. Hello, Mr. Trial. And the sort of things that I found used to make me feel tired, I know that when that emotion creeps up, I'm like, you're not actually tired, and you can go so much further than you think you can. But it's part of learning that is just comes from pushing through it a few times and realizing that actually it's just your body telling you no when actually there's Yeah, no, exactly, yeah. You'd be amazed how much further you can go when you start to feel a little bit tired. Yeah, 18 jumping reach on a 6'4" winger is actually still insanely high. And his name's Jakai Basco Fisher. And he's quick. He could, I mean, we don't have any money, but he could be a really fun addition if he doesn't want too much cash. Luca Latona, that's fine. 3 digits on the back. Yeah, just fine. Do you want my security code while we're at it? Just say I was a lone trader. There you go. Best player in the world, Vinicius. There's no way a regen is going to be anywhere near this anytime soon, right? Not seeing anybody too surprising. Messi, the fact that he's still playing at 38 is kind of fun. Raheem Sterling is on here. He's only 30. Wow. Okay, fair. But now you've not done yet. Yeah, exactly. You'd be surprised how much there is left in the tank. I reckon when you hit that point, you're actually only like 50% tired. It's great. I remember feeling... The one time I really had to dig into this was when I did that half marathon, not last year, but 2023, in like Andover, all over the hills and the waterfalls and stuff. I had obviously energy gels with me, but the last gel that I had, I couldn't open it. And for whatever, because it was torrential rain the whole way round, and my hands were just too wet to actually rip the gel properly, and obviously I was tired. And as a result, it meant that my fueling got fucked up. So I just had to dig into like, oh, you've got this. And my God, there was a lot more in me than I thought, basically. We can get messy, yeah. Now, I'm looking forward to doing a park run locally at some point. That'd be nice. Since I've been doing 5Ks basically every day that I've been running, and so I feel like I've got the distance now. I just want to be a bit faster before I do it. Well, back down under 35 minutes again, and then maybe I'll talk. At least I've got choices. Oh, that's going to be a few of those are going to be coming back to haunt us, I suspect. It's like the fuel light coming on, exactly, yeah. Messi couldn't. You can't, can you? You can't not. Like, given Messi's age as he's 38, there's no way we're going to be able to sign him at any stage in this save, which is a shame. Oh, am I going to have to get rid of Charlie Williams? I don't want to, but we may not have a choice. Because we're not going to be able to keep him until January at this rate, are we? Through the front people. Yeah, I think my always logic when it comes to doing park runs again is I want to get back down to under 35. I mean, I feel like I probably could do a sub 35 5k right now. Because it's not like I'm pushing super hard on my 5k runs. But I just want to be a little bit fitter before I'm ready to do so, basically. Marco, thank you very much for the follow. Right. Brocky, Swinburne, McGlone, Tinsdale, Collins, Amissa, and Roberts. Where's my boy? Is he tired again? Or suspended? He might be suspended, actually. 5k's on a treadmill. I don't have a treadmill, and I find running inside insanely boring. Why run on a treadmill when I can run outside, right? UK version of David Goggins. Ironically, I did actually read Goggins' book earlier this year, which is part of the reason I was talking about that sort of extra stuff, because I think it's absolutely spot on. International. Oh, he is, isn't he? Yes. Desk treadmill. My sister has like a walking pad, which is kind of cool, but I don't know. I feel like I like going outside. I like getting out. I think there's something about getting the sun on your face and like that fresh air that is just really nice and just helps you in the brain level. I feel like it aids my mental health doing that more than if I wasn't doing that. That's a lot of defenders. Who's missing from this bench? I can see the outside from my treadmill. Static bike I used to do all the time, as you know. Just getting outside, getting some fresh air, getting some sun in your eyes as well, even if there is no sun. Like lately, I mean, today it's cloudy as all fuck, so it's not great for that. Acid, yeah, he probably should at least be on the bench, shouldn't he? Then again, I have been bringing on Philpott a few times. We don't need two centre backs on the bench, basically, so that makes more sense. I feel a bit bad for Mr. Nugent actually, but McGlone is on an 6.88, whereas Nugent, yeah, his performances just haven't been there. I might put him on the bench though instead of. Do I need him though? We do kind of need someone in the centre though, don't we? A certain step goal. Yeah, no, totally. But honestly, I'm not one of those people that, like, if it's raining outside and the conditions look pretty shit, that actually weirdly motivates me more to go running, because I quite like the adverse conditions of things. I think it makes it feel like more of a challenge, and my brain gets tickled by that. So when I showed up to that half marathon in 2023, and we already knew that it was like a trail race, and it was torrential rain to the point where you'd be running up hills and it'd be like running up a waterfall. I took that as a kind of challenge, and it made it more fun. I was literally running the entire way around with a smile until obviously I got to the point where my fueling system got fucked up. But it was brilliant. Plus, with a lot of races like that, you're not allowed to wear things like headphones, so you have to just be completely in the moment. Whereas normally when I run, I've got running headphones on, which is great because it means I can catch up on podcasts and stuff. But like, yeah. Petard, but yeah, we'll get both of them injured in this game now that I've said that. Right, we're at home. We owe them from last time, which I assume was earlier this season, or it might be that loss we had to them in the cup last year. It's time, literally, yeah. Get your stuff on. Like, when it dropped in temperature a lot lately, and we were down to like -4, -5 outside, and it was like frosty and snow, or like snow and ice everywhere, I was like, right, now's my time. Let's go. Because usually that weather is usually combined with it not being cloudy, and it's usually beautiful blue skies, just absolutely freezing. And I love it. Luckily, I've got a lot of fat to protect me as well. Like, that sure as hell helps. I suspect I'll like it less when I'm a little bit skinnier, hopefully. For the first time today, FM stole on my graphics card. Cheeky. Those are the best days. For my mind. They are just the best days. Got to wrap up warm when you go out properly, but I just go out in a shorts and t-shirt. I lost my... Oh my god, my like undershirt, like I have like a compression top underneath that usually it just keeps me a little bit warmer, but I lost it. I was like, all right, fuck it, I guess I'm not doing that then. I still wear gloves because I have really bad circulation in my hands. As if we're 7th. How are we still only 4 points off the relegation zone? That's mental. It feels like we've been winning basically every game today, and yet somehow we're still only 4 points off the drop. Come on, Robbie. Cut inside, maybe. Oh, he's in. Oh, he loves that little run, doesn't he? I think that gets forward wherever possible on Swinburne might have actually made him into an even better player, because he's been really killing it lately. All the way through, And it's in off the post, and it's David Roberts, of all people, gives us the lead against Haverfordwest. Hopefully this will... I love it. Taylor's doing the archery celebration down by the corner flag. Being a crash tip. Yeah, maybe it's... Do you think I don't want to change the body type too much in case I'm ever involved in a car accident? Oh, Keeper nearly had that as well. This should hopefully push us right back up into the battle. Look at this. 20 points. Sorry, not 20 points. 4 points between 2nd and 8th in the league right now. The battle for those spots is getting incredibly hotting up. There's 7 more matches left in this stage of the league, and I really want to see if we can get in that top 6. The one thing I think is going to help us at the moment is that our goal difference is extremely good. This is going in, isn't it? Yeah. Those are always in. Oliver Green with the equaliser for Haverfordwest. Nothing Dino Kaiser's going to do about that. That's annoying, because we play quite well. 11 points between 2nd and bottom. Exactly. The only sort of runaway, really, is New Saints. Like, the team in 2nd is the team that we beat 5-0 on their own ground. It feels like anyone could beat anyone in this league at the moment. I think part of the problem we have is a little bit more fixture congestion than I'd have liked. Because of the sort of success we're having in the Cup. But that Cup success is kind of financing the club at the moment. Like, if we can get through one more round, which I believe we should be able to, that's another $5,000 in the kitty. That Welsh Cup is generating some funds that we would otherwise not have. I still think we've got what it takes to go on and win this game, but it's not been like an amazing performance from us just yet. Oh, that's a good back post header, though. Go on. Just yeeting that to nobody, although I think he might even keep that in. He has not. Nice. That we've had a few injuries too. Like losing Mbok, I definitely don't think it's helped. Wow, they've literally had one shot on target, and it was that free kick from the middle of nowhere. I guess we've had some lucky games. As long as we're sort of matching where our XG and expected points reckons we should be, I'm pretty content with that. Call him Hanson. We kind of do sort of, yeah. No coaching courses. They're just simply not interested. They just basically say, we can't afford to do that. Good luck. In fact, they actually say, we can't afford it. Stop wasting our time, is literally the words they use, which is a little bit harsh if you ask me. And I genuinely don't believe we're going to be able to get a coaching course at this club at all, because even if we were to get loads of money, I don't think they'd go for it. It's very draconian of them, indeed. I guess they've taken the nickname a little bit too seriously. We'll go for Harry Wright. Tinsdale's done okay. Brocky's been really poor today. This feels like a Sam Aston type of day. Because, yeah, this feels like the right substitutions to make. 25 minutes, freshen it up a little bit. Nobody is getting cut adrift in this league at all. Even bottom of the league, Barry Town, have 16 points from 14 games and they're only 8 points off of 2nd themselves. It's actually insane. We'll get Will Madison on for the final moments of this game. It's an unfortunate one because it does look like we're not going to take the dub. Their system seems to have just not jived with us. One shot on target against, and to be that free kick going in is a little bit of a shame, but such as at one point, Connor Ski were actually in the relegation places, and now they're above us. That's annoyingly... Yeah, that's dropped points. Literally, we were winning the game and we're the better team. Booty's barrier's bottom, yeah. Indeed. I think it's one of the many ways that the game just chooses out of a hat to say no, but basically, if you're in any kind of debt, they're just like, no. Just let me pay for it myself. Don't they cost like £300 at the level we're operating at right now? Like, it basically would cost them nothing. Well, not nothing, but... Wait, in that match day, there was a 7-4. Holy shit. That's not even the first 7-4 of the season. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, TNS didn't even win it last season. Robbie Cooper with 14 goals for Colin Bay is incredibly impressive too. Booty's got 7 assists. How are these guys bottom when they've got Booty providing assist after assist for them? It's actually kind of a bit shameful from them, really. So it's now... Oh, okay, we've got a couple of cup... No, not a couple of cup games. A couple of league games. At home against Holywell, that's winnable. Away at Cardiff Met will be quite tough. And then we have Holyhead. I'm feeling... We're still cooking. Just, yeah. The food's going a little bit cold in places. Overall, our record's pretty... We don't really draw a lot, which I think is helpful. We either win or we lose. Post-Christmas bargains. Not from a food perspective, but when I went to Primark with Pog on Saturday, I got 2 jumpers that were knocked down from... what was it? They were £18 initially, then they were reduced to 10, then they were reduced to 7. So I got 2 quite nice like jumpers for like £7 each, which I thought was a really good deal. Starting more games. Now, this is a new one, so I can still hit you with that and buy myself another 60 days. Now, Shadrango said, yeah, I feel like there's progression here for us. One more round of the Cup would be quite nice. And really, we've got no excuse for not being a second-tier side at home, considering we've been putting 3 or 4 past most of them. English league checks. We've had enough time today, I think, that we can check on them again. Oh, Kings Lynn Town are in for Benny Lacanian, one of the Patreon regens. Might actually get some football. Potential. On box back too, which is great. Yeah, there's some really nice ones. I got this like Claude Monet one, and it's like Birth of the Venus one for like £7 each. It's just more jumpers, particularly as one of my jumpers has randomly been ruined by not washing up, like the detergent from the laundry thing. It's like the thing that you put in there exploded too early, and it's like stained it, which is really annoying. Abdallah, apologies there. Abdallah Al Nakbi, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, he is having to go to Kings Lynn, so it's not all good. It says a man who lives a lot closer to Kings Lynn now than he used to. The only reason I would go there is because of Liquor Unloaded. I do kind of want to go to that restaurant again. That was banging. Really good prices too. What am I looking for? England. See what they're cooking up. So City at top of the league, but it's still tight. Fulham up in the European places, despite with a negative goal difference. Leicester at bottom. God, Leicester and Norwich. -17 after 11 games is a bit much. It's not going amazingly for. I might as well just do it on this screen. Southampton looking good for promotion from the Championship. A Forest are in there as well. Cardiff up in there too. Plymouth are in trouble. Coventry, actually, despite Radiance Ham's best efforts, are in real trouble too. QPR, I guess sometimes good things do happen, are looking like getting relegated. Rotherham, wow, that's super tight at the top of the League One. Nobody's really running away with it. Reading in there too. Stevenage are in trouble. 32 goals conceded. That's nearly 2 a game. And Man United doing well as well. Yeah, Barnsley, oh dear. Not having a nice time of it at all. Nor a Lincoln. Tom will be very annoyed. Grimsby looking good in League 2. Only 9 goals conceded in 16 games is pretty good. Wigan struck. Cambridge United, the U's coming back up. Northampton Town, to be fair, that's anybody's guess. There's so many teams so close to that. Maidenhead United, top of the National League. Okay, that's a bit of a surprise. Scunny up in second now. Really good run for them, but Maidenhead United to be up in... God, that's a really tight league. 5 points separating top and 10th. Sorry, 11th. Love to see it. Barnet, however, in real trouble down at the bottom of the National League, along with Bromley. Hang on, Lincoln haven't won? Oh, Jesus, they haven't. You're right, 10 draws. There's 2 teams in League One that have not won a match yet. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Because that's a much better league. Yeah, Weymouth being back out there. Peterborough Sports. They're usually like a down here type of side, are they not? The fact that they're top of the National League North is pretty impressive of them. Macclesfield's new team getting relegated along with Banbury. Nobody's getting like crazy bad relegated though. All Basingstoke Town are quite bad. 42 goals conceded at the moment. But they've still scored like 9 goals. They haven't won a game yet, but they've got 3 draws. They're not like Barwell bad. Macclesfield still Robin... I don't know. No, it's Kareem Modeste, regen manager. Oh, Wigan was such a fun team in the Premier League. Back in the day, they were proper like street swept forget type of stuff, weren't they? With your likes of your Hugo Rodriguez and your... That's fine, you can have him, lads. Crack on. Context on Modeste. He's probably just... There probably isn't any context. He's just a guy who manages them. My guess is he's never managed a club before. He's just a random manager that gets generated to manage them, essentially. There you go, yeah. It's just what happens a lot of the time. Your Paul Sharnas, yes. Your Charles and Zogbiers as well. Not Patreon guy. No, not Patreon guy. That 9-1 against Spurs was crazy because wasn't they 1-1 or 1-0 at half time or something? Isn't that still the record for the most goals scored in a single half of football? Oh, Buxton are in for Lacanian as well. That's okay. We can get rid of him at this point. Robbie Savage? I don't think Robbie Savage is in here. No, sadly not. No Robbie Savages. Grenadian, you do actually see it quite a lot in the lower leagues of English football. You see quite a lot of players with Caribbean second or first nationalities that are either declared for them or, yeah. The Stoke Alona era. Barry get a draw. We're down to 8th. How are we 8th in the league? Do you know what? We weirdly deserve to be there. It just doesn't feel like we should be. Feels like we're playing too well to be 8th in the league. I know we've got a game in hand, which will probably see us drop back. Oh, here we go. Yep, so Sunderland have accepted offers from Kings Lynn and Buxton. Please take Buxton. The title push... Yeah, title push is certainly not happening. But honestly, from the position we're in, right, it feels that we're just as likely to get into Europe as we are to get relegated. Like, if we were to get a couple of injuries, we might be in genuine trouble all of a sudden. Nah, to be fair, I think even if we ended up in the bottom set of teams at the break, we're better than those other teams, as we've already shown. I think we'd be able to do quite well there. FM says, I'm pretty certain I did see Man United get relegated in a save years ago when FM used to be a little bit more random with some of the results you'd get earlier on. I find that it's not quite as... Oh, Filder in for Nikolai Asker-Thorbjørnsen. There you go. It doesn't... FM doesn't feel as random as it used to. It feels like it's a bit more... Not hard-coded, but it feels like the teams that are good stay good for the most part, unless there's anything crazy happens. But I did see Liverpool nearly get relegated back in the day, and I actually did a video about it. Get top half. We could do that thing where we're in like 7th place because it's the maximum we get, but then we've got like more points than 6th, 5th, and 4th or something. The skin I use is Saz24. If you do !skin in chat, which no doubt someone will have done for you by the time I finished this sentence, then that you'll get an answer to that question. A download link for it, and you know you do coming in with the help there. I appreciate that, bud. Top of the bottom 6 gets you European playoff game. Does it really? Maybe that's the way into Europe for us then. So it's Championship Conference there, which... And then Playoff Conference. It's annoying that it doesn't actually give you the proper breakdown. I assume you're absolutely spot on with that. Oh, we could just look at last season's league, couldn't we? Wait, will it not let me see the... What the fuck? Why would it... Oh, was that this season? Why wouldn't it let me look at that for this season? That's really weird. So Cardiff met beat Newton in that one. So it was Cardiff met Barry and Gap Connors Key. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it changed. Yeah, good point. It might have not had that same function. They might have got rid of it, potentially. Because it's weird that I can't look at the... But those groups still exist. We know that it splits. So it's weird that it won't let me look at them at all. To be fair, United were really struggling in the first season of this save. They were in like a proper relegation battle. Hang on, have they played an extra game again? So we're actually 2 games in hand on some teams now, which is weird. Bolton used to do that quite a lot. I think it was on my Notts County save, or it might have even been my Wimbledon save. Actually, Bolton went all the way down to National League North, as you say, because I remember putting the save file up so people could bring them back up again. Went down to 3 European... so I see. So when it lost the 3 European places, it got rid of the one for the playoff. That makes sense. Wait. Why would they only have 3? I swear it. Oh, no, you're right, yeah. So they were obviously up here, and then they dropped out at that point. Which they still are. They're actually 2nd worst. They're lower than Andorra. That's what happens when Avon Lido get to Europe. The question, though, then, is... That's all well and good, but why won't it let me look at the different... I suppose it doesn't need to let you see them, does it? Look at that, 47 points. Barlowtown came 6th, but had less points than the teams. They nearly had enough points to get relegated. That's really bad. Right, here we go. This is us. Nice little rest for us. Fernell back in instead of Roberts, but I actually want to bring him back in instead of... Yeah, that way around. Richardson there... I'm going to do that again with Brocky in the centre, McGlone, Tinsdale, Collins, Taylor, Kaiser. Lovely old job. Make sure that we've got some solidness on the bench, like, for example, a Sam Aston, a Clay Ewing instead of Wright Galvin, and we don't need 2 centre-backs on the bench, so we'll have Will Madison to give us a bit of cover on the right spot. Already. Yeah, but I wanted him sitting deeper. Could be... I suppose, yeah. Hello, manager. I never... Actually, that's not true. I played some management games back on the PS1. There was one called like Premier League Manager or something. I can't remember the exact state of it, but I definitely remember there being one called Premier League Manager. And it was really, really good. Right, I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to have a quick pee break and grab myself... I think we're onto the Beppis now, actually. There might be a Fanta left. I'll decide in a moment. I should return momentarily. You know what to do. Where's the button? Why am I doing that? There we go. It was, of course, Gotche Sedlowski, one of the few Macedonians to have played in the top flight. I want to be on this screen. Cheers, FM. Also, I just had to piss listening to that music, and I'll tell you what, that is the most energized piss I've ever had. Sootz, thank you very much for the 9 months as well. That's a lovely little Twitch babby. Oh. Yeah, it was an experience, is what I got to say about that, really. Good suggestion. It was not what I expected to hear. Nah, it's just early days, James, honestly. Like, remember, this is still only season 3. And also, like last time, you were just a proper, like, lower league, not even a journeyman, just like a guy that did a job, pretty much. Pissing with a 4.5x4.5? Yes, totally. I can see it, like, you're just aiming at certain things in the toilet and all the bonuses are, like, popping up. Tremendous. Here's a fun thing. So, obviously, you know, Pog and I are watching Bones at the moment. Pog hates the theme tune to it, but I think it's an absolute vibe. And it's like a race to reach for the remote when the intro comes on, so that she tries to skip it and I try to stop her from skipping it, because I'm just vibing out to Crystal Method, man. And yeah, haven't played any games yet. Mostly like stuff. If I'm offline, well, when I'm making videos, right? Like, I haven't got like a fun save on the go. I'm looking forward to F25 for that though. I really, really do want to do a Fulham women's save. Even though they lost 5-0 in the FA Cup at the weekend. But that was against a team that's like 3 tiers above them. Right, let's pop off. Let's get this done. This is where we just start to like drag now. God, I was never a big fan of Crystal Castles. But I tell you what, this reminds me so much of Skins. This feels like the exact type of music that was used in episodes, especially like the first 2 seasons of Skins, like the OG generation. I never personally understood it myself, but that's the thing about music. It's entirely subjective, right? Hopefully this is the music that we need to get us through. And we kind of need to win this, actually, because it starts to get a little bit dodgy down at the bottom. Now, we do have 2 games in hand on a lot of these teams, so it's not the end of the world. But if we could win both of the games in hand, suddenly, it's just really our moment. I think what happens in these 2 games in hand is going to be crucial for our season. Like, if we win both of them, suddenly we're back in the European hunt again. We lose both of them, and it's like, okay, we're getting relegated. Look at the space for the left-sided player. It's Swinburne, 1-0. Robbie Swinburne doing bits. Season previous gone from 501 up to... To be fair, that exact same thing happened to us, Master Tram. Oh, what's up? I think Pog just had one of her interviews. We're hoping she'll come and chat and tell us about it. Takeshi's Castle, yes. I used to watch that before going to school back in the day on Challenge TV.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Dr. Selby! Thank you very much for the follow.
They are building it now.
MySpace, yes, it's very MySpacey, true. Pog's obviously doing loads of job interviews for as many jobs as she can physically get her hands on, pretty much, because she wants to get out of her current job as soon as possible, because it's a dump, honestly, and I can't wait to shit all over it when she leaves. It was a good comfort watch, yeah. Revised. Is the new one any good? I've not heard or seen much about it. I always feel like it's one of these things where there's some magic to the originals, but hey. What a weird, like, just the way that he did a little spin in the midfield and then just yeeted the ball down the field for no reason. That's a nice pass, actually. That's a really nice pass. And Swinburne off the crossbar. Oh, we do miss that, like, playmaking ability of Mbok in the midfield. Literally anything, yeah. This was a job with a recruitment company. All right, come on, breakaway time. We're playing really well, actually. Oh, we got runners. Now, this is where we're at our absolute best. These transition phases, where they have no idea who to track. It's Tinsdale this time. Oh my God, Robbie, come on, man. That's like Sam Aston level missing there. That is absolutely atrocious. He's got to make that 2-0. I can't believe he's missed that. Never done an office job, no. I dread to think how fat I would be if I did. To be fair, I mean, I essentially just sit on a chair in my house instead, so it's not really all that different other than not having a boss or having to work with other people specifically. Oh, come on. Fucking hell, FM. Lower league football, eh, chat? Who'd have it? That's another clip. Oh, I can't believe that. Like, Swinburne just plays it through, not a problem. Roberts then just decides to randomly not chase it. Then, the keeper actually bloody saves it. And then he gets the rebound anyway. Oh, what a save that was from Dino Kaiser. That was such a good stop to actually palm that onto the crossbar. Stuff like that is very annoying, but that's lower league football. We have it go in our favour as well. Just think of that, like, goalmouth scramble we had earlier this season that we benefited from as well with the game against TNS that we won 4-3 because of that. It goes both ways. But that was very annoying. Because now, like, we drop points here. Oh, look, literally, it's just happened the other direction. That's almost identical, except less good of a chance off the end of it. But hopefully Mbok can find the right ball. Oh, and he nearly did, you know. A chef and I, there you go. So I delivered wine. Right, come on. I still fancy us to get the dub here, but like Swinburne missing that golden opportunity and then conceding a goal like that means that it makes me feel like this is the type of game we're just not going to win. Oh, for God's sake. Oh my God. Never mind, chat. It's just one of those games. It is not going to let us beat this mob. Cheers, Ben. Fuck it. We're going left backless. Good Lord. Like, we were dominating them. Have a golden chance to go 2-0 up. The game decides to give them a goal and then a red card. And now, suddenly, we're in the relegation battle again. This has probably been an FM bingo type of day, hasn't it? Yeah. Oh, dearie me. What do you reckon? Penalty? Or they're just going to score there. Cool. Oh, he's offside. Ah, dear. Could have been my system to turn him into an AM when he got 20. Oh yeah, the DLF to AM pipeline is strong. How we are literally one of the worst teams in the league at the moment, according to this, but have one of the best goal differences, which is hilarious. Right, Tinsdale, come on. Can the 10 men get the deserved goal? None of this would happen if Swinburne had just taken his chances. Fall off the bar now. Never mind. It's just one of those games. Nothing. We could play for 1,000 minutes. And we wouldn't win this match or even score another goal, unfortunately. It's just one of those days. Could have rolled the dice on bringing some players on, but basically, Jesus, yeah. It didn't start off as water in my book, though. The fact that we've still continued to create chances with 10 men here is actually what makes this more infuriating in some ways. Like, we've still been the better side, even with 10 men. Because almost their entire XG came from the goal. Because he had the great chance, then he had the rebound as well. And FM doesn't count it the way a lot of XG models do. Oh, slide him in. Swinburne. That one actually is a penalty. Because he doesn't get the ball. I don't know what he's trying to do, but we'll probably miss the penalty now. This is the thing. We'll probably miss the damn thing. It's Taylor from the spot to put us back in front here. Scores! Cardiff Drax 2, Holywell 1. Freddie Taylor from right back. Very, very bad decision there from Holywell. It's weird that you actually see a penalty that he's a penalty for once. But now with 8 minutes to go, I will just shut things down a little bit. Oh, Taylor's still on the pitch. Oh, of course, yeah, because we're going to make Ewing into a defensive winger. Just to give us something, some kind of cover there. It's going to try and hang on. There we go. We've had 3.0. Look at the XG in this game despite the 10 men. We've absolutely obliterated them on paper. This could be a huge turning point for our season if we can get this dub. Oh my God, what a win! Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm pretty certain. Let's look at the analytics of this. The goal that they had literally... It's glitched out a little bit there. Point being, the goal was worth nearly a full XG point. So they basically created nothing against us. And we created their goal. Also, the Collins getting booked within 5 minutes of each other was stupid. But what a win. Really, really important. Yeah, literally, we can now go and win that match in hand, potentially. We were better with 10 men, yeah. To be fair, we were playing pretty well before that because Swinburne had that great chance at 1-0. But I do like that defensive winger idea. I can't remember who it was suggested to me on the last stream about the defensive winger idea, but it does seem to work quite nicely. So up to 7th now. Still got a game in hand, which if we win... Look at this. The two teams that are in second and third both have negative goal differences. We could leapfrog all of them and go into second. And I think at that point, we could say we are officially, like, probably going to be fine. Because if we would win the other game in hand, we would suddenly go to 10 points clear of the relegation zone, and that point does start to look pretty fine. Then it's just a question of can we get into Europe? Because it's starting to be like these three teams are getting a little bit cut adrift. Barry being one of them. They do have a game in hand, though. They're not great. Because, bear in mind, they're not... This is one of the things that in FM I would like to see looked at a little bit, is the way that teams handle you having red cards and stuff, because they probably weren't exploiting that position very much. So they probably weren't trying to exploit that role, and as a result, nothing really changed after the red card. They'd had more space there, but if they weren't trying to target that area of the pitch, it probably would have not created any differences. First PC Football Manager game, it would have been FIFA Manager. One of the, like, I can't remember which one. TCM Manager, I think it was called back then. Then they changed it to FIFA Manager. Maybe TCM 04, perhaps? I was sort of in the FIFA pipeline. Pressing winger would actually sound better. I feel like defensive winger just doesn't sound right to me. I wonder if, because it's defensive winger and it's called that, if that's why people don't use it as much. Because I have noticed a lot of people don't use defensive wingers. Me being one of them. The last time I used one properly was with Whitport Athletic, and I had Ben Putman Kitely playing as one. Strong Riders. Honestly, it's trick. What Bearded Child has just put in chat, the perchance link, that would probably be your best bet, because it will literally give you random save suggestions, and some of them are really fun. Defensive winger in real life. I don't know, actually. But I don't really know who I would describe as a pressing winger in real life either. Harry Wright is expecting more game time. I know you are, Hazard, but you're just not as good, are you? And that is going to factor in. Oh, we've got another nice little break here. At some point in these breaks that we're having, because we've got another 10-day rest, like we had back-to-back Wednesday games, they're going to come back to bite us at some point. And wait, are they, though? It feels like these games that we keep getting, like, called off, because we've still got games in hand to play, but yet, for some reason, it doesn't feel like they're well spaced out. Unless we get, like, a cup match later on that might cause us there. One in the right-back system. I don't believe I did. I think I just used a normal... Or maybe I did. I can't remember. I'm not sure now. I might have done. But I thought I just used a normal winger and put loads of... No, I think originally we used the defensive winger, but then I transferred it over to being a standard winger, but I put loads of personal instructions on it that essentially turned him into a defensive winger, but he had more forward go. I think that's what happened. God, it's annoying that we missed out on that result against Haverfordwest now, because I bet you our expected points is really high now. Oh. It's so tight around. And I suppose with the game in hand, once we've played that, it will almost certainly minimum jump to 23.4. Sorry, 24.4. So we'll be actually still right in this little... We could probably get up to third on this one too. TNS have won this league though, for sure. Robbie Cooper. We don't really know because we haven't got him scouted, but he's part of the golden generation that Colin Bay seem to have had. They've got two guys that are like 17 years old, regens, that came through their academy and are absolutely smashing it for them. Let me just check. Because I think they're like... So Robbie Cooper, obviously we can't scout him, but it's that finishing probably. Good jumping reach. He looks like there's probably a decent player in there. He's still only 18 years old, but he's already got 27 in 69. Nice. There was another guy they had too. It's Steve Edwards, this guy. Another 18-year-old. Look at this. Both from their youth academy. Just really, really good players for this level. They're probably never going to get like Welsh caps or anything like that, but they're the sort of guys that could get a move to like, you know, the Football League potentially. Swansea University's Britain Ferry. These two are both second tier side, so actually I don't really care who goes through as long as we can draw them in the next round. I want to play second tier or lower as long as possible into this. Just get as much money as we can. Schumacher's just been sacked by Stoke. I wonder how the Serie Chi jobs are still looking. There was a few that would come up now. Have they filled them? Oh my god, yeah. This is the thing. It's going to be no trouble for us getting a job in Serie Chi because there's 60 teams to choose from in the summer. We're going to have absolutely no chance. Slow the game down. I don't believe it would slow the game down. I just haven't got around to it yet. Sorry, no, I've done it twice already, but the problem is because our scouting range is so low, there's only a limited number of players it will show me at any one time in order to put the new GAN thing on. So I did it at the start of the second season when we went to Cardiff Drax, but we didn't even have the knowledge of half of these players at that point anyway, so it was only adding like 300 players to the thing because our scouting range is so low. Doing the manager, I can't be asked to do that. I'd rather just do it all. At the end of the day, there's no point in putting them on players we're not going to encounter anyway, because that probably would just unnecessarily slow us down. But I have been doing it. Mabete, starting more games, hey, that's fine. Because the amount of players I've got that have got this particular promise on them now, and some of them are going to start to come to fruition soon, and then I'm going to have to start getting rid of a few people, but that's okay. I think we're going to be losing Mason Fleming at this rate as well, while we're at it. Throto Reykjavik, initially using a 1-6-3 formation. You're into feet, left feet. Did Mike write that? Can you even play a 1-6-3? Because where would you get the 6 from? I don't think you could even fit 6 players in the same like quadrant of the pitch. Says the man that played Octotrek, but you know what I mean. Technically, that wasn't a 1-6. That wasn't an 8 or 1-1-8, was it? Or was it? One is the libero. Oh, don't tempt me. There isn't really a way for me to get a libero into this system, unfortunately, I don't think, because I've got 2 centre-backs. But if there was, believe me, I would find a way. Wingback, DM and 3 CMs. See, to me, I consider DMs to be a different strata of the pitch. So if I've got DMs and CMs, I would consider them in separate categories, but I guess it depends on how you, like, map it out. So we've got a lot of these starting to... So Lee Jenkins is weirdly fine with that. So that's okay. Laconian has made the decision. Benny Laconian has joined Kings Lynn Town. My friend, get yourself down to Liquor and Loaded. You'll have a lovely time. Well, as much as 95k. Damn. Which level's that you're at? You're in Gibraltar, aren't you? That's extremely high. Ah, so Nikolai asked... So some of the patron regions are now finding loans, which means they're actually going to get some football for the second half of the season. M comes... I know that, but like... If you said at 4-2-3-1, that's not... If you use that same logic to it, a 4-2-3-1 wouldn't actually be a 4-2-3-1, would it? Because they're all midfielders, so it would be like a 4-5-1. But no one would call it that. That's what I mean. I feel like people like interchange the use of whether they do or don't want to use that randomly. Oh, Taylor Mengi was so good. I can't believe I managed to get him on loan. Cardiff Met win again. So our game's against them, in fact. So that's going to be quite a tough one to catch up, in fairness. We're even starting to cook a little bit in the lower league here, considering how bad our team actually is. Do you know what I mean, Richard? It's like people just swap it in and out at random. It sort of has no rhyme or reason to it. Zubamendi, really? Noah Mikic, I don't know. I don't know who that is. Not likely to be a player that I'm going to be able to sign in the Welsh Premier Division, unfortunately. Not because, like, he might be really bad, but I wouldn't even be able to sign any player. Unless he plays in Wales. Every team is bad. It's true, but we were badder. AFC Turis Ultul Turner Maguri. Is that the Italian team that play in Serie G? That is a legitimate team we could actually manage? Oh yeah, I forgot there's a registration window, isn't there? Minimum squad of 15 players, right. Right, well, I just will... That's amazing. We can't register enough players, or we can. Essentially, our squad is so youthful now that we didn't actually have to register enough players to meet the minimum squad requirement. I've actually had to put players in that don't need to be registered. Our entire squad is like 21 and under. It's great. Typically hoover up the best young talent. I think it would be a struggle for us to hold on to really good players. Agreed. But I guess they're just not concerned about us right now. See if I can... That's fine. Team cohesion's dropped a little bit weirdly, despite me playing the same exact team lately. Oh, what to do about Basco Fisher? If I could get rid of someone like Charlie Williams, not that his wages would be particularly a lot. Oh. Well, that's fine then. That's that problem solved. We are at least on 27. We kind of need to wait until I've sorted out the David Smith situation. Although I'm starting to think that David Smith isn't actually going to be that good. English Pyramid agreeing to play in the Welsh Cup. I love that they say agreeing to play in the Welsh Cup, like it wouldn't benefit them more than it benefits the Welsh teams. Because surely all that means is that one of them is going to win the Welsh Cup every single season, thus depriving the other Welsh sides of a spot in European football and then costing them loads of money. I'm struggling to see how that's going to work out well for the other Welsh sides. Harrison Hazard. Oh, we'll leave that for the time being. Draw, you say? Okay. Where are we as far as the season preview these days? We're still... we are at least 50-1 now, but we're still right down there. But it is pretty tight outside of the bottom two. Having got relegated F24. Not from a full season, because remember, I was only really managing in Malta. I've only done the Malta save plus this save in F24. So I have been relegated, but it wasn't after a full season. We only did half a season with Maresca. Build a nation. That's true, yeah, getting that build a nation going. I mean, the English sides wouldn't be able to qualify through the English league system. Yeah, but they're not going to anyway, are they? That's the thing. It's a bit like saying I'm not allowed to compete for England in the 100 metres as a punishment. It's like, yeah, but I wasn't going to anyway, was I? Like, are Swansea, Cardiff, Wrexham going to qualify for the European football in the English system anyway? Boost the Welsh coefficiency. Yeah, but then who will benefit from that other than the team, them themselves? I don't see how that's going to help them particularly. Yeah, okay, so that was 13 years ago? And none of them are even in the top flight at the moment. My point is, it doesn't seem like much of a drawback on the other side of it, right? It seems like one of these things that has been designed so that these clubs can get into European football, and essentially what we're hearing is PR guff to try and justify it. Oh, it'll benefit you. Yeah, it always does, doesn't it? It'll trickle down. Don't worry, it'll trickle down. It's fine. Honestly, you'll get loads of money from it. It's like when the Premier League brought in EPPP, and the EFL will love it now that all their youth players can be poached from anywhere on the country. Career at Fulham. Was that really the end of his career? Which game was that? I thought it was an arm as well. If that's the one I'm thinking of. In the Premier League last season. Yeah. Like... I could have sworn it was his arm for some reason. Oh no, that was Tim Ream's arm. That was a different time, wasn't it? Because I remember seeing that. I remember watching that game live and being kind of horrified by it, honestly. Mbok, Richardson, Welch. Devon Brockie's faded a little bit lately, but I still don't want Mbok in that midfield role. Oh, do you know what? Actually, no. I'm going to trust my assistant for this one game with the exact lineup that he wants. No, except not Fernal Gill. He's definitely not starting. These two have been both kind of bad, actually. We'll bring Amissa back in, because he's at least left-footed. No, I don't blame you, Dazza. Your ear hurts. Oh, that sucks, Pog. I'm sorry. But yeah, the EPPP thing, like, I wasn't aware of just how bad that was until, I can't remember what podcast I was listening to. They were discussing EPPP, but it doesn't get the press that it should do for being utterly shit as a system. Clay Ewing onto the bench. No, we don't need Ryan Gowan as a sub. I just haven't got around to sorting the bench out yet. We don't need Eden. Why is he always on the bench? Every time. EPPP, basically, it stands for like Elite Player Performance Program or something like that. But basically what it was is the Premier League agreed to give the EFL teams more money in exchange for him bringing in this thing called EPPP. I don't know the specifics, but essentially there used to be a rule that a player couldn't be training in the academy of a club that was more than an hour and a half away from where they live. So that way it would allow local catchment areas to exist, and for players at local teams to actually be able to, for teams at the local level to be able to keep their players a bit longer. Whereas now they got rid of that, which basically means that big sides like your Manchester Cities, etc., that's just an example, not a specific accusation at them, could basically take youth players from all over the country without those players even getting a chance to be in the youth systems at these smaller sides. And as a result, and also for peanuts, which means the clubs were getting zero compensation for these players, and it was just homogenizing and hoarding all of these footballers at these massive sides, essentially. Even more so than it already was. Basically. Which is why when you see yeah. A good role to run with a winger on attack. Well, winger on attack is a role, so I'm not entirely sure I understand the question, because bear in mind as well, roles will vary. Yeah, if you want a winger on attack, probably winger on attack, but Oh no, I was just explaining what it was. But yes, I don't like it, but I was just explaining what it was. Bear in mind, Fulham are the sort of club that could potentially benefit from it as well, but I would rather that not be the case. Like, I'm almost certain we've used it in the past since it's been brought in. God, Ben Knight. I remember having Ben Knight at, I can't remember which club it was. Ankle dislocation, ligament damage. Yeah, I definitely remember that game. I actually didn't realise he had to retire because of that. Boom. Nice. With it, a left back or right back. Again, it's not really a question that has a good answer, Samuel, because unless I know your it's a bit like saying to me what type of tire does my car need without saying what engine or car it is. Like, you need more context around it to build a tactics approach on top of that. It isn't as simple as just saying this role works well with that, because you need to have everything work well together. Like, it has to work within the rest of your tactic too, and there's a lot of other positional play and interchangeables that will have an effect on it. Cashmere's. I thought they'd completely got rid of them. Have we just given away a penalty? Yep, cool. See you later, Bill. File on a free transfer. Yes, but it also, I feel like, stunts their careers. And, oh, what a save! Hang on, did he just move to the left and then jump to the right? That's dope. The best thing I could say, Samuel, is just try to tinker. Do like one thing at a time. So get something you kind of like, shape-wise, with a few instructions in there. Then go into some friendlies against worse teams. And then basically look at how it's playing and try to like make one change at a time. And slowly build it up from there. Rather than like overdoing it. Which was a couple of weeks ago. I must admit, I had the flu at the time when I was watching that game, and it was the most energetic I'd been in like 2 weeks. I just stood up and was jumping around the living room, and I paid for it. Believe me. Oh, Mbok. That is, yeah, nice. We lead away at Cardiff Met in the Cardiff Derby. It's like the Raya one yesterday. Yeah, did you see the behind the goal shot of that? From the other end of the pitch, where he's like basically gone past the post. Liquid football. We scored this goal actually with Mariska. This exact goal against, I think it was Mondeconge, because I was looking at the clips yesterday. That goal is certainly one that this tactic tries to create, and that would push us second, right? Ah, yeah, having Mbok there. I mean, my assistant wanted to start him. To be fair, I feel like Devon Brocky probably scores that same goal, but hey, we'll take it. Like, we're 2-0 up away from home, starting to cook a little bit more now. The squad's back together, full strength as well. I feel like what we are missing over the last few games is a goal from Swinburne. Oh, look at this. Go on, McGloney. Drop him in. Oh, hello. That's a wild idea. This could be about to be 500 IQ when this turns into a goal. Look at the build-up. Richardson has got on the edge of the box too. It's Swinburne. Look at the patience. Mackay Welsh. McGlone. Please score off the back of this. McGlone. McGlone! It's 2-0 to Cardiff Drax, and we are liquid football, chat. Oh, put me in the blender, drink me in. This is absolute filthy stuff. The fact that McGlone was going, actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to stop passing. I'm going to take them all on and drill it home for 2-0. Lovely. Position stars matter. If it works, it works. If you believe the player has the attributes for the role they're playing, then it doesn't matter what the positional star says, especially with things like roaming playmaker. Winning every game 10-0. Honestly, Hadrian, we got to the point where we were literally down in like 9th place, but we had 2 games in hand. We're now 2-0 up in the second of those, going back to second in the league as things stand, and cooking. Playing some absolutely beautiful football in the process. We're also through to the next round of the Welsh Cup, where we've got a lower league side still to manage. Oh, McGlone, just drop it across. Tap in, surely. We're embarrassing Cardiff Met here. Crazily. Swinburne, look at this. The patience and the build-up is absolutely insane. Mackay Welsh, it's Swinburne. Oh my God. Please tell me that's onside. Fuck. Swinburne just has to shoot there, doesn't he? That's really annoying. Because if he just shoots instead of passing that to Mbok, that's just 3-0. The extra... We actually tried... The problem with Cardiff Draconians is they try to walk it into the net. And we really did on that occasion. This game, we've not actually played that well, apparently. Like, they've had some chances, we've just not seen them. Oh, great touch from Swinburne again. Every time we get the ball, it feels like we're going to create something. Oh, no, most of their XG was the penalty, wasn't it? Richardson. To Lewis Lacey. Mackay Welsh makes it 3. Are we just really good away from home against really good sides? 5-0 against Barlatown, 3-0 against Cardiff Met. Oh, they're all graduated clowns. They are Chuckles McGee. It's tremendous. That was a little deflection there for sure. God, this football. We are cooking. It's nice to see Luis Lacey back in the team, actually, because Ben Collins has been fairly stable this season up until he became incredibly unstable right at the end, like a rickety old table. We might be, I think, I'd be willing to bet that we're probably the second highest goal scoring team in the league. Oh, McGlone's got him here. Don't go all the way through. Drop it across. Oh, so many bodies in there. Just pull it back. It's so easy. It's Swinburne. It's 4-0. Jay Tinsdale. It's the song. They just love Stevie Nicks. I can't hear this song and not think of that scene in School of Rock. Oh, look at this. It's just tremendous. Need a new office. Sammy, my office is just fine. Thank you, sir. 4-0. Love to fucking see it. How's it going, man? I need to transfer you money for Austria. Pog and I were discussing this last night. I forgot we haven't done that yet. Also, we need to plan Austria. Get in. 4-0. Only +8 goal difference still. I forgot, of course you bloody did. He's a millionaire, Jay. Money is meaningless to him. Thinking of buying it, yeah. I have a message for, oh God. Who's the message from? Who could possibly be using you as a conduit to get me a message? MSG. Chat, he quite literally meant monosodium glutamate. Like, he didn't mean a message, he meant actual MSG. Oh, tremendous misunderstanding there from us. World class. That's a generational misunderstanding. Wars have been started over less. Slip him in. Swinburne. McGlone for 4. McGlone! It's 5. 5 in the first half. Here's your message, MSG. Yeah, thank you, Sammy. That's awesome. There was this, was this in Maidstone? There's this, like, Chinese food shop in Maidstone that Sammy promised to get me some MSG. I just totally forgot about it. Yeah, we need to plan out Austria. Look at this finish from McGlone. Little dink with the right foot. We're 5-0 up in the first half. What is this? Maybe Madison Square Garden. It could gut burner. It goes very, very well. This will be our second 5-0 win away from home of this stream. And we're not even at half time yet. We're second in the league as things stand. Right in the battle for Europe. Admittedly, though, look at this. Second to 9th. There's a 3-point gap. 3 points between second and 9th is absolutely insane. Message is my favourite player in it, yeah. No plan, we just need a large map. To be fair, that is our new strategy. Whenever we go to these countries, ever since we were in Denmark, we were like, right, fuck it. From now on, everywhere we go, we're just going to find a large physical map. Him and Pog went looking around Dublin just to find a map. Ended up at this like random visitor centre, but we did find a giant map. What I mean is, Sammy, we really need to plan lunch. That's the one thing that's usually planned is lunch. Quartier. Get yourself some methadone. Red and white in the flags. We did Ireland. We did find the Leprechaun Museum from that map. Yes, this is very true. Right. What's the bet in this game finishes 5-0? Ask the Wolves like, do you know what? If there's ever a chance they're going to give me something, it is after this game, right? Because they'd be like, hey, you're in a European position. Maybe they'll let us have it. Big map is definitely up there with Big Clock for sure. Oh, go on, Kane. Just slide him in. I want to absolutely embarrass Cardiff Met here. Although it looks like they might be about to do that to us, actually. Good God. Yeah, this is where we do get caught out a little bit. Some of these transitions. That's a nice pass. Ooh, missed it. It does feel like... McGlone's on a 10 out of 10 rating, by the way. I don't know what I'm after next. Maybe Big Poof, perhaps. Like a big... big footstool type thing. Because the one we've got is final, but I would like a bigger one, potentially. So maybe Big Poof? I did get Big Clock, yes. McGlone's in again. It's 6-0. My mum, in the end, actually bought me Big Clock. Our rivals, technically we don't have any according to the game. Bear in mind, this team starts in the 3rd tier of Welsh football, so aren't even playable at the start. We're 6-0 up away from home. 6-0 up? Yeah, Big Clock is also hanging crooked because it doesn't balance properly because of the weighting inside it. I think the uni lads were out on the lash the night before. Definitely. Are we getting close to Christmas yet? Maybe that's what it is. I almost don't want to make any changes while we're playing so well because Batram was the guy that scored against us last time, if I recall, Mackay. Oh. Wow, former Watford player as well. Cairo, Ely. Well, I mean, for many reasons they might be. We do love an Ely team around these parts. Biggest city in the country. Oh yeah, Ely's massive, mate. Huge city. But there's the goal that we inevitably concede. At that point, I might just start changing things, honestly. We'll get Brocky in for a bit. Philpott, because why not at this point? Madison to save some legs. Ewing, because reasons. Because he's kind of good, isn't it? County. Cambridgeshire, Sammy. Just ask my local council. I have no idea how that went in, considering that he, like, kicked it at him at a completely wrong angle, but I guess FM physics are not exactly the greatest. I'm on the... Yes, the Isle of Ely. There's a reason why the pub's called that. Are we actually going to let him run all the way through here? This is going to be 6-2 now, isn't it? Lads, don't let the goal difference slip. Like, drive home the advantage. Right, keeper, that should be yours. That's actually really bad defending. Wait. Weirdly, why do I feel like we're going to score off of this? That really scattergun defending there makes me feel like for some reason... Oh, no, never mind. That was a dreadful header from Lewis Lacey. Right, keeper, this is yours. Never mind. Cambridge Uni students, absolutely not, thankfully. Well, we certainly didn't score from it, that is for sure. But we have got 6 goals, so it matters not. Have we got anyone into double digits yet? Oh, Ewing? Oh, it should have been 7. Too cheap for Cambridge in it, yeah. Too delicious. Worst bottlenecks. Really? Where's that? Ely's actually really good for travel. Okay, there's a lot of trains go through, unless that's the cause of the bottleneck, is all the different trains that come through here, but it's really useful for getting out of here. Pod can pick like 7 trains an hour to go to work. It's brilliant. 6-2 away at Cardiff Met, and they won a penalty in this game. Sorry, missed a penalty in this game. So they didn't really create that much anyway. We were by far the better side. We're second in the league. As if we're second in the Welsh top flight. We ain't winning this league because TNS are just too much better than everybody else. Even though we've beaten them, there's just no chance of us actually being able to call them back. Not everyone that goes to Cambridge. Bear in mind, Cambridge Uni costs the exact same amount as every other university to go to as far as like university tuition fees, as far as I'm aware. It's just that the entry requirements are extremely high, right? Then a sausage lunch. It'd be rude not to have some kind of meat for lunch, though, wouldn't it, Sammy? So I don't know if you're good or not. I think we can safely say we're pretty decent, but not elite. Felixstowe West Midlands Freight Courier. Oh, okay. I wouldn't know about that. Private school students. I don't know. I mean, people from my school went to Cambridge. There will be foreign students, of course, but it's not like a case... Like, you can go to Cambridge if you're smart, right? Yeah, being second with only 26 points is... Bear in mind, we've not had, like... 26 points from 17 games is, like, fine. But it's not an amazing season. When you consider that last year, second place got 59 points, which is nearly 2 points a game. Whereas we're operating on, like, fuck all. Like, right now, we'd be on... Well, 52, but that would be for 34 games. We'd be on, like, high 40s. Who went to Cambridge. I swear people were applying for Cambridge at our school, Sammy. I don't know who exactly, but there was this whole thing where they had to apply separately, didn't they, to all of us? Because you didn't have to go through UCAS or something? I can't remember. Oh, yeah, obviously, there's posh people at all unis. Like, there was posh people at the uni I went to, and it was... I mean, it was still in Cambridge, I suppose, but it wasn't, you know... Prem manager. I don't think the Premier League managers would have changed in the last, like, month. I'd be surprised. Then they got, well, get smarter, innit? Let's have a look. That was posh people. God. I tell you what, right? When people think I'm posh, I'm like, you've not met someone who's posh then if you think I'm posh. Too cool. Eddie Howe. I don't think there's been any changes. The only change there might have been would be one towards the very bottom of the league, but it's not looking like it. Oh, Ian Crawley's in charge of Leicester. That is new. He might be I think he's a caretaker, actually. No, it's the same. They do have to play earlier, yeah. But it was a posh club. Okay. Give a shit. Yeah. Another Union Cambridge. It isn't Cambridge University. Yes, there is. I went there. I'll refund your points for that one, James. So did Pog. One guys I was friends with at uni had her dad buy her a house as a graduation project. Christ, I'm like, oh no, like a guy I knew at uni, his family owned horses. Like, but everyone else I knew at uni was just like, yeah. Well spoken. Yeah, in it. Also, people that, like, there is an accent that is far more, like, received pronunciation. You know which accent I mean. The one where they talk like this. Except they don't talk like... Mary Poppins, innit? Is she really? She's Ely local. Ely nationalist, like me. You wait, chat. Once I get my Ely bumper sticker, we're kicking off. Oh, yeah, I always used to say that. I went to uni in Cambridge. It's like... But now it's like, oh... The sign's all over the goddamn city. It was a bit South African, wasn't it? Yeah, we've now got a nice week off before Holyhead. It's tremendous. Often the ring of converted barn houses outside the city. Ah, yeah, I think I've driven past some of those. The roadman accent. That's the one, yes. BBC News but mumbling. Yeah, kind of, I suppose. Posh scale. I don't fucking know. I don't really give a shit. Like, I find that people that want to bang on about people's poshness usually are the ones with the problem, not other people. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Brady Williams. Like, I'm just a person who grew up in Essex. In it. Hence why I end most sentences with in it. Show over Ely independence. Damn right, we're going to break the island away, chat. I'm going to secede. Yeah, no actual game time for the first team squad yet, which makes sense. But you are getting some game time for the NLP side. So getting there. Getting there slowly. $25-minute wait. Yeah, to be fair, I once had an appointment. It was like, I swear to God, I feel like it was the first appointment of the day and it was still late. And I'm just like, right, what are you doing now? Do you just want to start late? Unhappy about promise not being kept. But then I can just say that and then he will just leave automatically. Transfer requests. Wait. Oh, okay.
I'm the Pope.
He's going to Mumbles, chat. Sentient Natalie, thank you for the follow. It's actually interesting that you've got sentient in your name because Hadrian and I specifically confused the phrase sentient with omniscient earlier, but somehow still ended up on the right track. So it's just interesting. Paul Talbot can have him. Off you go, buddy. Omniscient Natalie, perhaps indeed. I'm going to trial Basco Fisher again. Wait, who are you on a bid from? Torquay United. I don't think we'd be able to get him anyway. No. Unfortunately not. It's very interesting. I know you'd be fascinated by that. Right. What's up? Playing the... Oh, legend. Cheers, Jamie. What a guy. But pallets being in the way when shopping. It's weird when you do see like random stuff like that. I was walking around Cambridge on Saturday and there's like a little coffee shop on the side of the Grafton Centre. It's quite narrow. And Pog and I saw these two staff members wheeling this giant wheelie bin in through the front door, right through the middle of the store between all the tables. And I'm just like, surely there's a back way to do that, right? Like, I don't really care. I'm not one of those people that gives a shit about stuff like that. But I can't imagine their manager would be super happy with that. God, look at all these A+. Atmospheres popping off. Recruitment meetings not caring. Where are we at? Dynamic-wise, cohesion still crap. It does seem like a little bit of a health code one, yeah. Really? So these guys are doing a massive drive just to get absolutely dicked on by us. This is tremendous. Buying their way to success. I mean, Forest have spent a lot of money, but like, they've still spent the least amount of money per point in the Premier League. So, swivel on it, I suppose, isn't it? Football clubs, just the one. We've got Ely City. I mean, there's obviously like reserves and women's teams and youth teams as well. They're more into their rugby team is higher ranked than their football team. Let's put it that way. Ely Tigers is actually like, I don't know what level they play at, but they seem to have a reasonable fan base. Like I see the like logos and stuff quite a lot. Yeah, I saw a stat earlier. It was like Forest, the amount of money they spent per point, that was the best in the league, and then it was Fulham after that. Presumably just because we've got less points, but we've spent less money. Southampton was the most, in case you were wondering. Ely Bolston. Do you know what? There probably is one, Misha. I've just never encountered it. Lack of badges. I don't believe so. I think the cohesion just comes from the players playing a lot together, but maybe there is a limit based on the badges. I'm going to loan out Lee Jenkins. Can I even do that? I guess we can. Chat, we're building a loan farm. Nobody say anything. Ely Rugby's a kid. There you go. Money doesn't play football, people do. I mean, it's true. I'm curious to see how that game is going to go. I just don't think we're going to do much tonight. It's weird having midweek Premier League games so soon after the FA Cup like that. Does this happen every year? I'm not knocking it, but that's true. It was actually 400 trillion bearded child, unfortunately. It's been updated slightly. We'd lost in the Welsh Youth Cup. I don't even know what round that was. I feel like that might be the first time I've even seen that mentioned. Yeah, no clubs breaching FFP is, I suppose, something. Or was it PSR? It's the new manager bounce. It's going to get us. I'm going to go with Thomas Souček hat-trick. Just randomly. It does. It feels like what Amazon Prime should be televising, and yet it's not. And that means I'm going to have to get on a plane and go to, like, Canada to watch it. And that's just a pain, isn't it? Trades via apprentices. No, I mean, it was a mix for us. There was, like, some people we knew went to apprenticeships. Viking, for example. Some of us went to uni. I took an accidental year off and then went to uni. And I kind of wish I hadn't bothered. Or at least if I had, I'd studied something different. But, you know, it is what it is. Only goal scorer we have about. I used to love Pog. Pog. One of the few. Like, if you were to ask Pog to name a West Ham player, the only one that she would be able to name is Thomas Souček, because she used to have him in her FPL team back in the day during that one tiny period where Pog was super into FPL, and she was obsessed with Thomas Souček. Call the Souček hat trick right. I try to think. Although I do have to start putting some bets on some of the things I say, because more and more of them are coming in. Waiting for the Nord V. We were actually discussing Nord earlier. Holbrook. Just Champions League games yet to come. True, yeah. That means that Thursday night will probably be a pretty good time to do that agent video stream. I was going to try and do it Wednesday, but I think Thursday might be better because we've got all the midweek Premier League football. Barry Scott is going on loan to Havant at Waterlooville. Love to see it. Championship. I believe there is some kind of championship. I don't know what the TV rights are like for the Championship and EFL at this point. Is there really? Oh, well. Thursday. There'll probably be less on Thursday. There'll be like 2 at most, right? Right. Holy head time. Get your holy heads out, chat. We cooking. Naturally, my assistants decided to... I still think we should be good enough to beat these guys, even with a rotated side, but I am still going to play Freddie Taylor. We do need to strengthen somehow here. Like, give a couple of guys a little rest. Like McGlone, for example. Let Nugent play. Actually, Nugent's so dead on his feet. McGlone probably has to play just because of match sharpness. We'll get Clay Ewing in, though. Tinsdale can go on the bench. Oh, Conti was there. That was nice. And Bock can be on the bench instead of Emmanuel. I'll go with that. No Kaiser. Yeah, probably should have Kaiser in the team. I feel a bit bad for old Ryan Galvin, but Kaiser's who he is, isn't he? I do have highlights. Okay. I have noticed Sky have been showing what seems to be quite a lot of EFL games. Or certainly showing a lot more, like, they're uploading a lot more highlights. I don't know if that means they were actually showing the game at one point, or whether they just have the rights to these random 3-minute highlights. But it does feel like my Sky Sports football feed on YouTube is filled with a lot more EFL highlights than it used to be, which is always good. Although I must admit, every other one of them is Wrexham. It seems like, which I understand, but it is a lot. Okay. Region in their team? On champ? Really? I think BT changed to TNT to be in line with the American channel, so it's just like a constant brand identity across the different platforms, because TNT is a thing in the States too, because it's Turner. Is it Turner Broadcasting? I can never remember. Oh, it's Red Button. Oh, so that's where they're getting all those from, I assume. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the hardest place to watch English football on television is England. Basically. Bang, Freddie Taylor. Aren't we glad we started him now? This would be a quarter-final appearance, by the way, if we were to get through. And there's still a lot of teams from the lower leagues left in the tournament, which means I think there's a pretty good chance that we could go pretty deep in the cup. Nice. Because you got Aberystwyth Town. That's an all top flight thing. And Ely are winning. Carmarthen and Llisworry. You got these guys obviously are going to get destroyed. But Trevelyan as well. There's plenty of chances of us getting ourselves another lower league side in the next round. Because there's so many different things you have to buy. Like, with Amazon Prime, I feel like that was one of those ones where people liked that so much because, one, the coverage was really good and they innovated a lot and had just good commentary teams, good coverage in general. In addition, a lot of people didn't see it as an extra subscription because not everyone has Amazon Prime, but a lot of people do. An overwhelming amount of people do, as Brocky misses the target. Yeah, they showed every game. You could choose which one you wanted to watch. It was convenient. A lot of people already had it, so it didn't feel like an extra thing you were paying for. That's why it was perfect. I wish they'd get more, honestly. Like, they've got a lot of NASCAR rights for this season, which is going to be interesting. Won't be showing it, of course, in the UK market, because obviously that's all owned by Premier Sports, who do an absolutely awful job. But, oh, what a pass. Come on. Come on, Robbie. Show that speed. You haven't scored for a while, bud. Oh, I like the idea. I like the thoughts. I know it sucks. It's because they've been actually broadcasting for quite a while now, haven't they? Get next day delivery of the football. Oh, what a pass. It's back to Swinburne. Can he make it too? He's gone all the way through. He somehow has still found the back of the net. Champion Coisy. Yeah, there was a lot of good commentary teams on there for the most part. Just great. European Super League. Well, to be fair, I'd say I won't be watching it, and I absolutely wouldn't, but not because... Well, partly because of that, but also partly because I don't really watch the Champions League anyway. So another form of the Champions League wouldn't suddenly interest me anymore. Well, I mean, at some point you feel like eventually the Premier League will come around to the idea of having their own service, but they make so much money out of broadcasting deals. The price of that service would have to be quite astronomically high in order to justify them doing that. From the Champions League, well, Champions League is different. Like, if we got to the Champions League, obviously I'd watch it, but I couldn't give a shit about any Super League shit. Yes, that's right, chat. Support your favourite streamer with your Prime sub. So when we raid over and it's your favourite streamer, you make sure you support them. Exactly, the Golden Goose, they make so much money off of it. It's insane. I actually forgot we had that Prime command. I just totally forget it exists. Any good stuff going on in these games? Cardiff Met have turned it around. Carmarthen are looking good, though. Barry Town are finally winning a game. We've made a little bit of hard work of this. I'm not pleased with it. Going to throw on a few better players for a little run. Get Aston a little run in midfield as well. Why the hell not? Yeah, we're too big for it. Exactly. £20 a month for every Premier League game would be absolutely fine, because if you consider how much it costs to have Sky or BT, you're already getting into that, right? Particularly the way that they're trying to bundle other shit with it. But as a neutral lever, I tend to watch football if it's on, but less and less so. So, like, I watched the end of the Tamworth Spurs game after stream on Sunday. I then watched a bit of the Newcastle Bromley game, but I wasn't really paying that much attention to it. I find that I need, like, a big story for a game for me to be really interested in as a neutral. I'm not, like, in my era where I just want to consume everything in terms of football a lot of the time. Oh, great. Swinburne's through again. Oh, my goodness me. Robbie Swinburne. 3-0 Drax. That's his second dink of a goalkeeper this season alone. Man is absolutely brilliant. Bear in mind, we're not even at Christmas yet. He could be getting like 20 goals this season. It's a great ball from Mbok. But the fact that he actually chose to dink the goalkeeper from outside the box. Championship team got promoted in first. But the following season you get relegated. The board kept you. Would you need to get promoted as second? Have switched clubs again. I think you'd be able to keep your... I don't think you'd get sacked for that, right? Hang on. I'm trying to understand the question here. But the board kept you on. Would you then need to get promoted in second? I'm not sure I understand the question. Surely you don't need to do... You can do whatever you like, right? If you don't get sacked, then you can kind of just go again. You could win the league, right? I feel like I'm probably the one misunderstanding here. Let's be honest. It's almost something like in terms of this. Oh, in terms of this save. Oh, it wouldn't make any difference with this save because,
oh, this isn't
if we say we were in the championship and we got promoted, us being relegated would have zero impact on the save. So it's only if we get to European finals that it would matter. So as long as relegation doesn't have any bearing, although often you probably would get sacked for getting relegated often because a lot of the jobs you take over require that, but it wouldn't have any direct impact on the save, I don't think. Mondi! Wait. Yeah, Mondi, thank you for the follow. 3-0's okay. It would be nice if we could keep a clean sheet this time. So the keeping your job and stuff is more to do with the European successes. We wouldn't get sacked. We wouldn't have to leave the club if we got relegated or anything like that. It would just most likely happen on its own. G Woody TTV, thank you for the follow. If you lose a European final, we have to quit our job, yes. Yeah, if you get relegated out of a playable league, you've got no choice. We did try to save ourselves in Luxembourg by turning on the league, but it was too late to save our lives. Or our job in this case. Good news, we're through to the next round of the Cup, and that's a nice healthy $5,000 in the bank for us. Imagine if we finished this season with a positive bank balance. Yeah, they sacked us before we even got to it. 2 games to spare, they were just like, bang. Now, we don't want to revisit nations in the save. So Aberystwyth, that's a second tier side through. Bangor, knockout TNS, tremendous. Carmarthen are through. Barrier through. So there's still, like, a chance. We could get someone like Aberystwyth or Bangor, who are essentially all but a second tier side anyway. Carmarthen. We're in good shape. Maybe the money is good. Actually, now progressing through to the Cup, and we've been winning a lot. Like, now maybe is the time for me to try for another coaching course, just to see how that's going for him. $5,000 for that. Only 2k in debt now. What rank is the Welsh Prem? Well, wouldn't you like to know? It's 106th. It's lower than Scottish League 1. To give you an idea of where we're at. It's lower than the Faroese League. Welshie, thank you for the follow. It's pretty damn low. Now, 2 English leagues is that? English leagues? I don't think there was any English leagues there. The nearest English league to it. So it's lower than the National League. But I'd say it's more likely, it's actually more on like a National League North-South level, which is roughly rare. Some of the players that we didn't get to sign ended up joining clubs in that kind of National League North-South type of level. Mariska Mush. 7th. Wow, they're actually doing worse this season under their new manager. Still in the hunt for promotion, but I mean, to be fair, they're actually only 2 points outside of the spots. They'll probably be okay. Shout out, though, to Yellow Boys. Just... Hey, isn't that... I swear that's the same as the thing that's on the Young Boys badge. Are these 2 clubs connected in some way? I swear that looks the same. Oh, maybe not. Why did I think they were? They don't have Alan Judge anymore, I don't think. No. I wonder if he'd come here. You're right, it looks like Elevated. Oh. The Judgester. Assistant manager, potentially. Add him to the shortlist. You're right. It's sort of... It's actually not. It just feels like it. I mean, it's Aspire, obviously. Robbie Cooper. But still, he's actually not scored for a while. Wills, thank you for the 20 months. Welsh versus National League, yeah. Small windmill. Yeah, it's most likely a windmill. It looked weirdly familiar for some reason. Went out on loan. Yes, you went out on loan, I think, to King... No, you went out on loan to Filed. If I recall. Yes, went on to Filed. You haven't actually played for them yet, but the time will come. You've only just moved, in fairness. So that should be lots of football for you there. And we can start to see a little bit more about you now. Capped at under 18 level, which is a good sign.
It's good you came in summer.
2 more goals for the Swinster.
In winter, it can get very depressing.
How many goals has he actually got? Because the game lies to you. Yeah, 11 goals this season is great news. Tinsdale's been sensational. Babu's been good. Nobody's really, other than Sam Aston, nobody's really underperformed for us, which just really helped us out a lot and kind of been necessary. Right, where's this cup draw? Oh, a coaching call. Shit, yes. We don't want to go any further than that before we try. I don't think they're going to say yes. I think we'd have to... I love that. They're actually disappointed about anything. The gall of them to actually be just... Oh, I literally can't even ask for one yet. Maybe if we can go one more round of the cup, we could potentially... Oh, we've got Pennymont away. That's not ideal. Is there any good ties? Not really, no. Carmarthen got Bangor. I'd like to play the winner of Carmarthen Bangor if we could get through Pennymont. That would give us a shot, but not sure. I take it you're playing on the same one as me, Quinn. Is he any good? Unhappy promise not kept. Low move. Nice. Get you out for loan, bud. I think he's already under a bid. Yeah, Barry with the second. There's a few options for us. And we're speaking of Barry, we're actually playing them next. Building Nation Croatia. I've no plans to currently, but wouldn't rule it out. I don't know what their rules are like. Let's see. Important player. Definitely send you to Stalybridge Celtic. Bates is going to go to Talbot. Yeah, we're going to play against our landlords, who we're doing much better than. Where were we on this one, actually? Yeah, so we're up to third on this league now, really. We've been good. I'm impressed with us, although it is still so tight between everybody except Barry Town. It's also worth noting that Bangor have really started to slide back down the lead again. The captain has left, yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't asked me to appoint a new one yet. I guess we'll do it before the next game. Oh, Loki, thank you for the follow. I must have missed that. Get that in there. Oh, Jesus. Home and away. Well, I guess so. Yeah, I want to try and push through the remaining 5 league games today in the next 50 minutes, which is going to be a tough ask, but they'll probably be really close together anyway. I want to know which of the 2 divisions we're in. Sorry, I want to see which side of the split we're in before next stream. I've showed Robbie Cooper like 4 times in this stream. But there he is, again. I literally showed him like 5 minutes ago. But there he is. Keep having to work, my guy. The league splits after 22 matches. Adult Bills. Well, stop it. Yeah, it splits after 22. So we should be in good spot. Basically, he looks like he has the minerals for a good player. He's got crazy good finishing, good jumping reach. We can't scout him, but it's there. Ooh. Ooh, appointing Devon Brocky. Sounds good. We'll move the veal chop up a little bit. Robbie Pooper. He does. He feels like he's got lower league energy. Imagine if there actually just was a guy called Robbie Pooper. Just out. Oh, fuck me. That scared me for a second. In a good way. Monza still tracking along in 2nd place, though. No offers for Jenkins. You had a bid on you, didn't you? Oh, no, you didn't, did you? Poor lad. Lone Farm will get there. And playing about 8 games before the season. Oh, so what does it... Yeah, so it's the 10th of January. But then there's only 10 games left after that. So I see what you mean. To be fair, we have no money to sign anybody anyway. So, and honestly, I'm pretty happy with the squad we've got. The only player I would like to add would have been that other guy. But he's clearly going to sign for an English side. Was that another song request? Ah, it actually wasn't. I didn't get done this time. Want to say, oh no, we're moving clubs. At the end of this season, we'll be moving clubs. Unless something absolutely insane happens. Which is still, like, pending outcome. What the fuck? Something is on the day. They've got plenty of time for that. Yeah, I mean, it's a journeyman save, so we will be leaving, barring a miracle. I honestly think that even if we were to come second with them, I'd probably still want to leave. But it's the sort of thing that would give me pause for thought. If we could get into, like, the top... Particularly, I mean, I think it would actually only be Conference League, right? Yeah, and we get some good money. Well, it actually wouldn't be that good money, but good money for the club. If you won the Welsh Cup, It's all ifs and buts, but it's the sort of thing that could convince me to... The problem then is, right, we have to essentially commit then to a full another season at the club, only to then be... Oh, that's annoying. Only to then be immediately kicked out of Europe, because we're not going to win any rounds of European football. I think, if anything, it would be good to leave at that point, because then the club then have a chance to build in my absence. Right? Because say we do another season, we spend a little bit of cash to try and build them a team for the following season. We get dropped out of Europe in the first round, because we would do, unless we got the San Marinese team in that round, which would be very, very unlikely. We'd be... But then we have to leave in mid-season, and I'd rather leave in the summer in Serie C, so we actually get a full summer of transfers, so we can build them up. Ah, youth intake! For God's sake! Well then... Never mind. Oopsie. Hang on. Haven't I already got bids on this dude? Oh, what? Really? This late into the save? Okay. So I've already accepted a bid from Stalybridge Celtic, and none of these guys are willing to pay us. Leaving a bunch of burning carcasses behind you. Yeah, I just think that if we were to put them in a position where, say we do get them into Europe and win them a cup or something, then that's a brilliant position to leave them, if anything, at this stage in the save, because then they'd have that money, they can push on with it, with a manager that's actually going to be there for a while, right? TNS have just lost again. Like, if we were to win, we'd only be 4 points off the top. I'm just saying. It's not, like, out of the possibility if we were to get into that top group of teams that we could get some good results, and you never know. Like, with every game being that tough, TNS could be there for the taking, potentially. We've still got to get into it, though, and the problem is it's so damn tight that we really have to be on it in these next few matches, particularly as one of them is against TNS. Finish this season today. No, the plan for today is we're going to go and finish the stage, so up to Matchday 22, if we can. Unless, like, we're really running low on time and we've already been eliminated from it. But I think that's unlikely to be eliminated from anything in this, unless we lose every one of these games. The points don't halve, they just fully split. Nugent. Wait, Nugent? Yeah, I'm still starting McGlone. Brocky's back in, interestingly. And Box having a little rest, apparently, which I'm still not sure I'm a fan of. I think I'll drop out Kane and bring Mbok back in. I'll trust the rest of this. Aston to the bench. Eden off of it for Madison. Bench is getting a bit smaller now, I suppose. Right. Good. Barrytown away. This should be a winnable game, but I don't like that system. So as for Serie C, I actually like a Serie C button, really, don't I? The current situation is this. So you've got Padova, top of the league, and all of these lads in here doing bits. Oh, Trento have picked it up a little bit. They were really struggling when I looked at this before stream today. Then in the B division, you've got all of these lads. Ascoli, oh wow, Ascoli running away with it. Tremendous. Some quite good sides in here as well. Then Avellino, well, right on the cusp there. Benevento down there too. Latina. Monopoly would be very fun. If the Monopoly job came up, it was just tremendous. The opportunity's got a low scoring as hell, isn't it? Look at that. 7 goals is the top score in that one. 8 in that one and 8 in that one. They've played half the season. Catania, I don't know if I'd want to move to, like... I feel like it would be almost pointless to move to a team that's like... I suppose there's the story of managing a team that's fallen on hard times, but then there's also, like, taking over someone really fun as well. It's like a mix, isn't it? There's quite a few former Serie A teams down there, to be fair. Georgia's second division youth intake was very confusing. Oh, God. Excellent. Maybe this is just... Maybe your team's just that bad. Right. Oh, yeah, he needs match sharpness. I'm just excited to see if we can have a go at the playoffs in it, right? Serie C might genuinely be like a one-season jobby. But that's fine. Because honestly, I think if we did it and didn't like get promoted or anything, it would be worth just like moving on from there quite quickly. Because I think there's more leagues I want to visit, and Italy is one that's like, you know... Because I do have a lower leagues like France and Spain turned on as well. Provicelli. Like, I know they're historically relevant, but like I said, I quite like the idea of managing interesting clubs as well as ones that have been like historically good as well. Like, I'd almost be more interested in managing a side that's come up from Serie D and taking over there instead. Just teams with like interesting stories that have oh god, it's Regan Booty. Barry Town lead. Regan Booty with the assist. Lower leagues of Portugal. I think, yeah, I've got Portugal switched on. They're all options, but like, my point is, right, if I'm given the choice between the lower league of Portugal, France, Germany, or whatever, or like, I don't know, Slovakia, I'm choosing Slovakia just because it's a slightly more interesting story, I feel like. Booty with the assist there. Do you reckon that's how he's got all those assists? He's just been whipping in like, oh god, not again. Just monstrous corners. Kaiser with an absolutely massive punch, but just don't give him a chance to shoot from this distance. That must be offside, surely. Wait. Yeah, it's offside. Yeah, I'm feeling it needs to have like fun name, fun history, cool badge, cool kit, something to like get my teeth dug into. That's what it is when it comes to choosing jobs. Like, we've played good football in this game, apparently. I feel like this is one of these ones where hopefully our quality of play should be enough for us to get the goals. But going a goal behind is never ideal in games like this. But I'll slip him in. Swinburne. How on earth has that not gone in the net? It feels like half the time when our opponents have those types of chances, it hits our goalkeeper and goes in. Yet somehow he's just pulled out an absolutely world-class stop there. Penalty! Which he'll probably miss. Okay, we've got a chance now because we've just created an insane amount of XG. Yeah, he just has to slide that to the far post. Right, it's Tinsdale from the spot. And he scores. God, that was a weird-ass penalty. But at least Jay Tinsdale has put us back level in this game. And we've had some really strong chances so far. I think we can go and win this game 3 or 4-1, honestly. It's been amazing. Yeah, no, totally. But, like, if I'm doing a European Journeyman, part of me just wants to avoid... Part of me wants to experience more of what Europe has to offer on the whole, right? That's why it's been cool to manage in Luxembourg and manage in Wales. Because you know for a fact that towards the end of this save, we're going to have to end up in one of the top nations anyway. So I'd rather save that for when we do. But I want to make an exception for Serie C just because their playoff system is utterly bonkers. Oh, good lord. What a tackle. What a tackle! We're going to concede anyway. But what an unbelievable... Oh, for God's sake. Regan Booty scores for Barry Town. And now he's giving it the big one. For God's sake. I think I'd rather the other guy just scored. This tackle here from Fernell Gill is absolutely... Look at that. It's a goal-saving tackle. Belgium and Austria. I don't know. There's so many teams that's available for us. He deflects off of Mbok as well. So Booty's got a goal and an assist for them in this game. And they lead 2-1 with 0.18 XG. We're absolutely battering them. No, but like I just said, James, like, I'm not just interested in a team because they were historically relevant, is what I mean. Like, Provicelli's story is fine and all that, but like, if I'm given a choice between Provicelli and a newly promoted Serie D team with a cool badge, I'm choosing the Serie D team with the cool badge. It's the same as why clubs like Catania don't interest me that much, I guess. Brocky, slide him in. Tinsdale again. Swinburne. Oh, it's beautiful. 2-2, get in. Has to be Champions League or Continental Cup. As in, for the rules of the save, if we were to lose in any Continental Cup, we would have to leave our job, yes. And, oh, you mean for teams we can't manage? Yeah, so any team that's ever been in a European Cup final of any sort is eliminated, including the Cup Winners' Cup. Good finish from Swinburne. I still feel like we can go on and win this. Like, we've actually been so damn good in this first half. It's just not had the... Well, Booty's already got a goal and an assist. So what's really left? Is maybe a red card? Go for the Gordie Howe hat-trick? Right, cool. Oh, I think I fixed the spreadsheet command, by the way, chat. So the spreadsheet one should now work for you. Or the OTI teams one. Be interesting, but not that interesting. I'm not sure I understand what we're talking about now. I'm just saying I have preferences. Like... That's all. I just have preferences about certain clubs. Certain clubs I'll be more interested in managing than others, right? Because it'd be too easy to just basically take over clubs who are historically big, have higher reputation, more money, and could just funnel you out the leagues in the same way that just I could go to clubs and immediately get good coaching badges. But I find that the story along the way is more interesting to me as far as what I want out of a save. And tell you what, and he's in, and he must be offside, surely. He's bloody not. Mackay Welsh makes it 3-2 to the Dracs. Yeah, so it's the OTI teams one. Let me just quickly have a look. Yeah, that's the default one for folks, but it was this one that was broken last time. Let me see if it works. Yeah, it does. So basically, for some reason, when I'd edited this and made the separate version, for some reason, the share functionality had been changed to not include anyone with a link, and now it does. So now this is the one for this exact save. So you'll see that it's got the winners of competitions in this save in it, which is good. We're leading. Tremendous. This would be 3 straight wins, I think, as well. Yeah, no, we literally could have been first, top flight Slovakia. We probably could have built a good tactic, probably got them into Europe first season, got loads of money, got like 2 or 3 coaching badges over the course of the next 2 seasons. But to me, that isn't fun and interesting. And at the end of the day, I'm going to do what I think is interesting and more enjoyable, right? I much prefer managing where we are right now and slowly building our way there. Now, obviously, as the loomingness of FM25 arrives, when we actually know a release date, things could change and we may have to speed things up in certain areas, but I feel like it's about the story, and I think it'll make it better for the YouTube videos too if there's just more story elements. There's so many things that have happened this season alone. Yeah, the challenge was like with Maresca merch. The reason I wanted to go there is because, you know, the challenge of the situation they're in, and the fact that we we actually gave them a hope of survival despite all the odds that they were against. I reckon if we were there for a full season, we'd have kept them up, but obviously we wouldn't have been, right? I get the feeling a 4th goal is coming soon. We're doing that thing where we pop the ball around really aggressively, just waiting for that perfect pass, and that could be it. It's Swinburne again, bends it home, bang. 4-2 to Cardiff Dracs. Robbie Swinburne's 15th goal before Christmas this season. This is what can happen if you get an actual shadow striker that can kill it. I don't think we would have succeeded as much as we have if we'd kept playing Sam Aston. I'm glad we looked at the stats and noticed just how good Swinburne was performing at making the right runs. But that's why I feel like you can actually read a lot into that. Oh God, not another assist for Regan Booty. He's the only player. Oh my God, he nearly got one. It's 4-3 in this game. Somehow. This game has no right to be 4-3, but it is. And again, it was Regan Booty whose absolutely wondrous delivery. God, he's an absolute menace, isn't he? This week's lottery numbers. They're all 10. Every single one of them. They've literally... How are we winning 4-3? Still young. He's fairly young. He's 20, I think. 20 years old. He's on loan from Britain Ferry. I don't think he has the PA to be long-term successful in this save. But what he does have is the things to be good now, basically. And he is. I'm actually getting Bok off for Kane Richardson. Keep it at that and go from there. I'm a little bit... Oh. Brilliant. Just after I bring on... Actually, I think Tinsdale's going to get his fitness back, isn't he? Yeah. The 4-4 could still be on the cards, unfortunately. I reckon we... Oh, Brocky, all the way in. Go on, Devon. Find the pass. And it's another goal for Robbie Swinburne. Is that a hat-trick? It is. First hat-trick of the save for any one of our players. 5-3. Lovely. God, just imagine what this team would look like and play like if we had Regan Booty as that DLP. He would have absolutely cooked in this shape with this team in this league. Given that he's playing as well as he is for literally the bottom club. Like, he's got a goal and an assist here. He's one of the top assisters in the league for the worst team in the entire division. If he was playing in that DLP role for us, he'd have had double-digit assists by now. Easily. Look at the XG we're creating in recent games. We've suddenly gone second again. We're only 4 points off the... We've got 4 XG away from home here. Go on, a 6th goal. Let's have another game where we get 6 goals. Welsh. Off the bar. Yeah, if they get relegated, maybe we could get Regan Booty. With our next club. Bring him to Serie Chi. That seems doable. Oh, here we go again. Ewing. Go on, I want a 6th goal. I want another game with 6 goals in it for us. Ewing to the byline. Can he drop it across? He's got options. So many of them in the box here. Tinsdale. Ewing. God, just pass it. Oh, it should have been 6 as well. I think that was Brocky on the end of it. This is our best performance as far as, like, attacking output the whole season. No, not annoying at all, James. I'm the same. I want to know the exact answer to things, and sometimes I get confused as well. Pog and I had this exact discussion last night when she was talking about a certain roundabout. She was like, oh yeah, the one we turned left at to go here. So naturally, I assumed she meant the one right before it, where we turned left at to go here. But she wasn't. She was talking about around about 3 miles away. And then we got in this whole tiff because I didn't understand that she meant a different roundabout that you turn left at. But when you say the roundabout you turn left at, when I hear that implies in my head that it's the sole roundabout that we turn left at to go to this place. So my natural brain linked into the thing that was closest to it. That's just how my brain works. Non-EU foreigner, true. Turn left at all roundabouts. Well, if you did that, you'd go around in circles. See him as a CM, but Booty is just so good as a DLP. His set piece delivery as well would give us an extra dimension that we've kind of not been utilising as much. Plus 11 goal difference. God, if we just started the season a little bit better. Which is the same story as Mariska. It's the roundabout, no doubt, yes. That's going to be a huge gain on this, right? 27.9 now. Let's gain us a little bit back on that. Except it hasn't because we've got 5 goals. 3 more goals for Swinburne. What's he up to in the league now? 10. 10 in 9 starts as well. He's the second highest goal scorer in the league. I reckon he could win the top scorer title. Love for Regan Booty start. It came from the Stockport save, I think, when I signed him on loan from Huddersfield for a bit and then took him permanently. Once you leave around, well, you know, the roundabout has got 4 exits. One of them is a left, right? When you're approaching it, they'll be on the left or the right. Imagine if this was Pog just messaging me, just being like, "Oi, I can hear you, bitch." But actually, I think it's my mum texting me again. Oh, she just asked me something about the thing, the GoFundMe I was talking about earlier. Just asking if it was for the... Mum, if you're listening, it wasn't actually specifically for his medical bills per se. It was to help support the family because his wife is now basically looking after, well, obviously that situation, but herself and the 2 kids on... She's now become the sole breadwinner of it. And, of course, that wasn't anticipated because he was the main breadwinner of the family. So, yeah, that's basically what it was. Basically, Alexander, there's a guide to how you do that in the Discord in the... Oh, Christ, is it Malta database enquiries where people have done the exact thing, but Hadrian's laid out how you can do it? Who? They want our assistant manager, under 19 assistant, to be their full-time manager. I guess that would give me an opportunity to bring in Alan Judge. Oh, let's see. Okay. I love it. I can chat to my mum through the stream and she's just texting me. Tremendous. Newest roundabout has 5. I hate roundabouts like that. There's a roundabout on the A10, not too far from here, where it's just a normal roundabout with 2 lanes, right? But for some reason, everybody gets on the right-hand lane to go straight on, even though there is no signs that suggest that you're supposed to do that. And the amount of accidents I've nearly had by getting in the correct lane. Mad. Channel, I believe, let me just check. Oh, I have Discord loaded. One sec, chat. I'll have a look for you. Hello, Bubble. There she goes. She's typing in chat now. Real human being? I doubt it. Thank you for the follow, though. I appreciate that. Let me just find the right channel for you. Well, I could argue that my dad or my mum was the first yellow card. The channel is called Malta Database Enquiries. That's the one. And also, if you look through the Malta changelog, you'll see all the things that Hadrian's made guides on how you can do all the cool stuff that we've done, basically. It's dope. Use loan market. Imagine if he did. Shannon Brown's been recalled. That's fine. We're getting a new guy on January 1st anyway, so it's not the end of the world. The guy from Scunthorpe. Yellow card, first of his name. Someone might have already made a Bulgaria one, potentially. People did make some very cool stuff. So Harry Wright's going to go on loan to Stalybridge. Barry Scott's gone to Havant and Waterloo. What are you talking about? I don't know, because I don't really know how to respond to that. Chris K, thank you very much for the 21 months. I hope you're well.
Hope you're well, Mr. Goatee Goat.
Mr. Goatee Goat. I'll take it. Not got a goatee, though, lately. I'm going back for the mustachioed vibes again. Says queries. You're right, yes, it is queries, which makes way more sense than what I said anyway, and happy promise not kept. We were discussing people making their own... if this is what you're on about. About data. Basically, we were talking about how people could make their own databases using the same logic and rule setup that we use for our Malta save. which had quite a lot of edits, and how they could apply it to their own country. Said they wanted to do the same type of save, but in a different country. So in this case, it was Bulgaria. And a lot of people did so and put them in this Discord channel. And Hadrian had provided a set of like rules and edits that you can make in order to help you along the way, basically. That's what we were discussing. Cool. We get rid of Tommy Malcolm. Yeah, Andrew. Drop my phone on my keyboard. I thought you were calling me an equals P bracket 08I0087U. Which is, how do you know my robotic serial number? Where you been hiding? Yeah, you'd be amazed how often how often people ask me about, like, have we found a fix for the finances issue with those saves? I'm just like, no, there's nothing we can do to fix it. That would be on, the onus is on SI to do that. And unfortunately, since they won't acknowledge that it's not a database bug, since they won't acknowledge that it's not a issue caused by us, even though we're using their tools, then, yeah. He does, Misha. Bastard. He's my alter ego. The darkest timeline. Let's see. So Truman's gone. The question is there anyone then on my staff shortlist that I could bring in to fill that gap? We can't take him. But we could take Mr. Gibson. We couldn't take Mr. Gibson. Can we take Alan Judge? We can't take Alan Judge. Which means there's no way in hell we're going to get Dennis Adoy. Ah. A guy can dream. Still in the game. Yep, still in the game. Until SI change anything, it will still be in the game, basically. Icarus, thank you very much for the gifted sub. That's very kind of you, friend. And thank you for the raid. FM Ramster, that's very kind of you as well. But yeah, so there's just nothing you can do about it. It's an FM bug that they essentially refuse to acknowledge as being a thing that is in the game and isn't caused by custom stuff. Even though it happens in vanilla databases like Greece, for example, is the best example I can think of, which was Tony's save. I'm great, Ramster. How was stream? What were you looking for, Potetore? I'm sorry if I've said that incorrectly. Are you looking for skin, potentially? Because if so, there is a skin command. I hope so. I don't think we'll have the same issues in next year's Building a Nation anyway, because Poland starts a lot higher up, so it probably won't be such a big deal for us anyway. So I think we'll be okay. Let's go skip it. Don't blame you. Yeah, we're doing Poland with Wisła Krakow next year, providing something doesn't. So it means that there won't be a lot of things that we need to change. It's going to be a couple of things to do with transfer preferences and obviously making sure the women's teams work properly. But other than that, it's going to be pretty vanilla, which I think is good in a way. And there'll be brand new bugs. Exactly, chat. New and scary bugs. 18 out of 18 in the league. That's amazing. We're newly promoted to the Welsh top flight after essentially back-to-back promotions, and now we might actually be in a title race. TNS drew again. TNS drew again. We could go to within 2 points of the title race if we could win our next game, which admittedly is against Cap. Actually, that's a... Also keeps people close connected. Yeah, exactly, yeah. TNS are properly shit in the bed right now, yeah. And Regan Booty got... Oh, Booty's killing it. What is Booty's record this season, actually, in terms of his output? 3 goals and 8 assists. He's pretty good, considering he's playing for the worst team in the league. World Cup and I'll say, no, not in this save, thankfully. Luckily, it won't matter, because we'll be, in theory, leaving at the... Well, we're leaving at the end of the season anyway, so we won't get to see the fruits of our labour. M25 comes out. Yeah, the channel won't be going away. By any means. That stuff will still be there. That was a lot of work that Hadrian put in, and a lot of work that people did testing that for us. So that stuff isn't going to go away, because people will find that very useful, I would say. Women's save next game too. No. But what we wanted, though, was to have the Wisła Krakow women's team still... So we could keep an eye on them and have their league active as well if we can. That was the idea. I'm going to do a women's save myself, but not in like a... Not for... I might do it for content. It wouldn't be like a stream or anything like that. I'm just going to be playing a Fulham women's save. Barlatown have already taken advantage of it. Wow, this title race is insanely tight, though. It's all very well TNS falling off, but we've got to worry about Barla, Colin Bay, Pennybont, all of these teams. Yeah, because I assume they'll have an affiliate agreement between the two of them. So I wonder if there's a way that we could funnel money to them to potentially financially dope the women's team and make them like the dominant women's team in Europe while we're doing the other stuff in the background. I think that'd be a nice little side mission to have. To make the Wisła Krakow women's team an absolute dominant one, despite not actually managing them. I think that'd be kind of sick. Yeah, as you said, the current editor already has those buttons there, so we assume that's how it's going to work. which would be pretty sick. I assume what will happen is they'll essentially just have like a new affiliate agreement type or something, in the same way that we have. Well, we don't, but like I imagine there'll be something like in here that's just different. Yeah, this league is all over the place, basically. Cardiff Met have really fallen off. Especially in the last few games. They have lost a lot of matches. In fact, yeah, in the league, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They've won one of the last 8. They also got humped 6-2 by us. Women's team staff. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know the specifics. I would want to take as little control as possible, but if there was a way that we could just funnel the money, that would just be funny. Right. Let's go. I don't really want to change anything. I'm totally happy with that lineup. I think this team right here feels like our best setup. Even a miss has started to gain a little bit of quality. Tremendous. Trends alongside us. Yeah, it's like background context to help the story, if you like flavor. Cool. Let's go get another dub. Oh. Ah. Right. That's what it was. This is what I mean. I wish there was a button that's allowed you to show players
dirty little
like
man
that.
playing your dirty
still,
little game.
Yeah.
Scrub yourself down
Hang
immediately with bippers and an
you
oil
for the
rag.
14 months.
Thanks for the entertainment.
Thank
Here's
you.
to
Thank you for joining me.
2025.
We'll get Nugent on the bench instead. That should give us... When did Clay Ewing get injured, by the way? Pulled thigh. Oh, that's fine. He'll be right. Rigabuti is brilliant. Callum Hill, I don't think I've ever had... Or have I? I feel like I recognise the name. So maybe I did have him at some point. It's okay. Hey, never have to ask that. It's okay to start a save and enjoy the save however you want, right? I'm just saying if you start a save in certain leagues, you may find it extra difficult because they may have rules and regulations that might prevent you from getting the most out of a building a nation save. So there are certain leagues, for example, that have really strict rules on foreign players that maybe will make your save less enjoyable. Oh, Hungary's brilliant. Hungary's perfect. Hungary, I'm pretty certain when we did Hungary last time, I don't think we made a single change to the actual database itself. The only thing we did was add a couple of coaches. That was it. So yeah, Hungary and Poland are practically ready straight off the bat, which is what makes them so fun. Yeah, the only thing we changed in Hungary was the loan rule, but that was actually to make it harder on us, not easier. We changed the loan rule so it meant that when we loaned out players to other clubs, they were allowed to play against us by default. We weren't allowed to bar them because that just makes it more difficult for you then. Otherwise, what we saw in Ireland was basically the team would have their entire first 11 on loan from us, and then when they played against us, they weren't allowed to play any of them. Tinsdale, Mackay Welsh, and it's 1-0 already. Inside a minute, Mackay Welsh. Yeah, the youth point system in Poland is fine because we play a lot of young players in those saves anyway, and as a result, at the end of the day, we need to just like Poland Division 1 got max 2 non-EU players in the start 11. That's the second tier, right? Not the top flight. So we won't be in there for very long. Yeah, like, for example, the second division in Hungary is actually really strict on their rules, but the plan is not to spend too much time in the second tier. Really, we should be winning or getting promoted in the first season with this, where I would have thought. Because at that point, we're not really looking at foreign players anyway, because we don't have the scouting range or any of that sort of stuff yet. It only really matters once you get into sort of season 3 or 4 and starting to qualify for Europe and stuff. McGlone. Brocky! Off the bar. South American Army. It is, but if they're that good, the Polish top flight has enough teams in it that it should be okay. I don't think it'll be a huge issue. Because with the loan farm, you just send them to the top flight leagues. Because there's enough teams in there to fill that up. Tinsdale. Welsh again. He's actually scored twice. Mackay Welsh from DLP, remarkably, which he shouldn't really be getting... Wait, hang on. No, tell you what. He's playing as that's the ball-winning midfielder. Our ball-winning midfielder has scored twice in the first 20 minutes. It's a great little pick out from Tinsdale. Shuffles it forward, does Welsh. 2-0 up. Come on. 8-0. Oh, yeah, no, I must admit, the beating them because they had really bad teams was still quite fun because it meant that we could stat pad a little bit and get some insane score lines. But it's just not as fun, is it? A misser over the bar. Oh. 7-4. It's great, isn't it? Now, obviously, at the other end, that means that we are going to be leaving ourselves open, but That's why I feel like this tactic is at its absolute best in transition. When we win the ball off of teams in these kind of areas, we can get so many overloads that, ironically, I think we're at our most vulnerable if we lose possession when we've gained it ourselves. We're almost like a counter press. That is where I feel like teams get us. When we throw loads of bodies forward because we think we've got that overload and then we lose out on it. We haven't got a Swinburne goal yet, though. Feel like it's about to come, though. Tinsdale. Come on, lad. Whip it across again. Swinburne! That was like Kai Havertz's miss the other day. It should have been 3-0 there. Our goal difference is now the same as TNS. We are absolutely cooking right now. Hello, Fry. Oh, what a strike. There's a lot of free kicks going in this league. George Dowling gets one back for Connor's team. His match sharpness is low because he missed 4 weeks with an injury. So you lose match sharpness really easily at this level because they're only training part-time. So when they get an injury for like a month, they almost lose their entire match sharpness. So we're slowly getting them back into match fitness. It's taking a little while, basically. Right, if we could just get a third goal, that would be delightful. Exactly. We win it very high up the pitch with the way that we press. I think this tactic is going to be so fun when we get some really technically gifted footballers later in the save. Because I feel like we play a lot of ridiculously lovely little passing moves off that right-hand side. And with better quality players, we'll be able to pick them out even more. Right. I guess they regain stamina more because they're not training midweek, aren't they? Maximum 17 foreign players. That's a lot of foreign players. Surely that wouldn't be much of an issue if it was 17. Will Madison. Wow, my Glone's been dreadful. I might actually get Phil put on early. Yeah, that's what I mean. How good the tactic actually is with Wolverhampton again. Do you know what I might do, Chris? But honestly, I'm not sure. I almost don't want to delay. I almost don't want to reveal the magic. And I kind of want to just let it be, you know? Just enjoy it for what it is. Because I genuinely feel like we could win a Champions League playing like this. And I think that's fun. Considering, you know, how most of our saves are often spent trying to look for that perfect striker. That would not be an issue here. We'd be looking for the perfect shadow striker. Oh, slide him in. The run was nearly made. This is where I feel like we're also very dangerous. In these little pockets. Oh dear. In these little pockets. Where you've got all these runners. At any point, any one of these 4 guys could make a random run in behind. Like that. And they never quite know who to mark. It's Devon Brocky, and it should have been 3, but it wasn't. Oh. Yeah, suddenly we're back in the title chase again. It really does swing very wildly. Hungary is maximum 5 non-EU players. Not in the top flight, it's not. Unless they've changed the rules. It sure as shit wasn't when we managed MTK. As far as I know, there wasn't any rules in the top flight of Hungary. Actually, no, I think non-EU had to be on like a certain wage or something. But other than that, how are we only 2-1 up in this game? Strange winter transfer. I don't know. But if it is kind of strange, then that's a good thing, really. It'd make it more fun. Phil Pot at the back post. I do worry about us only being 1 goal up in this match. It just feels like it's asking for trouble. Right. Sensible now, Will. That's a great pass. Right. Phil Pot could be... There we go. Now we're building something fun. Yeah, Denmark definitely has that rule too. I remember it from the Midtjylland save and from Sunniusk. Brocky's done well, though, to take about 3 guys with him. What a pass. Swore. And... No, don't let... This is where we could get caught out. Oh. Vertically. I mean, you can do what you like, right? But I'm really happy with the way that this sets up right now. We tried mirroring the tactic on the last 7. Weirdly, it just did not seem to be as effective. Whenever we mirrored things. Oh, it's just wide again. We are very unfortunate not to have more goals here. And it worries me ever so slightly because it just feels like this has got 2 all written all over it. I might even bring Sam Aston on. Ben Collins has been poor again. And we don't have Ewing because of injury. I'm going to bring Kane Richardson on. I'm a bit worried about this, but we might not have a choice. If you win 2-0, but the XG says it's supposed to be 5. I mean, it means you've underperformed a little bit, but look at... I like XG because for me, it tells me over a longer period of time, am I actually creating a good amount of chances rather than just getting lucky in a game, right? So I'm totally fine with the fact that in this game, we may only be winning 2-1, but we've been massively outperforming them on XG because in my mind, that means we're still doing the right thing and the process is working. I'd be worried if we actually had a couple of good results with dreadful XG. Oh, penalty now, right? How has he missed that? Yeah, I mean, I would basically be looking at players that could retrain, but you often find those guys anyway without having to retrain them. And at this level, there's no point in trying to retrain people. I find that it's almost impossible to get any kind of joy out of retraining. So it's best to just try and find the players that suit you at this level, or suit you as best you can. A chance for Sam Aston to show us that he actually can still be a footballer. Richardson. Ew, it's just wide again. Players in the Welsh Premier. No, nobody set themselves to gen in this league. This game has been harder than it needed to be. Like, we should have really had this game out of sight in the first half. Like, if we get this dub, we're only 2 points off the top. I think it'll be 4 straight wins as well. Now that we start to settle down a little bit, we really have been cooking. As Sam Aston's there. Come on. Oh, and Bate over the bar. Right, come on. Just get this game out of the way. Oh, a hat-trick from Mackay Welsh would be incredible, though. A hat-trick from ball-winning midfielder with no penalties would be insane. This does feel like in his territory. He has scored one of these before. He's taking his time over it too. Off the bar! He was so close to a hat-trick from ball-winning midfield. Oh, Christ. Get back across. Don't you dare. Just foul him. Oh, he's offside. Oh, that was very close. And it's another dub for Cardiff Dracs. We're pushing. I'm feeling it. Next game could potentially send us top as we play TNS away from home. Doesn't get any easier for us. Yeah, nothing like field tilt, exactly. Oh, right. But look at that. It's 2 points separating the top 4. Let's go. We are now definitely staying up. I just want to get top 6. And even top 6 isn't like confirmed yet. We're only 6 points clear. We pretty much will have confirmed if we can get one more win in these next few games, which... After 22 games, the season splits. So the top 6 go into their own little group, and then the bottom 6 go into their own little group, and then they play home and away again against each of the teams in that section. So it gets very tough after that. We did beat TNS, but we were lucky to win that game, I would say. Like, we played well, but I think we were still a bit fortunate to get that dub, and I suspect that this might be the point where TNS become proper TNS. That being said, if we could get a good result against TNS, our next 2 games are against 11th and 7th, and Bangor are not good. They're in a bit of a false 7th. I think they've actually got the worst expected points in the league. Oh, no, one of the worst. Nowhere near as bad as Barry, but... Pennybond, I think, are still in the bottom half, aren't they? Oh, no, they've just snuck into the top half again now. They've got themselves together a little bit after being in the relegation zone earlier. Gonna split... today. We won't be going into the split today, no, because there's still 3 league games left and it's nearly 3 o'clock. But I suspect that we may well wrap up the final the final top 6 spot today. Oh, thank you, it's Trick. That's very kind. What would you this is just market research. What would you say is different then here? League splits I've had issues with in the past. I lost an entire season of a save due to a league split. There was that infamous season with Polonia where randomly, because I'd turned on I think it was Polonia, because I'd turned on Brazil and Argentina's leagues in the middle of the season, it caused the whole thing to glitch out. Single season play every day. Again, it's a single player game. It's okay to do whatever makes you happy and makes you have the most fun and enjoy the game, right? Didn't you really complain about this? Ah, fuck it, I'll do that. He'll just kick off again in another 2 months. Spurs got a new manager. Did Spurs sack their manager? Oh, thank you, Pete. I try to jabber, but I'm getting better at not... I yap, but I'm getting the game to progress while I yap. And I think it's easier in OTI just because the game moves a little bit slower. Like a month ago. Oh, in that case, we'll have a look. Random little rambles. Yeah. I would say 90% of this is just me rambling. Channeled yapping. It's controlled yapping, chat. It's like controlled demolition, but with less C4 and more spacebar. Kaiser's actually improving. That's great news. We like that. What was I checking? Oh, yeah, Spurs. Oh, yeah, I can't type in Spurs, can I? Because the game doesn't like that. The football round. No, it wouldn't. I wouldn't stoop to that level. Simon Davies. Wait, he's the caretaker. So who's the favourite for the job then? Yeah, I mean, that's what I always wanted, Misha. I've always said that what I wanted from streams was it to be just chatting with FM in the background, but FM's still taking a nice front seat occasionally. Yeah, so Marcelino is the favourite for the Spurs job, but Man United have sacked their manager. Wait, weren't they second a minute ago? I swear we looked at this not that long ago and Man United was second in the league. Have they just lost like every game since then? Oh, damn. Drew against Liverpool, lost to Chelsea, lost to Arsenal, lost to City, drew against Everton. They then just didn't score for 5 games. Oh my God. Man United are in administration.
Here's a fun fact.
What the hell?
Contracted syphilis just
Man
2
United have gone
blocks
into
from here.
administration. This is season 3. How have United gone into administration? This is incredible. Reese, Tipsy, thank you very much for the follow. I don't understand. They're only 3 million in debt. I've never seen anything like this. Landmarks. That's all we know. That's one for TikTok. Holy shit. I don't understand how that's happened. But yeah, essentially Man United have gone into administration in the middle of this season and now have lost 5 games in a row, I think. Sacked their manager. It looks like they went into the administration right before the form dip. What was it, the 16th of February? Sorry, 16th of November. So... Actually, no. Oh, no, literally, yeah. So they beat Norwich, which you'd expect to. Lost to Porto in the Champions League, then drew with Liverpool, lost to Chelsea, lost to Arsenal, beat Real Madrid, weirdly, lost to City, drew with Everton, then did beat Bournemouth, but that's something to keep an eye on. Players transfer listed. Not looking like it. Bear in mind, we're not in the window yet. Jacob Kivior? Wait, what? Oh, he's on loan from Arsenal, joining Man United. They are tough fixtures, so they may have just coincided, but the 9 points of... I believe that. Definitely got to keep an eye on Manchester United. They've obviously fucked FFP. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Imagine if it was Jacob Kivior was the region for the administration. Just accidentally paid 300 million on him. I can't wait to see who takes over. That is fascinating. Did Lampard just get sacked by Pompey as well? Monza are still joint top of Serie A, by the way. 17th after 9 games. I know, but I feel like it's so rare in my saves that you even see teams go into administration at all, let alone Manchester United. This is season 3. Like, if this happened in season 25, you'd be like, oh, okay, there's enough time for weird stuff to happen. This is the 3rd season. This is not like it's 2040. How badly do they have to mismanage themselves in the first 2.5... It's only we're literally only a few months away from where we are, like, less than a year away in real life, still. Brianza household, oh, of course, yes. The National League team, they got relegated, so they're no longer in a league that we can see. Administration, basically it means that they've... An administrator who is like a financial... I don't know the exact definition. Essentially it means that they... Wait, what? They are being financially mismanaged to the point where someone has had to come in and essentially rescue the club. But as a result of that happening, it's like I don't know the exact definition of it, and therefore I think if I try to waffle on any longer, it will still be wrong. So actually someone in chat will have a much more defined definition and more specific definition of what it actually is. Like, I've never really had to think about it. It's one of those things you just kind of know what it is. When you know it, you'll see it, right? It's like pornography. Right. Honestly, I think Clay Ewing is back fit for the bench, but he can't start. So I'll just put him instead of Mason Fleming, right? Because they're broke. Yeah, it does, but it means something more specific than that. They've entered a period of debt that feels unsustainable. The accountant gets appointed to sort through their finances and sell off assets. Exactly, yeah. And they're also given a 9-point penalty as a result of it. It's like when you keep spending all your money on sweets and your mum comes in and says, right, I'm looking after your pocket money for the next couple of years. You'll also be penalised some of your pocket money. Okay. Yeah, this lineup is cooking at the moment, so we go. Let's crack on. Hold my wallet when you get drunk. Look after my car keys so I don't drink drive. Imagine if they built a new stadium as well. We didn't even look at that, did we? Although, actually, no, we would have seen it on the landmarks if it had happened. Sounds like a mad experience. How dare you be so correct? I think we lose this game, but you never know, right? If we come up with a miracle result away at TNS, suddenly the title race is actually on. Because if we beat them, we go top of the league. Imagine leaving Cardiff Drax with them having been back-to-back promotions and Welsh champions out of nowhere. That would be quite some story. And also, if we did somehow manage to win the league, the reputation bump would be really quite noticeable. I think that would take us to 20% if we got that. And we could pretty much have our pick of the Serie C jobs. But I don't think we're going to win the league somehow. I do, however, think that a top 2 or 3 spot is definitely on the cards. Ah. Whoa. There's just too many holes, yeah. Now, TNS have started this game very, very strongly. I think we would need an absolutely generational performance from someone like Swinburne to make heads or tails of this one. I just don't think they're going to allow us to be in front of goal enough to get the chances. Like, I think the reason we were able to beat them before is because we got 4 goals. We still conceded 3 times in the process, but to beat anyone like TNS, we really have to have that time of goal scoring, and I just don't think they're going to allow it of us today. Like, on big clearance over the bar again. Okay, cool. Hello, Desolated. Yes, there is. Basically, originally the plan, Desolated, was that firstly I was ill over Christmas, so that happened. But then the plan was to do. They're not going to be every season. They're going to be, in theory, every club is its own video, but they're going to have a completely different style to what we're used to in the recaps. They're going to be much more like retellings with way better videos, basically. So the plan was that we were going to bundle in the first team that we managed because we were only there half a season into this one. But then when I actually came to edit it, I realized that it probably did deserve its own video. So that'll be coming out. Honestly, it could potentially come out by the end of the week, that one. They won't be quite as... I'm having to catch up, essentially, so they won't be quite as up to date for a bit. Eventually they'll catch up.
Fiona!
Leo Ferreira, thank you for the follow. Hello, Alex. So that's the plan with them, basically. So look out for the Mariska merch one coming soon. And then, obviously, the Drax one will take a bit longer because it's 2 seasons. Time to move from Northern Ireland. Oh, yeah, no, if you've got 25% rep, you can get some pretty tasty jobs with that. No agent video. What? I don't understand. I didn't mention anything about an agent video. As far as I know, anyway, nothing I just said had anything to do with agent videos. It was to do with the Mariska merch video, which I'm working on currently. Leaving Drax. Yeah, we're leaving Drax at the end of the season because we feel like at that point we can pivot ourselves to Serie C, particularly as we've now gained some reputation. And even if we were to like win the league and get them into Europe, we would get immediately kicked out of Europe straight away, and it's not really worth another season for us. And I'd rather leave them in a nice position for their next manager to come through. Yeah, they're just cracking all the way through now, aren't they? The next agent video is going to be a versus Chateau one, but it's going to be done on an updated database. So it's going to be like a 2025 database with all the new transfers, all of that extra stuff. That was originally I was just going to do a normal one, but then yesterday I had the idea of doing it on the updated database, and I just thought that'd be more fun for everybody. Thought we talked about the agent video earlier in stream. I did. So then I was confused why you said there's no agent video then. That's what I was trying to ascertain. The difference of Swinburne hits the bar! Oh, we needed that. That had to be a goal. God damn, that was so close. What a chance. But yeah, the one versus chat will be on an updated database. So it'll have like new players in it. Players will have all moved clubs, the correct promotions and relegations and stuff like that. What I would say is the database I've got for it is very fucking slow. I set it up to do a 4-year sim last night before I went to bed, and it hadn't finished when I got up this morning. Which is a little bit worrying. No worries, Misha. Me working on one video does not mean that another video is not also being worked on. It's essentially the gist of what I'm getting at here. I was just focusing a lot of effort on that one thing, especially because I couldn't do any work on the agent video until the sim was done. Because once it's done the sim, I can then find the players that we're going to use, but it's just taking a lot longer than I was expecting. I think it's because there's so many changes, but that's fine. Ideally, the agent video stream should be Thursday night, but that means I can talk to you guys about this during the stream on Thursday anyway, to keep you up to date on it. One video at a time. Well, I am working on that one, but anyway. Like, there are certain things that can be worked on while other stuff is also being worked on. Like, I spent yesterday mostly working on the Mariska video, but I was still simming stuff in the background for the agent video because I was trying to like maximize my time. Ah, that's an unfortunate one. Oh, it's offside. Nice. I still think we could maybe sneak a cheeky little equalizer out of this, particularly if Swinburne could take his chances. But he has been bought. He has been bad today. I'm feeling Philpott. I'm feeling different. We're getting Aston on deeper. Mackay Welsh has been poor, but that's okay. That's why we've got Kane Richardson. Tinsdale's done okay. Game provides one. No. Yes, but that's not the point of the video. So with the agent videos, well, I mean, the best way to sort of explain how an agent video works is just to watch one of them, honestly. But basically, I take over as an agent for a player or multiple players, basically. Taylor has been poor, which is rare, but like, I don't think Will matters. Fuck it, he's on the bench, isn't he? Why not? That'll give us one more sub available. But yeah, so basically, I become an agent in the videos, essentially. I'm going to do a tutorial on how you guys can do it as well. I've actually got all the stuff set up for it. Turns out I made that ages ago. I just never got around to doing the video because, you know, last year was, well, a giant ball of depression. Which F25 is not getting me with. A Cardiff Met falling in. Imagine if they got relegated. Yes, we did a chat versus agent video on FM23 ages ago. I think we did Iash Mariba and Noni Madueke were the two players in that one. Ironically, I actually got a really good version of Iash Mariba for an agent video again when I was doing some testing for the previous one. Right. Oh, go on, interception. Oh, no. Oh, as if he's he's just slide tackled a completely loose ball in the midfield. And we've conceded a goal off of it. This is why a misser is useless. Things like that are insane. Like, look, the ball is completely loose here. And he just slide tackles it. What is he doing? Silly boy. And now it's 2-0. They've just been better than us in this game. But we've just failed to take our chances when they've come along. Because 6-4, I see what you're on about now. 5 is 6-5. Cardiff Met Uni back in it. The game of the season. What a moment. Imagine if there was a 6-all draw there. Yeah, as soon as he slides in for that, you know it's done. We will now score a goal. Use real life players or regens. I did do one with regens, but basically, what's that? Nobody cared. Oh, now Ben Collins has done a stupid again. That's his second red card of the season. Yeah, no, I normally try to use real players because it's easier for people to latch onto the enjoyment of it. I find that with regens, nobody cared. I'm going to try the same thing we tried last time. Yeah, you lose recognizability, basically. Because we're sort of the exceptions, the people in chat here that enjoy the regens and stuff. I find like the larger FM audience doesn't really like that kind of stuff, which is part of the reason maybe why Premier League years didn't work out. Who knows? Because none of the players were real, but I just thought it'd be boring if they were all real, and I couldn't do the stuff I want to do. We'll try the same thing again. Imagine if we come back now. He is not having the best time of it, is he? Aaron Walker is the exception. Is he just going to take the free kick while the blow... Oh, bit of breakdancing there. We've not been good enough to get any points here. Regens, so they're the fake players. The players that come through the academies of the teams to populate the database as players retire, essentially. So none of the players in our starting 11 currently are regens. I don't know if we've got any on the bench. We don't, do we? There we go. That's one. Aramide Dembele. So he came through our youth intake. 5 seasons. Oh, no, absolutely they do, Stu. Which is why, unfortunately, at times it feels like SI have somewhat catered towards the one-season Manchester City player more and more, which is a bit of a shame at times. Cortege agent video would be... Yeah. There's not much I can really do with that. I don't even think I have the save file to make that work. That's Aaron Walker to you and I. Yes. We'll probably score now. I do feel like this game has got 2-1 all over. Oh, wow. No, hang on. Oh, yep. Random defensive error. Go on, Sammy. Drop it across. Oh, what a save. Incredible save from Webb. I mean, a red card and a 2-0 defeat. This is probably... Then again, right, the one thing I will say is if we can get top 6, then it doesn't matter if we're a few extra points off the top because every game is against those teams, so they're constantly taking points off each other. So there's every chance that you could, with the right run of matches, still get right back into the title race. Yeah, I mean, if they ever came out with a season cap on files, like you... Because isn't there a season cap on console? It was like 20 seasons. It might have been gone now, but at one point, I swear you could only do 20 seasons on console. If they ever brought that shit to PC, there would be riots. This is where that's one of the big features in FN25. Was it 30 seasons? Yeah, I know what you mean. I just want the game to be good, right? 6-5 defeat for Cardiff Met. Good God, they really are. They're only 5 points off relegation now. That's mental. Collins is banned again because it's in his blood. It's what he does. If your PC could handle it, the date wouldn't stack overflow for 65,000 seasons. I think that would take a while. Some would say that might take a little while. Robbie Cooper, player of the week. Did he get like a hat-trick in that game? Wait. Hang on. How many goals did he get in that game? Oh, I can't see their form, can I? He had 18 goals a minute ago. Got a hat-trick there. Hat-trick there. Hat-trick there. Robbie Cooper has scored 3 hat-tricks in 3 games. They've won every game 3-2, and Cooper scored a hat-trick in all 3 of them. That's incredible. Skills enhancement. I simply don't know. I don't know enough about what it's going to take to make those things happening. I think SI have already said it's not going to be skinnable, though. Like I said earlier, Jack, that was last season, and they got relegated out of the playable league, so we can't see them anymore. Incredible. 24 goals for Robbie Cooper. This guy must be really, really good. Oh, that's sensational. I do kind of want to just get to the 1st of January before we hang up our boots today, because I want to see what Smith looks like. Since he's probably the only player we're going to be able to sign in January anyway, since we could maybe get a loan or two. Second one that had a visible goal difference after 10 games. I don't believe so. Basingstoke had won, like, they got 3 points or something, but they'd scored like 10 goals. They were doing badly, but they weren't like Barwell bad. Like, there's bad and then there's Barwell. Man United have started winning again now. So they should have 37 points right now and be up here. Villa doing a great job. Spurs not so much. I understand why they sat their manager now. Man United got a coach yet? Nope. Still got Nick Cox. Let me just have a little look down just to make sure. Oh, actually, have Lincoln or Stevenage won a game yet? They have. Stevenage won twice, in fact. National League North. Sorry, not National League North. National League. Maidenhead have started to fuck it, although it's still very, very tight. Robbie Cooper, considering how young he is, he does feel very good. Games with Trinity, yeah, 42 goals conceded is a lot. 52 goals conceded for Basingstoke is quite a lot. Just the 4 points, but they have scored 12 goals. I realize you can't see, hang on. Like, they're bad, but they're not Barwell bad. They're only just on to concede 100 goals this season. Allow kit and logo packs. I would be willing to bet that stuff won't change at all. I reckon it will use the exact same back end for things like that, where you just pop it in a folder and go. Yeah, I suspect that will be almost identical. The only thing that might change potentially would be like 3D kits, because of the way that Unity will need those. Does Scotty go from 12, second to 12? Good God, yeah, they were doing very well. It was them and Maidenhead right at the top. They were smashing it. I'm amazed that we've been able to become so good. Yeah, they're looking for the document stuff. I think that stuff won't be... I'd be amazed if there be any changes to that. I think if they said that... if they came out, basically, or not even come out, because I don't think they would really even be able to come out and say it. If they just removed it, people would be so pissed. Because it's such an important part of the game, I feel like. Allow modding. It's not really a question of allowing modding. Like, they don't need to allow something. It just happens. But they do certainly make it quite easy at the moment. Like, when you think of like kits and logo packs, all that sort of stuff, it's very easy to use them. I would hate to lose instant result. People are already pissed. Yeah, I know, but they would be more pissed, is what I mean. That would be a massive step. Particularly as all they've done so far is remove things and delay things and not actually announce anything for the game. That's the problem. They just need to give people something at some point. And it needs to be good, too. It needs to be something people can get excited about. Because if it's just going to be like some random thing where, like, it needs to be like, hey, this is what this match engine looks like. This is the cool shit you can do. Game apart from FM, I honestly haven't played another game than FM since before Christmas, because I've just been, spending my time reading instead of playing games in my free time, actually, weirdly. It's just something I've been enjoying. Oh, wow. How fucking dare you? Regan! I will not stand for this. There's a lot of players in the region, in the old regens here. Sorry, the Patreon regions out at the end of their contracts here, which worries me a little bit. This is something we'll have to look at. Oh, at least he's got an extra year on his contract, I guess. Next year, they could be in Trubs. Exactly, yeah. Beyond F125, I don't know. They haven't announced it, have they? They've not announced or shown anything yet. That's why I'm reserving my judgment on it until I can actually see something. So when people ask me what I think of F125, I don't have an answer for you because I don't know anything about F125. I've not played it. I've not seen anything from it. Obviously, I've not played it. That'd be ridiculous. But like, yeah, it's just like I need to see some stuff before I can start to form an opinion, because my opinion right now is negative on account of the delay, but I'm still happy that the delay's happening if it makes the game better. But my only opinion on it can really only be negative because all I've seen is things removed from the game and nothing added. So they can't skip a release title. That would violate every license they have and all their publishing deals. So that's just never going to happen. Basically, and anyone, yeah, I see that brought up occasionally, and I initially did posit that myself too, but that's just simply never going to happen. Like, it's impossible. There will be a game coming out. Wenberg? Isn't that a San Jose Sharks player? Particularly when you think of the amount of money they've spent on getting a Premier League license as well. That can't have been cheap. Sam Aston. Derby County? What? Derby and Wrexham want Sam Aston. These are League One clubs. Maybe he's got really high PA and we've just been misusing him. Yeah, I'd be interested to hear their explanation as the whole release the game, release the release date, take pre-orders, release the roadmap, and then literally like 2 days later cancel it. That was a bit of a misstep. I'd be willing to let Aston go because I think we could play Philpot in the centre. A stickman. Move to a worse graphics engine for a year. Because a lot of people are asking why, they didn't choose to promote loads of stuff at the FIFA E event, and I guess now we know why. I think had they had a game that was in a state where it was going to be coming out at the expected times, then FIFA E would have been the perfect example of a chance to do that. Yeah, that's what we literally wanted to get up to today, just so we could see the Scunny lad join. It's Hesse Lingard. I still didn't ask him about it, did I? So he's still playing for FC Seoul, actually. 3 years out there now. 33 years old, only on £5,000 a week. Miscalculated the dev time so bad. I simply don't know. I think it's just one of these things where you don't know what's going on in the background as to what would cause delays like that. And the fact is, we will almost certainly never know because it's internal things that they are probably not going to put out publicly, let's be honest. And they wouldn't tell anyone for obvious reasons. So, yeah. 2 database options. I wonder what will happen with that, actually. Let me just check the... they didn't let me have one a little while ago. And new game engines, it's a hell of a task moving over to a new game engine. You just never really know how long something's going to take. What was your hope for? Well, like I said, they haven't said, and the likelihood is we will never find out the reasons for the exact cause of the delay. But what we can assume is that the game just wasn't in a state that they were ready to release, and rather than release something that's presumably completely broken, they'd want to make it actually good and not have a sort of City Skylines 2 situation, right? Exactly. Anyone that would know that information would be under an insanely heavy NDA for obvious reasons. And SI are pretty good at not getting leaks for the most part. There's been a few exceptions, but for the most part, you don't see many things leaked, right? That they clearly thought something could work and it didn't. And that's fine. At the end of the day, I feel like, right, if F125 is really good, this, like, in 6 months' time, we're not even discussing this anymore. We're just enjoying it. New Year's Eve in game. I'll do exactly what I did for this year's New Year's Eve. I was ill. I watched the Winter Classic, and then I watched Avalanche versus Winnipeg Jets. That was what I did. Oh, and pre that, Pog and I watched Happiness for Beginners. That was what we did on New Year's Eve. A big one, if you will. Spaghetti. I don't know if it would have been spaghetti so much, because remember, they are starting again in a little ways, but they would have still, I suppose, had to untangle the spaghetti to put it into the new pasta strainer, I guess, right? Yeah, we'll never know, right? And honestly, if it comes out and it's good, then I don't think I'd care too much. Because I've still enjoyed F124 enough, and it's given me a chance to play Outcasts of Icons, which I wouldn't have had before. Jack Walker, thank you for the follow. We're still insecure on the finances, but we do have another cup game coming up, which should get us a bit more points. Ooh. Out of interest, anyone interesting in here? TNS are doing bits. Cardiff Met have got to do a lot of strengthening, apparently. Cardiff Drax with Hugo Garcia. All right. A Portuguese player at Bournemouth. Oh, okay. Interesting. A guy from Bournemouth. I mean, we might as well if it's free, if it's nearly free. Tyrell Miller-Rodney from Cardiff Met Uni. I can't even scout him. And this guy, Seb Stacey, from free transfer. He's a goalie, and he's already been under a bid from Hebben. I don't think he looks that good. And if we try to trial him, he'll just join them anyway. I don't think we need another. We've got Brocky. But the Bournemouth guy is intriguing. I don't think they can. I suspect that it's still going to be using a lot of the underlying stuff from FN24, which is with a new look, I suppose. Right. Do you know what? David Smith, I think he's... Shit. We bought this guy because we were hoping he could play slightly deeper, and he actually can't. I don't know how much game time he's going to get, but that's okay. It's more options. He's unlikely to be able to play our CM role for us. Pontador, make Galvin, that's fine. You can have him. One of these days, I'm going to win Manager of the Month. I don't think I've actually done that since we... Oh, no, I did last year a couple of times, in fairness. 4,000 clubs. 4,000 clubs is a good amount. And remember how long it takes... mixed last... Like FIFA, though. It depends what you mean by mixed, right? They're not going to be playing against each other, obviously, because that isn't how football works. They'll just be playing... They'll exist in the same way that teams do in FM. Like, for the same reason that a team from the top flight of Italy doesn't play against a non-league side from England, right? They're just in different leagues. 55 exit. That's pretty good then. Right. That's the time for us to finish, but still. And also, just think about how much data is needed to actually get those players into the game. Like, that's a lot of... And a lot of them presumably will want to be licensed too, on top of that. Right. Let's see. Who we raiding this afternoon? I think we'll do Enrice. Oh, wrong button. So, hopefully next stream I'll be able to bring you news of when we're going to be doing the agent video stream. It should be Thursday night, provided nothing goes horribly wrong, but I can literally update you on that at the time. Tomorrow I'm probably going to spend a lot of time working on the rest of the Maresca video. So you may even see that on Thursday, potentially. I don't know. We'll have to see. But I'll still need to get like thumbnails done for it and various bits like that, because I just want it to be really fucking good to give you an idea of what hopefully I can do this year and will be. And Rush is still live, apparently, yeah. We will see. So, yes, thank you for joining me today, chat. Things have been popping today. We've been playing well, getting good results. And next time, things are about to pop up even more, because we get probably youth intake next time around, I would have thought, unless we get really held up. We can still win a cup. Anyway, thank you for joining me. Thank you for the good vibes today, and thank you to anybody that did donate to that GoFundMe earlier. I was